Alright, good morning. Not expecting many here because so many will be doing their Manu races themselves right now, especially Americans. But I wasn't even going to get on, and I am destroyed. My body is broken. But it's Sardinia, so you got to represent early. Got to get up there. Fucking revenge of the FRs, mate. Revenge of the FRs. What a joke. Not an MR up there at all. 140.2 first. Ooh, other direction. Ooh. That might not be that good. Definitely think other direction would have been better. Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah, other direction would have been preferred. I should have paid attention to that. This direction, I probably would have went more FR. And this track was the reason we picked this car. Yeah, went to bed lounging. I actually don't know why I couldn't sleep, because I still didn't go to bed till like 2:30. But yeah, got up. When the missus went to work, did some groceries with her. And thought, well, it's Sardinia, so we'll have a look. I'll probably end up on Cyberpunk, maybe even FIFA. See how we go. Yeah, I can see why it's FRs this direction. Yeah, same, Louncy. I've been getting up earlier, an hour or two myself. It didn't take long to switch me up. It's going to be really, really warm today. I don't know if you had a warm day yesterday, but it's really warm out there already. I've already got the aircon on. I haven't even looked at the weather, but being out in it, the sun was hot at like fucking 8:30 a.m. Made me feel gross. $34, yeah, so we'll probably get 30 then. car feels great. Big save. It's a sprint lousy, 12. Decent wear though, it's like 3 or 4 wear. And fuel. So I think it might be a stop. I didn't look at the settings. It's like 3-4. 3-4, I think. Fuel tyres, something like that. So I think it's going to be like a daily C with a pit stop. I think. Because, yeah, that's the way the wear looked anyways. 2-3. 2 fuel, 3 tyres, so no required pit stop. So yeah, maybe, yeah. Glorified. 18-minute qualification again. Wowee. So, it's going to be another one like Catalunya. This, honestly, I'll be grateful having that much qualification time at a track like this. Because you can't have fucking constant people in front of you here at all. It seems to be their thing though. They give you 1 lap for the longer races, and then they give you a proper full-blown shootout for the sprint races. Like fair. Gets everyone hardened up for the sprint. You're essentially doing a mini sprint when you're qualifying. And every 18-minute session of quali that I've done so far has been under a second, separating first to last, and that's better than the way it used to be. So it's odd. It is very odd, but I can see some form of sense behind it. The bigger tracks, you've got 1 shot. And then these tracks that are, you know, the 1.5 to 2 minute range, you've got a proper crack. Yeah. Yeah. Not just a holler. And it gives everybody the chance to fully hone in, man. Like, to hone in. Like, so hopefully by the time it gets to race start, because like it gives everybody ample time to get position. Like, no matter what, there's no excuses for you not being ready to race after 8 minutes of qualifying. Like, maybe they're just trying to iron out fucking turn 1 accidents and shit. I don't know. But I can, as much as it didn't make sense that first time round, I can see some sense in it now. Or I can at least try to understand what they're doing. What their play is. Yeah, just ever since daylight savings, man. Just stay in the lounge here. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't sleep. Couldn't seem to get to sleep last night, and then I woke up a few times. Felt as if I'd slept for ages, and it was like an hour, 2 hours. Fucking bouncing off of everything and I'm still up. like absolutely cranking this up. I already want like half a second more. Yeah, I want to be 40, mid 40, mid to a high 40. That's how long I've already been up. I just finished my first week. Nearly. It's the right amount of throttle. Just didn't hook in enough. Oh, the power band is so good coming out of that turn. That chunk of grass, it's very sporadic and random for how the car wants to react when it touches it. First time I went over it, it helped me turn. The second time I went over it, the car was fucking aquaplaning. And I am now trying to grab the grass, like I'm trying to just basically turn in with throttle and grab the grass to hook the car around, rather than coasting through it. See? First time smooth as, and then when I come through doing it full noise, it bounces off the grass. Going on, swoosh. so fucking inconsistent. You touch that grass, 1 out of 3 times, it's gonna fucking bounce off and smash into the wall. And I need to touch that grass to turn the fucking car. Because it won't turn elsewise. It just wants to crash into the fucking wall. It's just Sunday. We're just practicing for Sardinia. Races in 3 days. It's okay. We've done like 5 laps. Expectations are fucking high. Already. It's going to be hard. It's FRs, man. Like, it's... The Renaults are up there. And the Lambo has the planability. But, like, I ain't seen people do shit in the Ford. Exactly. So realistically, we probably want a high 40. I mean, seeing Sub-Zero in the McLaren, I want a fucking 40.5. But then looking at the leaderboards, a 40.5 would mean fucking 7/10 off the #1 time in the world, and that's, I mean, I'm 1.3 right now. So yeah, it's okay, but I'm already filthy. Car feels great though, feels great. It's just that one turn. If it's the other direction, like we know what it can do the other direction. It's just that one turn, turn 1 so far. Like even the kink on the back part of it, it's fine. It's really good. I get a bit flirty on the grass, but it's the first turn. And like already under, like I'm gonna have to get so used to it under race situation to like be able to maximize and pinpoint entry. Because even with the Ghost too, both the Renault and the Lambo aren't fast enough, and they're naturally dropping off into that turn. Like, so like I pass them because of the speed difference, but even when I'm not faster than them, like they back off, like they're lifting and then turning in, and I'm just trying to like lift the tiniest bit at the curb and then just send it in with throttle, because if I just lift and turn, the car won't turn. I have to replant the throttle. Yeah, well basically testing track limits and car limits, but potential's already there for another 4/10. I'm getting frustrated already. Smashed into the same wall every 3rd lap a couple times. So I just had a good idea for something that we could do that kind of incorporates a Sunday shit show, or like a spin-off of a Sunday shit show. I won't say spin-off. Sunday shit show is my thing. It is what it is. But we all remember growing up. I've been harking back to this a bit lately. I've been referencing fucking Channel 9, Wide World of Sports, shit like that. So we all remember growing up, Sunday morning was your weekends was football, sport. Friday night, Saturday night, like the Saturday before AFL would start, you had VFL or rugby or something at lunchtime. Then it'd be footy from 2 to 6, have the news, footy from 6:30 through to fucking 11:30, and then Sunday morning. And before Sunday footy show, I'm talking like Ken Lane shit, right? Like, what was it? Old Wide World of Sports. Like, I can't remember what they called the Sunday one, but I loved the Sunday wrap-up. Like, that's when they had Ken Lane hosting and the who's who of Australian sports, like, they had all the panel. Right, not Funniest Home Videos, mate. But the Sunday panel, and it was they'd get feisty, it was almost the blueprint for what became the Sunday footy show. But it was all sport. They looked at everything. You used to see some awesome motorsport stuff there too. But we could do a Sunday panel, multiple people, be it party, camera, whatever. And we could, first things first, we could look at the week, the week's sports, if we've got dailies or whatever that's happened. I could throw in my FIFA, being a sports show, talk about some wrestling. But essentially, for like the GTWS runners, myself, V-Man, someone else here or there, we get them in, we get the replays up, we watch the replays, and we get like a fucking Sunday panel shit show style review from a driver that was involved in the race they're reviewing, like after the fact too, like when you're not as fired up, like it'd be good, I reckon. Be quality. Check out each other's replays, but a panel style thing, an actual, we'll call it like fucking Sunday morning review or fucking some shit, I don't know. We'll ask Gav, he'd know heaps of shit about that. He's basically David Koshy's fucking fangirl. Sure Gav would love that idea. Gav would be like Tony Jones. He'd want to be Tony Jones, 100%. And Gav probably hates Tony Jones, probably thinks he's a wanker, but it says a lot. I could do a better job than TJ. Well, come on, Gav. Come do it. I reckon that's a great idea, guys. Because, like, when it's like blokes like me or V-Man doing it, it'd be like listening to fucking the former retired players, like reviewing the game, that they were given. Billy back in the day, falling asleep, fucking Kane Corns just roasting all the players or whatever. But then if it was someone like Meta reviewing his shit, it'd be like interviewing the captain. Like the next morning after the boys had a big win or a disappointing loss, that'd be like talking to the captain. Whereas like me and Vince doing reviews, it'd be like, one of the boys doing a review. We get the papers. We'll get the papers out. Right, here's me notes. We'll get the fucking dan dan dan, bam bam bam. We'll get like a real bad parody of the intro to Wild World of Sports. Like a bunch of clowns, like something like that. And then just like have like a wow, hey, and then the show will start. Fucking gold, mate. I need an editor. Someone who just writes his shit down, does it for me. Yeah, 100%, bro. You'd be more solemn the next day. You'd be a bit over it. You know, you won't be as bitter. You know, you'd be like Billy in the mid-noughties, mate, reviewing a Cats game, you know? You'd be like Billy reviewing a Cats game in the noughties before they got real good. Not long after he retired, and they were still shit, and he had to go down to the cattery and watch a game, and they put him through hell, and he was wasted by half-time, and he's like, right, where are my notes? Oh, yeah, they didn't turn up. Fucking be gold, mate. Right, where are my notes? Yeah, I've been to quali. I crashed into fucking this bloke. I got my pencil out. I fucking parked it in the pits and went home. But this bloke won the race. 4 points for him. Good stuff. Leading on the ladder. 100% AFL review style. Done. Could do. I'll get me best Ken Lane going on. Be like, good morning. Good morning. No. Hello and welcome on this Sunday morning to the Australian wrap-up of Wide World of Sports here on No This Is Jester TV. I'm your host, Jester. Here on my panel is a bunch of slappers, lovely blokes, top panellists, world-class athletes. Right, let's get into it. Smush! What did you get up to last night? What game did you have to watch? How were the Cats? Oh, yeah. Ken Lane, mate, he was the GOAT. The GOAT fucking... Him and Bruce, basically. Bruce wasn't a host. He could host. He was better as a commentator. World Tours 0. A veteran of a total of 0 World Tours. But damned if he didn't try. But yeah, Bruce was a great commentator. Could be a good host, good interviewer. But Ken Lane was a great interviewer and the best host. Like, he knew everything about everything in terms of sport. Every guest, no matter what they had on, he knew something about something. Or he did his research rather than taking the piss. Like, genuinely, it's an institution, mate. Wide World of Sports was an institution. Bring it back. Get Tony Jones off the TV and bring back Wide World of Sports, mate. Even if we have to fucking reincarnate Ken Lane in, like, Rose McManus's body or something. Just do it. Make Sunday morning TV great again. Some of the shit they used to get away with, mate. Honestly, Sunday morning TV felt like a fucking Thursday night TV. And then they'd be like, what? No one's watching. Like during Lou's handball, mate. The shit that happened during Lou's handball. What a funny cunt he was. Like, genuinely loved it when I was like a teenager. Still loved it. Still, like, I was already being a Darrow and shit, but still being 15, 16, Sunday morning tradition was the football weekend wrap up. Get some Bruce McAvaney-esque commentary. Oh, and Jester does it for his country, for his parents, for his fans, and most importantly, for McAvaney. That pass was simply delicious. People that aren't Australian will be like, what the fuck is this cunt talking about? Why is he talking like that? Why does he sound like a poofter who's had a stroke? Bro, I'm gonna flip out. Like, it's just so inconsistent with that grass. Hooks in, I'm at the exact same speed as the Lambo on the exact same line. I grab it and the car just bounces off and hits the wall. Like, his lap is 1,000% fluke. Unless that car can go through and do that every single time. Because it's happening to me way too much. And the fucking, like, I have to slow down way too much to get the smooth line through there. It is ascend it or fucking go through slow and get hit up the arse. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the lap I have recorded already, it was a fluke going through there. They've all kind of been. I think I just had a feedback glitch. Yeah, it's lost like half the feedback. Curbs glitched it out. Well, it might help me get the lap. Because, like, yeah, I can come through like him if I'm able to hit the grass. If the front left can grab the grass without the car bouncing up, I can come through exactly like he does. Because the car feels like it doesn't turn. Yeah, I've really lost a lot of feedback here. I don't know what this is. This is weird. It's not the full feedback glitch out, but it just randomly lost like half the feedback. It's actually easier to drive, but those bits of planting it, you don't feel the road under you. But that's weird. I haven't really ever had it happen in time trial. It's been happening a lot lately. But I've never had it happen in TT. In race or in lobby. See how violent the car got there, and it barely did a thing to the wheel. Same thing. Shouldn't have been able to catch that. I think I'm gonna have to reset it. Like, if I keep it like this, I'll get a better lap, but it's not the way the car's meant to feel. It's see, like even that, it's so much easier to just lift and coast in without that level of feedback. And then this stuff, I'm terrified to plan it because there's no responsiveness. I can't feel the traction under the wheel. Feels so fucking alien. God, I hate this game with these stupid fucking issues. 3 years later, and we still just have constant stupid little issues. And since the last update, I mean, This wheel's had some fucking issues since the last like update when they broke the fucking wheels. Then they gave us our feedback back, but since that update, I reckon my wheel has lost its feedback at times in every possible way. GTWS, daily, lobby, now TT. And all it was, I felt the moment happen. It was like a clip, but it was in the final 3 turns. But when you go curb, coming around right, left, and then into the hairpin. When I went clip over the first 2 curbs, I felt it. I almost heard it. Like it was just like an instant, like, it just loses the fucking... And it starts like being smoother, rolls over quicker, and it just doesn't feel right. Like, I don't know if it's a wheel issue or a glitch that causes it, or it's the wheel on its way out, but it's not good when you have to fully restart the game or reset the console to fucking fix it. Like I remember in GTS even, the old days, if you had any issue with the wheel, you just pulled the cord and put it straight back in, and usually you were good. Seemed the more upgraded your wheel, the less of a chance or likelihood of that happening. But the Logitechs, each and every time, man. Whatever glitch, anything, you just pull the wheel, like add the USB, out, in, done. And you straight away, it'd do its reset, you'd feel it fire up. Get stuck in the menu on mine. Didn't recognize my wheel this morning either. Yeah, so something's up. Like, bro, I felt like Spa wasn't so bad, but Catalunya, I was struggling with so many things within the car. I feel like it's a combo of the new BOP, the new physics, the feedback, right? But like in my brain, it's like the difference of how much you can plan it. Like if you can't feel it, and then it just comes and goes. But yeah, they're not loading stuff, and then here we go. Like I've done a full reset, and now it's going to do this. It's worked fine, loaded up, booted up, heaps, no problem for the last few days. Now we got Spinny Bastard, which like just classic, man. And all I did was reset the whole console. You know, like when I complain about it, I'm just moaning or whinging or whatever. Like it's like, and you know, here we are with countless people in the chat who say that they have similar issues with different things, and but you'll always have that one prick who's like, look, it's free, oh, fuck off. It's ridiculous in this day and age. I mean, even now, I'll say this more forever, and I said this with previous games that have come good. No Man's Sky and Fallout 76, right? Like when I played them much later after launch and had incredible experiences, and what those games became 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years later. Even comparing them to GTA, like GTA has not changed in its whole entire time, and then these games have. They've improved and adapted, and they encompass so much more than just fucking loading some cars on a track. Like, they encompass so much more, and they just keep adding and adding and adding and adding and adding, and they're still not even like half the size of the install of this. So we're just talking, you know, beauty. Like, this game's got its ridiculous size and its ridiculous problems just because of how good it looks. Like, is what it kind of equates to. But yeah, anyways, the more one that I'm getting to now, No Man's Sky, Fallout were the ones that made me think it years ago. Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk's coming up to 4 years now or something like that. And, you know, I've recently finished it and put 300 hours nearly into my first playthrough. And how quick that game loads is like scary. What it loads. Yeah, even something like that, Smush. But just in this day and age, like, and you can say, you know, games release broken and free update's a free update, but I don't give a fuck when you can have developers that can have the most catastrophic launch in history and within 2 years be on like, you know, top 10 list of most played games or best rated games, or, you know, and then within 3-4 years to be like hands down Game of the Year edition 10 out of 10 games. This is in its 4th year now, you know, we're past 3, and just these type of issues, like the load, the crashes, the errors. It's a fucking racing game, man. It's a fucking racing game. You know, like, it's not a racing game made by Codemasters or EA or anything like that either. So, it's not acceptable. I'm sorry, I play all video games and look at the whole industry as a whole and understand that they release a lot of games subpar and broken and shit, and then don't do anything about fixing them. But good game developers, they do a lot about fixing them. And especially, like, fixes. Not like, oh, look how much we improved the game, look how much we added. Look, fixes. Fix the basic shit that hasn't been working from day one. You know, with the exception of maybe Skyrim here and there. But they're affectionate with those bugs. You know? Fix it. But nah. Lobby. Like even Meta, he brought it up the other day. I'd forgotten all about it. I had forgotten all about it. And it's such a unique, exclusive to Gran Turismo glitch that only came about with Gran Turismo 7. The different time of day thing in lobbies. I'd forgotten all about it. Forgotten it was a thing. And when he brought it up, I remembered I had like a full flashback to like Trans Am sessions at like Le Mans, and I'm complaining about driving around in the pitch black while it's pissing down rain and I can't see anything, and all the guys are like, what do you mean it's black? Fucking the sun's... And I was like, how can I literally be driving around in rain and they're driving around? Like, I was like, what? And then like, that's why I've done the whole double lobby reset thing, like the time of day, but I'd forgotten all about it, that it was a thing. And he brought it up and I was like, oh yeah, remember that? Like, cunts were driving around at night and like, no, it was... But anyways, I hate Spinny Bastard. Fucking look at this, the more the morning goes on, the more the FRs, the Supras jump to the top. There's a Lexus at the top, but already the Supras have appeared. It was like a Lexus, the Genesis, Lexus, BMW. That was the top 4 half hour ago. The Supras have appeared. The Renault was up there. The Huracan was 10th. The Supras are here. The Japanese are coming. That might work. Rather than any lift, use a little bit of rear brake and keep the foot on the accelerator. Like almost the way you have to do this turn. If it was the other direction, I reckon I would have already had a top 25 time. But, in saying that, I probably would have died at the kink. The amount of times I've died at turn 1 here. Would have been all the kink. I'd probably be at the exact same time, trying to get like half a second more, and it'd be all just keep like dying at the kink. Oh, Oh wow, I bet that's exciting. Wow, Spaghetti. I'm so happy for you. I'm sure the bowlers were thrilled. If I was to do a Sunday morning sports show, Spaghetti, would you come on it as a panelist and give us your fucking goated opinions so we can fucking laugh at you and roast you? We'll treat you like Billy Brownless. You won't know who Billy Brownless is, but believe me, for those who already know you in the chat and know Billy, they'll be like, yep, perfect, do it. Absolutely thrilled they were, yeah. Yeah, good stuff, Billy. Have a frothy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, WrestleMania, man. This time next week. We'll be watching Night 1 WrestleMania. Let's fucking go. Next week's Sunday shit show. Probably be like a lunchtime thing, bro, for you. Or like, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. to lunchtime. The Sunday shit show really goes all day. This is an early one, but I usually get on about lunchtime. It was just an idea I had, like something, getting blokes together, talk about the gaming, talk about the racing, football, wrestling, UFC. I mean, the Volk fights today, doesn't he? I know there's a lot of fellas who love it. Talk about all of it, mate. Let's make sport great again by having a bunch of slappers who know nothing about it talking about it. No, not next weekend. WrestleMania is next weekend, mate. It's just an idea. I don't do things. I just get ideas and then we never do them. It's just an idea, mate. Because I'm not, famous and I don't have editors and a schedule and... What's going on, Sparrow? Bro, I still feel like I've got no feedback now. I don't know what's happened. Or I'm just warmed up now. But I feel like there's no feedback. Like, it's there. I can hear it. I can feel it a little. But compared to what it was at the start, I feel like it's not there at all. And I've already completely powered down the system. And reset the game. Yeah, I already had a feedback glitch, curbs in the last sector. So yeah, this is what I'm thinking, Swoosh. A little bit of brakes, I'm still on the throttle. That's how it's done. Keeps the car planted, and it keeps it on that trajectory with no lift. Because if I lift, I'm going into the wall, and if I touch the grass, it's hit or miss whether I'm going into the wall. But this car, I had the same problem in Spa. If you lift, it won't turn. You really need to keep your foot on the throttle and have faith in the car's traction for it to keep turning. If that day never comes, Spaghetti, I hope you know how much I love you. I hope I know how much I love you. My time on earth was done. Oh, you every day. She's my only one. You like that? It's horrible. She must face this world without me. Oh, every day. With the dab of the brake, once you refine it, yeah. So, well, I'm not even like dabbing it. I'm trailing. I'm full trail here, and then I'm on it. But it's 100%, there's no lift anymore. Even when I lift the throttle, it's not a full lift, it's like 60%. And it's shocking there. You can see the Lambo struggling to turn there too. This is its strongest point in the whole track. Look at that. That traction. Uphill. All the FRs get squirty there. Yeah, well, like I said, if I'm ever going to get on Lee's show, I think that's the only time I ever would. When he's doing a full-blown shit show and they're talking about anything other than football. And he's got heaps of panelists and they're all just talking and laughing shit. That would be my best bet, I reckon. Get me on with Rashid. Me and Rashid will catch up. Rashid watches enough now. He could get a vibe of what they could fucking get out of me. Big ups, Rashid. Mob boss. Yeah, no shit. Oh, you fucking slut. Nah, a good healthy debate, one that I would know about and they'd be able to work with. Best Australian footballer of all time. Because like people think there's like an obvious answer, but at the same time there's not. And there's a lot of players that would absolutely be in the debate, like legitimately. I think to a lot of the people that don't really know, they just pick one player. But then the people that really know, they'd be like, well, what about this one, this one, this one, and this one? But it'd be a good argument. There's 2 or 3 players that you could argue their merit for individual reasons, and they were all ballers, certified ballers. Cahill, Swartzer, and then take your pick of our best strikers on their best day. Probably Viduka on his day, to be honest. Kuehl was just too hurt, too much. Even on his day. He was too hurt, too much. Viduka did it on a, international level and at the European club level consistently. Wasn't the goal scorer that Kuehl was in terms of freak, but he was consistent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Viduka was a gun. He was a gun. Like, Kuehl had magic, but his body was frail. Viduka was a tank. Then you got Swartzer, who has to be in there, goalie or not. He has to be in there. Longevity, clubs he played for, things he's done. That's what I mean. Like, he is the best goalie. We've had some good goalies too, man. Like, everybody who's ever been an apprentice to him has got a good gig somewhere else. Like, look at Matty Ryan too, man. And Matty Ryan played apprentice to him for like 10 plus years, man. And Matty Ryan's a good goalkeeper. Like, he stands up in international games. And then Cahill. That would be my big argument, my big three, and that's being disrespectful to our fucking midfield generals and our defenders. Our Brescianos, our Moyes, Neils, Emertons. But if I was to put it down to three, I'd probably go for Duker, Schwarzer, Cahill. And then go from there, because they've all got legitimate reasons. Accolades, caps, goals, or like, you know, important things that they've done. I thought Neil was a gun, bro. I loved Lucas Neil. Loved the way he went about his football, and he would have felt the heartbreak of the 06 one worse than anyone else, because it was a play he made that awarded them a bullshit fucking penalty. And the replays clearly showed that he never even made contact with the guy, which, being a defender and being in that position, it'd make you really disillusioned with the game. You go your whole life training to get onto that level, and you get there and you're a defender and you play your cunt out. You play a fucking 10 out of 10 game. You make a tackle when it's needed. You're not even near the player dives. The penalty's awarded and your team goes down. I would be so disillusioned. I would be like, what's the fucking point? What's the point? You do it fair, you do it right. They cheat, they get away with it. Cool. I would be so disillusioned. It's a lot easier when you're a forward and you've just got to do a bit of magic and put the ball in the net. But being a defender and having to make the plays in those moments, which he did, and he was fair and legitimate, and then the referee was like, nah, mate, penalty. And then replays were like, no contact. Penalty was scored, they win. If I was Lucas Neil, bro, I would have headbutted Francesco Totti till his fucking head was mush, and then I would have went after the referee. Said, you cunts need to go to fucking Specsavers. You cheating fucking dogs. How is a defender meant to play this game legitimately when that's what they're up against? Fucking Italian Academy Award winner. He got robbed, mate. Cahill scored consistent goals for Australia, mate. He may not have been consistent at a club level, but he was more than consistent at Australian international level. I actually think he ended up with the most goals scored for an Australian in internationals. Like, especially in the latter part of his career, when he was killing it in the Premier League, he was literally our only reliable goal scorer. The amount of times he came up clutch or was scoring braces. He scored a lot of international goals, right? I think like 90, 100 international goals, something like that. Like, that's a lot. Like, I remember towards the latter, because even in the earlier parts of his career in the Australian squad, he was never a target forward. He was more of a fucking scrappy player that they brought on as a sub. Scrappy, fiery rocket. And then when all the other dudes started to retire is when he became the focal point. And he delivered. Absolutely delivered. Like, arguably, he had to take control of the shittest squad we had for a while. Yeah, well, club level's different, isn't it, bro? That's the Premier League. playing for Australia, you don't have Premier League teammates, do you? You got a few of them, if you're lucky. You know what I mean? Premier League's Premier League, bro. No matter what level. Premier League's Premier League. You've got elite. You've got the money behind one club in the Premier League is more than the whole Australian Football Federation, bro. There's no money. No cash here, Robbo. There's never been any pay in it for them, dude. It's why so many of them, it's why so many of them are in academies when they're fucking 13, 14. They literally have to, fucking commit their youth away, their teenage years, to go to another country and get into an academy and hope to get noticed and legitimately put their head down and not fuck up. All of them. The amount of kids, you hear these stories, they're all just fucking overseas at 14, 13, 14. And as I said, I've spoken before, the ones that come through the A-League system, if it's the rare chance that they get to make it to the A-League system at 17 to 19 years old and they haven't been noticed anywhere else, they don't last long in the A-League system, mate. They're a year. If they're a debutant and they light up the A-League in their debut year, they're always gone the next year. Always. It's just the way it goes, bro. They'll go fucking some shitty European league and get paid 3-4 times as much. Based on, the form that they played against teams that are going to kind of play the same. There's just no money. There's never been any money. Even Harry Kuehl. You hear Harry Kuehl's whole story, bro, about him going over there, how young he was, and he wasn't getting paid much. It's why would he end up? Liverpool, wasn't it? Liverpool. Yeah, he that final contract he got, it was a lot of money. Yeah, it is. And imagine the pressure on them. Because, and I'm saying too, they don't get to be kids. And if they're going to be a kid, they'll fuck up. You know what I mean? They won't have their eye on the ball, or if they go out the other way, they're gonna fuck up. They get kicked out or whatever for being a grog. Leeds and Liverpool, yeah, that's it. No, I mean in terms of I knew he was Leeds, bro, but in terms of the big signing, I remember it was a big deal. It was big money. It was big money. No Australian in the world had ever been signed anywhere for that amount of money. It was huge money back then. I think it was an £80 million 3-4 year deal, something like that, which was a lot of money, man. And he ended up at Galatasaray too, didn't he? Yeah, no shit. Fair call, bro. Fair call. Sparrow works with donkeys, Spaghetti, so he probably knows a thing or two about some ballers. That is a fair point. Donkeys are brutal with their kicks. They can do a back heel pass. Because, yeah, didn't Kuehl legitimately get the Champions League? Albeit on the bench, played 10 minutes or whatever as a sub, or he got hurt. But I think Kuehl legitimately got a Champions League. And injuries did kill him. He had the worst, his Achilles, his ankle injuries, man. And then, all of that, bro, you go back to that goal he scored against Japan. He stood up and helped us in a couple of the qualifiers. But you honestly, man, I remember this. I'll always remember it. You go back to that goal he scored against Japan in the World Cup. I think it was to level it. We were down, or it was to put us ahead. It was one or the other. He'd come on as a sub. He'd been off the back of that fucking... He'd played 6 months in 4 years. And he scored one of the greatest international goals I've ever seen from an Australian player. And the celebration and the way the players got around him. But the celebration, you could see what it meant to him. Like, the emotion of, like, because, like, he was done at the club level. It had destroyed him. It had broken him, and it had nearly cost him everything in terms of international too. And he was one of those dudes, bro. Like, as English as he sounded, he was always an Aussie. He was one of the first to put his hand up. Like, he was killing himself doing it. He wanted to do well for the Australians on an international scale. And then even during the qualifiers, he had to play second fiddle. You know, he was hurt most of the time. He didn't get the magic moment. Aloisi did. And then in the World Cup, the goal that he gets, like when we really, really fucking needed it against an arch rival, yeah, it was a magical, magical, magical moment. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it, bro. Like, oh, the goal against Croatia too. Or that might be the one I'm thinking of. The Japan one was something else. Yeah, I think it is. No, that's Iraq. Semi-finals of the Asian Cup. That's not it. Harry Cole. World Cup goal. Asia Cup. Yeah, it was Croatia. 2-2. And we were 2-1, I'm pretty sure. Bresciano. Yeah, it was the volley. His own gather and volley. That was one of them. That's huge. The drop, bro. You always see me raging at my players in the game. Like, why they always got to do dumb shit or first touch shit. Drop the ball and fucking put it in. So that one. Yeah, was that one. That was the World Cup goal. And it was in like the 80-something minute. So the other one was the qualifier that I'm thinking of. The Japan goal was a qualifier. But that one was at the World Cup. And like, even that, what players give to play in a World Cup, let alone scoring one. And then just, yeah, where his career had been to that point. He was done. And he pulled a clutch goal when we absolutely fucking needed it. And it was, like, even at the range he was at, like, it should have been blocked. But yeah, just the way he did the setup too, Bresciano to kill. Love Bresciano. But yeah, drops it with one foot, instant volley with the other foot. And I think it was the bad foot that he volleyed on. It was a good goal. It was a good goal. And like on the angle that he was on, and he puts it past the keeper on the tighter angle, past the defender and the keeper on the tighter angle. Like, it was an incredible goal. And they needed it. They needed that point. That's how they got through. That's how they got through to the fucking the next round. What was it? Round 2 or round of in World Cup after the group qualifiers. Like, that game got them through to play Italy. And I think it was the lead up to that one with the Japan game. Aloisi's was against Uruguay. I'll always remember that. Because Uruguay had fucking killed us for so long. So many times. Back in the day, they were a bit more. Some of the forwards now, like, bro, look at Haaland. Haaland would be a Clydesdale, and like he's a dopey cunt. But like he's a fucking mutant. He's like a 7 foot tall, fucking 300-pound, fucking Brock Lesnar forward, bro. Like it's just not human. He looks like a mutant in FIFA. He looks 3 times the thickness and size of anybody that stands around him. And he's a forward that does like scissor kicks and shit. He's a mutant. Like fucking that Chinese basketball player, mate. Like he was like bred in a lab to genetically fucking be a monster on the field. Like that he's a Clydesdale on the field, but he's got skills. But he's a dopey looking cunt. He's got such a head on him. And he's huge. Monster freak player. But yeah, there was some good goals in there, bro. There's another one. I'll find this because it is the team goals. Best soccer. Best goals. There you go. Cahill's. There. 80th minute, down 1-0 against Japan. Cheeky little Tim. And then the shadow boxing. That was a great goal. That's past like 3 defenders. And then another one. Scored twice in 7 minutes, bruh. That second one. Nah, I'm not getting it. That second one, bro. Like 5 minutes after getting the goal that he did, that second one. Aloisi. Love Aloisi. Oh, penalty. That don't count. Moore was a good player though. Tough. Yeah, 7. So it was nearly right on the 80th minute, and Harry had literally come on at the start of that play. Like it was his first touch. Coming on in the 77th minute. I remember the celebration, man. That jump. I thought he was going to blow out his knee doing that. Brett Holman. I loved Holman. Yeah, bang. Smash past him. Too easy. Bresciano. Good fucking free kick as it was. It wasn't bang on. Cahill again. What a freak. How do you stop that? Holman again. Oh, what a shot! How far out is that one? Holy shit. That's mental. Placement, mate. Cahill. So Cahill scored at 3 World Cups in a row, bro. I mean, come on. Cahill scored at 3 in a row. It's crazy that he's lasted that long, Sparrow. bro. Every one of his headers, too. Cahill scored at 3 World Cups in a row, bro. Multiple times. Yeah, Aloisi had been well into, what, mid-40s? Grey as shit. Off the bar. God, he was good. How could you not say he was the greatest ever? Jendenak became a great player. Good captain. In an era when we weren't that great. Like, come on, bro. You don't have highlight clip like this for fucking Qatar or Saudi Arabia or anything like that, do you? This is a long video. Fucking nearly 4 minutes long. There's a lot of goals, mate. A lot of goals. Fucking Jendenak's got 3, mate. That beard. What a boss. Sick cunts. See, they're better than people give them credit for, Spaghetti. The fact that they even qualify for any World Cup in a row. But yeah, those Cahill goals, bro. That's just reminded me of his greatness. Like, what a freak. Yeah, 100%. Looks like, yeah, he's a big boy. He actually, yeah, like a Dijak. Tall, solid, and the beard. Like, his beard was intimidating. 100%. I remember when he first started, bro, like, it's not like I didn't rate him. I just had no idea who he was. But very instantly, like, he was a gun midfielder for us, like a general. And when Cahill was out, like, he was the instant replacement. Western United. Okay, yeah. He'd be so grey. I imagine he'd have, like, fucking Santa hair to him, bro. Like, he was grey back then. In 2006, he was grey. So, but yeah, he got us through. He'll always be remembered. Like, he got us through. They did as a squad to even get to that point, but that first time that we finally broke the curse, that we'd had like 3 qualifiers in a row, he got us through. And then everything was done by fucking Timmy and Harry, basically. And then Jendenak carried the torch. Holman. And like it shows, we haven't scored in a little while now. World Cup level. Alright, I'll take a leak and I'll get back into this. Sorry for all the distractions, lad. See, we could do a good Sunday talk show, mate. We could do it. We could do it, guys.
don't want kids, mate.
I mean, some people do, but you don't, spaghetti. You just don't. I don't smoke cigarettes, spaghetti. I have cigarettes in my possession, but I don't really smoke cigarettes anymore, mate. I haven't for years. You know what's crazy? This is my Manu car, like the one I loaned from him. I've done 1,600 Ks in it. In 4 rounds. Yeah, it's banned here too, mate, but that doesn't stop us. But yeah, it would be worse over there. I get it. But also over here, it's basically getting legalised now. Like, I could legally get it, literally. Even just because of my anxiety, mental condition, I could get it. But it'd be more expensive. And we only get what we get regularly, because the mother-in-law, mostly. She's been a lifelong stoner, always gets it. We sort her out. But I couldn't pay for it elsewise, bro. It's good, Professor X. We're just practicing, having a look at next week's race. More just talking shit, Sunday shit show stuff. And if I don't do a lobby or something, I'll probably just chill with some Cyberpunk this afternoon. Is Mary Jane good? Oh, I'm a fan. Do you mean the product or Mary Jane Watson? Because Mary Jane Watson's she's pretty cracking, mate. Don't mind a bit of the MJ when it comes to that too, you know. Yeah, no, I know, bro. I can imagine. I'm not. Bro, at the moment over here, like, it's dumb. We literally have a tobacco war right now because of what they're doing with cigarettes. So it says it all over here right now. Like, they're so busy trying to fucking tuck cigarettes through the arsehole and doing that they're literally, like, they got a drug war on their hands, and it's tobacco. Like, legitimately, it's war in Australia right now. Like, there is gang, like, underbelly. That is happening again over tobacco because of what they're doing. You want to finally hear my rant about, yeah, all right. So IPL ruined cricket with 2020. 2020 effectively ruined cricket. Straight up, as entertaining it was, it should have stayed as something that was an exhibition, something that they only did once every 5 years, something like that, an exhibition, because they started 2020 and then they started the IPL, and the IPL alone, like, yes, it was good for cricket, it was good for the top players in the world, and good for the average fucking mentally handicapped Indian kid that has to be picked because of a quota that they have to meet. But, you know, those kids get paid fucking more than 99,000 of their fucking countrymen will ever get paid, just because they're the fucking 12th man in a shitty cricket side. But essentially, it killed international cricket, it killed test cricket. Players would rather now play 2020 in a fucking league in a country for 2 months, and I get it. Money-wise, I totally get it. But there is no pride for your country anymore. There is... Test cricket should always be the #1 ultimate form of the game. to the purist, it still is. If you're the #1 ranked team in Test cricket, you are the best side in the world. No one gives a shit, truly. Like, only Indians really, truly give a shit about the 2020. Like, even when it comes to the World Cup, it is a money-making fucking 2020 killed cricket. And I will not hear any other. The fact that players care more now, like, they weren't getting paid much money. Not everywhere in the world anyways. Like, unless, even in Australia, unless you were like top 5, top 6 players, they weren't getting paid much money. That's the only good thing about it, but they killed the fucking soul of the game. They killed the usefulness of bowling. They killed the ability of batters to fucking bat out an innings. They killed the game. And I won't hear it any other way. Like, I'm not even going to look at comments. It's just, I grew up with cricket. I did love cricket. Test cricket was something special. 2020 was amusing for like the first year or two. 15, 20 years later, it's killed cricket. Look at Test cricket. Nobody goes. Look at the boxing. Nobody goes. You have a game that lasts for 5 fucking days and is held in grounds with 50 to 100,000 attendance, and nobody goes because they'd rather watch 40 overs of exhibition batting with trumpets and, like, they ruined the game, bro. They ruined it, and I won't hear it any other way. Like, the essence of cricket is dead. It is all about money now, and it's like NBA. Like, they say that there's no loyalty in NBA now, and it's true. There's no loyalty in NBA anymore. It's just about a championship, or like even with LeBron and going back to the Cavs. Like, it wasn't about Cleveland. It was just about his own ego and fucking winning a title where he grew up, and then he fucked off straight away because it's just about more money and more titles. Like, T20 killed cricket, bro. It killed cricket. Like, it killed it. Yeah, Test cricket could get boring, but at the same time, the greatest, most memorable moments of cricket history, Test cricket. Steve Waugh's fucking ton when he was against the critics at the SCG. Fucking Shane Warne doing anything. Shane Warne's debut. The South Africans, the West Indians, the Indians, the Pakistan, all of them. All of them, when they've done anything that mattered, it was Test cricket. 2020 is a joke. It's like getting a basketball game, which is already a bit of a joke with the way it's played. It's like getting a basketball game, putting them out there for 2 4-minute halves, and they're just dunking on each other, and they're calling it a game, and then paying them $60 million for it. There's no defensive structure to it. There's strategies and shit. But my God, if you get a fucking T20 game that has strategy in it, one side gets fucking bowled out for 80 runs, and then it's over in 4 overs. Like, watch that in Test cricket, and you're watching a fucking calamity of, like, but it's money, bro. So, genuinely, T20 and the IPL made me hate cricket. The BBL, bro. People that over here, Australians that support the BBL, and they never supported Sheffield Shield. It kills me. I know so many of them. Australians that support the BBL, but I never once heard them say anything about a fucking Sheffield Shield side. And I remember growing up, watching Sheffield Shield matches. Sheffield Shield is so important. I remember Australia A and Australia B. I know cricket. I grew up with it. I'm an Australian. I loved it. I fucking hate IPL. Hate 2020. And I don't give a shit about cricket anymore. The Australians have resorted to cheating. I don't give a shit about cricket anymore. It's dead. It's fucking dead. There's still heroes of the game. There's still outright prototypes and athletes and legends and shit. And even someone like Kohli. I noticed Kohli was mentioned. Kohli was a gun. He was a great Test cricketer. Now he's a fucking cactus. Self-egotistical fucking cactus that gets paid so much fucking money to be a fucking cactus. And he's a joke. He'll never be Tendulkar. Ever. Tendulkar, Lara, all those 400 run fucking innings that lasted fucking 2-3 days. bowlers fucking having to do 25, 30 overs in a day in the fucking 40-degree sun. Like, honestly. And then, all that aside, cricket itself has gone soft. Cricket itself has gone soft. Like, the world sports is going soft. World is going soft. But cricket, of all fucking sports, it's like darts, for fuck's sake. David Boone, for fuck's sake. Like, cricket was a sport played by dudes that weren't athletes. They did amazing things, but they weren't athletes. My fucking God, like, the tradition between sides was after the game, they got pissed together. Like, and that's gone. You do that now, you're in trouble. So, that killed it too. The fucking corporations and the sponsors, and that killed it too. The stories of the teams hanging out together, having beers together, going out clubbing together, nah. Now we just got the media painting each other's fucking, like especially Australia and India, just painting each other's fucking countries as racist. Seems to be their favourite fucking thing to do over cricket. And truthfully, the only ones in the world that still care, that still really care, are fucking Indians. Even the English don't care anymore. They only care come the Lord's test. The English don't fucking care anymore. Because their side's been shit for a long time. But they don't care anymore. Only the Indians care. And even, I didn't even fully go into it. The Indian Premier League is corrupt as fuck. The Indian Cricket Board, the ICB, is corrupt as fuck. The World Cricket Board, or whatever they are, is corrupt as fuck. But the Indian Cricket Board rules world cricket. Cricket is an English game, a world game. It's meant to be. It's not. It's played by like 12. It's played by colony fucking nations. It's played by slave nations and the slave masters is what cricket is. And the Indians control it on every single fucking facet of the game. And it's corrupt. Like, every single club. How many clubs have already gone down? How many people involved in the inception of the league have already gone down? How many fucking docos on Netflix is there about every single one of these motherfuckers that is just corrupt, corrupt, corrupt? And they're all still there, and they're all still making money, and like the ICB has way too much fucking power. The ICB has more power than the actual International Cricket Association or whatever. Like, it's like a lot of the shit that happens in fucking FIFA too. But with cricket, it's gone beyond any spectrum or gone beyond any fucking balancing tipping point. The corrupt Indian Cricket Board rules world cricket. And they've played their little monopoly now to the point that where their little 2-month, 3-month fucking subterranean league is the biggest thing in world cricket. And they made it like that. And they wanted it to be like that. And now no one gives a shit about international cricket except in their fucking country. Like, yeah, but that's fine, bro. It's a way of life for them. That's fine. Billions of dollars, no matter what. It's going to generate billions of dollars there. That's fine. But they've killed the game. All right. It will survive forever and always because there's a billion fucking Indians. It will survive. Cricket. But it'll be what it is. The players go overseas for a couple months at a time, and it's a fantasy league. It's a fantasy league, bro. And the best, like, even come the World Cup, there's players that would rather go do an IPL than play international cricket or play test cricket. Says it all. Says it all. But the pool they have, that the ICB have, and then the dudes involved behind it and how dodgy they are, and this is facts. It's like FIFA facts. Look into all that shit. How could anyone support it? The game, yeah. The monopoly, no. It's a joke, man. I disagree. England only care when they're winning. England only care when they're winning, bro. when their side's like really, really good and they still choke around the world. But England only care when they're winning, bro. Or when the Ashes are at home. That's the only time they care. Even over here, the only time we care now is the Ashes at home. It's the only thing left for Australian and English cricket is the Ashes. That's all that's left. It'll be the only thing left forever. The old enemy. Even the rivalry with India now, it's just become too... It's not about cricket anymore. It's about fucking getting into each other. Yeah, first class cricket is... Yeah, I agree there. That's what I'm saying. The purest. So the real ones. But is that what you're seeing on the world scale? Professor X? It's not, is it? All you're seeing is IPL and BBL. You're not seeing... And I know what you're talking about. Fucking... Like county cricket, man. I remember it all. Like the amount of our players that went over to English summer and were legends. I know full well what you're talking about. Because like there was a day where Sheffield Shield over here was revered in the same aspect. Never really got the crowds that county cricket did, but it was revered in the same aspect. Like it created test sites, you know, like on a massive scale. But I know how good county cricket was, man. I remember watching it, like, but it's not on a worldwide scale. It never will be. IPL is. IPL is the only thing on a worldwide scale. So it's like that's what I'm trying to say too. To both Spaghetti and you. I'm an Australian, born and raised. It's a colony sport. Like it's like the Americans, bro. Like even the World Cup, right? This is some. You want some fucking real truths right now, guys? Come on. A World Cup is a World Cup, but a World Cup that features like 12 nations, and only like 4 of them can play at a test level. That's not a World Cup, man. And then winning that and saying you're the world champions is akin to like winning, and this is even more brutal. Here we go. This is a great comparison. Winning something like that and saying you're the world champions is akin to winning Commonwealth Games gold medal and saying you're the world champion. And the Commonwealth Games is like 100 plus nations. Cricket is like 12 of those 12. There's more now. I know there's more. There's like 16 to 18 registered test sides now. About 6 of them are a joke. And then only 4 of them are capable of maintaining squads. And then 2 or 3 of them were in their prime 30 years ago. And they've just fallen apart because of 2020. Especially West Indian cricket. West Indian cricket is fucked because of 2020. It destroyed it. Because those West Indian cricketers, they seen what Chris Gale was doing. They're like, yeah, man, give me the money, man. They don't give a shit about fucking West Indian cricket. And look what's happened to the West Indian cricket team. Even that alone, guys, think about it. Cricket. You tell me a fucking sport anywhere elsewhere in the world that you know of anybody that is West Indian that has won anything. Where the fuck is West India? In the Bahamas somewhere? You know what I mean? Cricket. India, granted, population, colony. England, granted, population, the settlers. Australia, granted, population, the colony. Sri Lanka, yeah. Same thing though, dude. Same thing. The pride went out with fucking Muralidharan and Tilakaratne and all that shit. I have not heard of a Sri Lankan player in 15 years. I still know Indian players. I still know Australian players. I still know English players. Haven't heard of a Sri Lankan player in 15 fucking years, bro. So, but honestly, that's where I'm getting at mostly. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it's a colony sport. It's a colony sport. The only ones that ever truly, really fucking cared, ever, on a major scale, the Indians, the English, the Aussies, the South Africans, the Pakistanis here and there, a minority of them. If you look at Pakistan and you look at what that country is and how it is, the majority of those people would hate cricket and what it stands for and everything. It's a Western thing. India, different story. India loves Westerners. Like, they love it. Pakistan, different story. Sri Lanka, even now, look at the controversies that have happened involving the Sri Lankan cricket team, because it's cricket and they're getting paid what they are, and look at the things that happening in Sri Lanka. So think of the fucking world, think of the scale of the world, and think of how insignificant your sport is. Like, and always has been. It's not football. It's not even... It's more than rugby. I'll say that. Rugby again. Rugby's got less sides. Here and there. Sides that come and go. But again, European or colony nations only care there. Straight up. Like, it's like Americans and their pig-headed fucking view with football, bro. And NBA. Yeah, they got the best basketball league in the world. Yeah, there's only like 2 other good basketball leagues in the world, period. Like, that are half the rating of the NBA. So, like, in terms of, you tell me anywhere else in the world where there's a fucking league that has that level. And then, so of course you're going to be the best of it. And it's your sport. You've made it. Just like the English and the cricket. I don't know who made football, but it is what it is. It's Europe and the world's game. But the sports that, it's like, I'm not disregarding them outright because of their less of a value, in my opinion. But like that whole, like cricket, man, Cricket World Cup, it's always been a joke. Like some of the sides that go there, Canada, Scotland, fucking Afghanistan, Amsterdam, what the fuck, like fucking Dublin, you know? And then basketball, like saying the world, like, yeah, football already is going the road, bro. The cost in football is killing it too. The cost they get paid, I've said that for probably a decade now. The cost is, you could sort out a good proportion of the world's problems, or at least like a good demographics proportion of homelessness problem, everything. If you just took like 1% from the major powerhouse European clubs, like even like say the top 4 clubs in the top 6 leagues, you took 1% of their value. So what's that? That's 30 clubs. 30 clubs. You take 1% of their value, you would have billions of dollars. Billions of dollars that you could do real things around the world with. But nah, let's fucking keep playing football as fucking all of that shit. I don't give a fuck who you are. I've called out all of that. People will complain about it here when AFL footballers started getting near $1 million a year. And AFL generates over $1 billion a year in revenue in Australia. It's getting to that point, same thing England's going through with the cost of going to football. But the players have never, in terms of how much money the game has made over here, especially media, shit like that, the players were never kind of getting their end of it. The clubs were, but only if you're successful. It was like F1. Whereas now the players are getting close to it, but even still, in the scheme of things, like, you know, there's no big Concord agreement. They're not getting a 15% total revenue, man. Like, you've got like, yeah, it's almost like, it's not a marquee situation, but you've got 1 or 2 players nearly, not even, some teams don't even have $1 million players outright. You know, then you'll have like 10 players who probably have $1 million players, 10 teams who have like $1 million players, and then you'll have 2 or 3 teams who have multiple $1 million players, and that's rare. You know, like, and there's a cap in AFL. It's getting there, but it's still not nothing compared to how much money it generates, and it's just in Australia, uniquely Australian. But you don't see us winning a grand final going, we're the world champions, either. You know, and you don't see us trying to push AFL on a world scale either. It's our sport. We know it's our sport. It's huge over here, but I know nobody gives a fuck about it around the world. Like, they wouldn't know what it is. I think with cricket, end of the day, that's what I'm getting to. Everyone knows what rugby is. but everyone cares more about NFL, which is sad too, because like the gear they wear in NFL, the fucking way they play the game, the constant stopping, the fucking all of it. Rugby's just fucking big slapping man meat with a ball, you know? Ball go forward, ball go back, men go forward, men go back, whereas American football is just a way to get all fancy and stupid and fucking throw the ball and, you know, act like tough men in between, while wearing fucking 15 kilos of padding. And I don't like rugby, but, you know, NFL is like this big thing. It's not. Athletes and all, but Super Bowl even. Like the Super Bowl. They go on about the NFL and how it's huge because of how many people watch the Super Bowl. Half the people who watch the Super Bowl on a world scale, so, and the world numbers for Super Bowl, like 300 million, 400 million, half a billion. I mean, that's still only 1/4 of a World Cup's figures. A World Cup is like 2 billion, 3 billion people watch it. So the Super Bowl, just the Super Bowl, 500 million viewers. You know, the final, it's huge. That's good. Well done. Bravo. A World Cup final is like half the world. But anyways, the Super Bowl. The reason 250 million people of those 500 million people watch the Super Bowl is to watch a 15-minute performance at halftime and to watch 3 minutes of ads at halftime. There's your truth bomb, America. And the fact that the Super Bowl generates all the money it does is because of that. And that's the truth. They know that. All eyes are on the halftime. I mean, all everybody cared about this year was fucking, what's his name going up there? And then the ads and shit, bro. Like, it's all about the ads. Like, no one cares about the game. No one. It's about the fucking 15 minutes of entertainment in the middle of the game, which says so much about your sport. America? Hello? Might as well call it sports entertainment, like wrestling. Kendrick Lamar, yeah, I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. He's a sicker. No, I know what you mean. X, I will say that. The gear is smart, especially with what we know about CTE. And I do think the rugby players are meatheads. But I'm saying that they glorify themselves as the toughest dudes in the world. And they are not. Watch AFL. Like, even compared to rugby, bro. Watch AFL. Watch the way they run into each other in a contest over a ball. And that's what they do 60 times a game. Like, XFL. Yeah, Vince. And The Rock tried to not want to go. But yeah, that's, honestly, that's my view on a lot of world sports. Because it's like, there's sports you can get behind. I think Americans, though, had, like, it's the same with baseball. They got the best baseball league in the world. They're the only other, besides Japan. They're the only other ones that have an elite premier baseball league. And why does Japan have an elite premier baseball league? Because America took them over in the middle of the 40s and spent the next 10 years there. And by the time they were done, the number one sport in Japan was baseball. That's why Japan has such a good professional league. And it's very entertaining. They love it. Only 2 places. And then a couple of South American places. That's it. Why? Because South American. The only TV they're getting, baseball. Straight up, your truth. Like, there's some good baseball international sides there. But there's only one league. And then that's another one. MLB. They call themselves the world champions. 3 nations get represented in the MLB. 3 nations. And they call themselves the world champions. I fucking hate that shit about American sports. Basketball, the world champions, NBA. There isn't even a club world championship. If there was, it would be a joke. You could send bottom of the league NBA side and they would go beat any other club that won a league around the world. If there was a club world. So like calling yourself world champions when you win the NBA championship, you're a fucking dickhead. Baseball, exact same thing. 3 nations. Call yourself the North American champions or the American continent champions. Cricket's better than baseball, 100%. But baseball's the American pastime. Like, baseball bores the fucking shit out of me. Like, Great game to play, video game, fun to play, but bores the fucking shit out of me. Like, I can't watch it. And it's an American-only thing. But they call themselves world champions. Same with NFL. Basketball's bigger around the world. But that was the 80s. That was Jordan and Johnson. Like, again. And it hasn't happened since. It's still big now. It's still big around the world. It's always going to have a market, but it's never going to be as big as what it was. And the reason that it is what it is because of those players in the 80s. But it's still an American thing. Nowhere else in the world. Even over here, bro, our league, they don't care. We got ballers. We got good players. But no one cares. 10,000 attendance. You know, like... The league's fine, bro. We've had our league forever. And we do get ballers. Like Ingles. He's on fire now, bro. And the kid, Josh Giddey. They came through our system. Like, ballers. Bogut came back to the system. Deladova came back to the system. Like, they're all ballers. Gays back in the day. We have a system. And it is tight as shit. Like, but again, on the level that, like, A-League is tight as shit. There's a salary cap. It's very hard to juggle talent. Up-and-coming youth gets poached. Like, but Aussie basketball at the moment is kind of shining. Look at what like, Paddy Mills was holding up the flag for ages. Bogut did all right. Deladova won a fucking club championship, and now we've got the most exciting young prospect in the NBA since Michael Jordan. And that's like a statistical fact. Like, what this kid has done in his debut season. It's a statistical fact. Like, there's only 3 players in the history that have done what he's done. And it's MJ, both MJs, Magic and Michael, and this kid. So, it says a lot. But Australian basketball, like, the people love it here in terms of the people that are into it, but it's not huge, bro. It's not even on TV. Yeah, Ben Simmons, yeah, he fucked it all up, bro. He was the big white smoke. Like, we heard all about him going over there, getting drafted, all of it. He was the big white hope, but he failed. Yeah, no, I get that, Spaghetti. Doesn't even make money over here now, bro. They've got games on free-to-air TV now, bro. Like, that says it all. They got games on free-to-air TV for A-League. Same with basketball. Basketball's on free-to-air TV. So I think it's mostly on Fox Sports. Fox own it, I'm pretty sure. It's always been Fox Sports. It's been one of their flagships over here. Like, if you're a basketball fan in Australia, Australian basketball, you watch it on Fox Sports. There's a scene, but it's not like NBA, bro. There's ballers. There's great. I know heaps of people who are into it. Grew up playing, but it's not like NBA. And no Australian championship winning team has called themselves the world champions ever. So yeah, that's my TED Talks on world sports, guys. If you're an American and your sport's only played in America, majority, or, you know, less than 3 nations, don't call yourself a world fucking champion, you shit cunts. World champion and nothing. King nothing. That's what you are. If you're a colony state, colony country, and you like ye old rugby and ye old cricket, your sport's shit. No one really cares. Only white people and Indians and racist South Africans care. That's it. Sorry. Football, world scale, genuine, world scale. Nobody more in the world supports it than that. But it is a soft game. Played by a bunch of dudes that are becoming soft and dive and acting and all of that. 100%. It's always been a thing with football. It'll always be a thing with football. People that don't like football, that is the general consensus of it. People that can get past that, it's the world sport. And I've always known this as an Australian growing up. Like, you know, I remember the impact of the World Cups. I remember the World Cups being more important than the Olympics. And as an Australian growing up, nothing was more important than the Olympics. Nothing was more important than Olympic gold as an Aussie kid. What's going on, Ferbs? I'm just roasting sports around the world. You want to join in? Especially the American sports and the old colony countries. We're just roasting them. I know you like. I think you liked a bit of NFL in the day. I was roasting them, calling themselves world champions. Roasting NBA, same thing. Roasting MLB, same thing. Roasting cricket for the IPL and just cricket in general, and being a fucking old convicts game. Roasting. What else? Roasted rugby because meatheads. Roasted football just then with the harsh reality of the diving and the weakness and the softness, and NFL and MLB. Yeah, there you go, mate. I hate MLB. I was saying how much fucking baseball bores the shit out of me, Ferbs. Makes me want to fucking skin me eyes out. Best bit about baseball is when they get a hot celebrity to fail epically with the fucking first pitch. You know, that's about the best bit. And watching the mascots punch on. That's like the most... and the kids. Watching kids in the crowd cop a baseball bat to the face. Yeah, I've roasted everything. See, this is what I mean, Spaghetti. This is where, like, I could trigger cunts, bro. I could trigger cunts so hard, but I could get cunts being like, yeah, this dude's spitting fire. Get me on Gunner, just all this shit. I'll roast, mate. Kaz's Kitchen. I need a chef's hat. Sunday cooking session. Yeah, and I said exactly all that too, Ferbs. I even explained it on the spectrum of where you live in the world, where your sport originated from, if you were raised from it, those American sports when they hit their popularity peak and how they got big around the world. And yeah, 100%. I agree. Like, and none of them, and we're all like, if you're a younger fan, you're kind of enamored with the current game, whatever you're into, you think they're all superstar and athletes, when in reality they're overpaid flogs that are soft. And then if you're older like me, or especially older, you're of the generation that, you know, what you grew up watching was the best, and that they're all overpaid these days and don't do anything. And look, I was a doubter of I Show Speed Spaghetti, and he's not for me either. But I get it. With the kids, I get it. The fact that he was, like I brought him up yesterday, bro. The fact that he was in the Royal Rumble, getting speared by Bron Breakker, and it was the #1 most viewed fucking WWE YouTube video of all time. I get it, man. I get it. I didn't like it either. I didn't get who he was either. But then, by the time he was doing his Red Dead, I don't follow him either, but by the time he was doing his Red Dead play along, I was watching some of that, lurking. And then even yesterday, he came up in my feed live in Mongolia, and he was in traditional Mongolian garb on some mountain surrounded by Mongolians. And it was like 150,000 people watching him live. And I was like, this guy has something. I'll give him credit, bro. He's entertaining, to say the least. Like, he's not Logan Paul. And he's in with Logan Paul, but he's not Logan Paul. He's not Mr. Beast. The worst thing on YouTube these days is Mr. Beast type shit. Yeah, no, I agree. Speed he looks like an athlete. Kid's a freak. Seen him do his backflips on the spot and shit. Yeah, he is athletic, 100%. I've seen what he can do now too. I've seen highlights and shit. The missus likes him. The missus finds him entertaining. He's not for me. I doubted him at first too, but seeing him get in the ring and take the bump that he took, that would have hurt. Takes a lot to have the balls to get in there and do that. But he's not for me. That side of YouTube's not for me. The only one that of even that level, and other people hate him, and I've always stood up for him. We've literally seen the dude go from a man baby to a dad. That's PewDiePie. And people hate him. And the first time I watched PewDiePie, I was like, what the fuck is this shit? My ex-girlfriend was into him. And just the more of it, especially like, not even so much his gaming stuff, his review stuff, his meme stuff, all that stuff, I started to just go, yeah, nah. This cunt. Yeah, the chunk of skin that he tore out of his leg. I was just like, how did that happen? But yeah, I started to get a bit of respect after that. I was like, look at what this bloke's doing. And I like Jacksepticeye too. And Jacksepticeye's not for a lot of people. He's, you know, he's loud, but he's also like very vulnerable and chill, and like he's been to some dark places and been in some dark spots, and like he comes across as this like kind of fun larrikin type Irish, lovable Irish guy, and I like that he plays everything, absolutely everything, doesn't matter what it is, he plays it. And you know, like he has to perceive like this fucking happy-go-lucky guy, but underneath it he's not that, and I think he's done incredible. And people knock him too, and like, to me they're the blueprint of like how you can be a gamer and $1 million from YouTube. Who's made that much? And yeah, UFC can be bad, bro. But I mean, go back to the old days. Do you remember the fucking... I can't remember who it was. It was a jiu-jitsu dude versus someone. But it was he'd locked in like a fucking... He had the arm bar locked in on the legs. And then he locked in the other arm with the right arm. And the dude's head was just there. And then he just elbow, 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 elbow. And it was like... Guy's eyes were closed from the third one, and he does like 12 of them before the ref dives on him. Like the guy's fully like crucified, locked up. One arm locked up in legs, the other arm locked up underneath the guy's body. Elbow, 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 elbow. It's some of the most sickening footage you can ever see. Like, and I used to eat that shit up. I grew up as at 10 years old, I was watching the videos of UFC 1 through to 10. All of them. Gracie, Abbott, Shamrock. All of it. So yeah, I was exposed to it pretty early and I did love it. But as I said, it's lost that creativity. It's lost that uniqueness. All fighters have to be the same now. And the technicality and absolutely, Lanza, you're under. The technicality, athletic ability of all of them is insane. But they're all just clones at different weight levels now. And then when you have a fighter that does stand out through a unique style or gets onto the notice, they usually get up there, get the championship, have to conform to a certain way of like defending the championship, and then the moment they lose it, like they kind of just generally fizzle out. You know, it's happened so many before. Connor, Izzy, two big recent ones in terms of like Connor, Izzy, and Masvidal. Three dudes like who just had unique, explosive, crazy abilities about them. Got onto the spotlight doing that, and then just fucking went downhill from there. Like, turned into... No, Izzy's not a joke fighter, but Connor's a joke now, and Masvidal just absolutely destroyed any reputation he had. But still scored one of the greatest knockouts you'll ever see in history. Same with Izzy. But, like, Masvidal's is like a throwback to, you know, ye old UFC. That knockout is like one of the scariest, most unexpected, just craziest things you'll ever see. Like, if you've seen something like that happen in real life in front of you, you would think someone just died. Like, you would think that someone just jumped at a person, and now the person that got hit is dead. Like, it was like watching... Like, the way his body reacted was like watching someone come up to someone with, like, a shotgun. And just go... Matrix slow motion style, like his body was all crippled and shit, like in slow motion as it was falling to the floor. Masvidal had so much momentum, he like fucking nosedived himself into the mat, like, but it was sick. And then Izzy's kicks. That's for me, yeah. He ended up, yeah, the scrappy, like, it was the bad motherfucker, and then he just went downhill. The BMF, bro. The BMF is cursed. BMF. The Rock. Even that, the BMF shit with The Rock, bro. That was the start of my downfall with The Rock. Of The Rock, where I was just like, for fuck's sake, will this guy get off my TV? Like, bad motherfucker. Like, oh. How many fucking titles does this cunt need to create?
to have, like, fucking, he's got that one in the UFC, he's got one from Muhammad Ali, like, he's become the ultimate fucking mark for himself, bro. The ultimate mark for himself. Shits me to fucking tears now. But that title, that BMF title, that's brought a lot of fighters down, hasn't it? I don't know what I should do. Whether I just keep kind of chilling with this or chill out with some Cyberpunk today. Definitely going to stream some Robocop tonight. Also, you bunch of legends. I made yesterday the second biggest stream I've done. It was like 75 likes, 1.7 thousand views. And even financially, it was quite a few generous donations and shit. But I had like just a couple of hundred views behind the Nord round one. And I called it, especially with the rounds in between. I was like, I've got a feeling it's the weather, it's the wet, it's the randomness. So I was spot on with that. Like random weather guarantees viewers coming back constantly to check. Look at all the times getting registered now. Cars are getting knocked further and further and further down. NSX up there. Lambo's one isn't there anymore. He's improved. He was a 40. Did I still have one? I think I did. Try to get back into it, but I think I'm just going to chill out. It's your guys' fault. Are you at least happy though, Charles? Did I satisfy with my answer, or at least justify my not wanting to go into it at the time? Told you I'm a can of worms guy. Just in the right time and place. And if I'm going to say controversial things, I'll try to keep it to a Sunday. Yeah, it was a legit answer. It wasn't uneducated. And it was coming from the heart. It was coming from someone who used to care about the game. And it's not coming from a place of like butthurt or saltiness or anything, because I'm an Australian. We're the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be at the game of cricket. It was un-Australian to not like cricket. Didn't matter whether you liked it or not, you're still like, yeah, go the Aussies. Yeah, fuck the Poms. Bowling, Shane. Gilly gilly. Nice one, Gary. I remember Gillespie's double ton. I remember Bevan's ton in the one dayer. I remember War's ton at the SCG when everyone said his career was done. I remember Warnie's everything, but especially that last tour. That last tour was, he wrote the script himself. It was like the whole team couldn't even come up with the fantasy booking that Warnie booked for himself on his final tour. Like not even the Hollywood movie could have like made such a cliche, like heroic, legendary ending to his career. It was like a circus, that final tour. Like he did things that just he was like 40 something. Could have kept going, but he did things in that last tour that was like the day he turned up. Like the last true great character of cricket. The last of his kind. And now his watch is over. Fucking some details coming out about that, mate. He was having an orgy when he croaked it. He was having a multi-woman orgy. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead, mate. But it's come out recently. He was having a multi-woman orgy, and there was definitely drugs involved. But there was multiple women. What a pimp, mate. In his 50s, he was still shagging 3 fucking Asian birds right till the end. What a pimp. Genuine sex addiction, that bloke. I mean, he had Liv Hurley, mate. Like, you'd ruined your life and your marriage, got rubbed out, all this shit, and you had Liv Hurley, who was like the milfiest MILF of MILFs of MILFs. MILFs. Like, even his old Simone, she was hot. But he had Liv Hurley, like, 15 years after. And he'd fucking blown up in smoke his marriage and shit, you know? Like, and you had Liv Hurley. And you fucked that up. Because you couldn't keep your dick in your... Like, come on, Warnie. Come on, mate. If you're like 50-something... and you've fucking had kids, been married for 20 years, and you cheated on your missus fucking 100 times, got caught, like like you're shamed, bro, you're shamed. So if Liv Hurley pays even attention to you when you are that man, you're treading on ice, you know? And if you actually G her up and bed the woman and get her fucking shown on TV with you and shit, you don't fuck that up. And he fucked it up. Because he couldn't just not stop fucking prostitutes. Like, come on, mate. Yeah, I know about George Best, bro. But Liv Hurley, guys. Liv Hurley. Have you seen that fucking BAFTA Awards when she runs on stage and Billy Connolly just gets lost for words? He just doesn't know what to say with himself. He just looks at her and he's like, can you do that again? Can we make that an Olympic sport? Liv Hurley, mate. Liv fucking Hurley. Shane Warne. What a gronk. What a silly, silly, silly man. In the same vein as Russell Brand and Katy Perry, bro. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How bad is your ego? How bad is your addiction? How bad is your ego? How? I don't understand how. Oh, I don't think this is a good idea, Shane. What's going on, bro? How are you, Aaron? Big ups, mate. Thanks for dropping in. Sunday shit show, mate. So we're no filters right now. We're unhinged. Ranting about all sorts of shit. Right now debating how Shane Warne, who was the greatest of all time, how he destroys his marriage and his life in the his marriage, his life and his career in the spectacular fashion that he did, gets that all back, plus Liv Hurley with that reputation, then fucks it up again. Like, how does a man do that? You know what I mean? How fucking how good your life got to be to have like thought, no, I can get away with this. I reckon Liv won't mind. It's not like the paparazzi are following my every move or ever have. It's not like I've been caught in compromising positions before. What a gronk, man. But legend. Big ups, Warnie. Dead set legend. Dead set. I was long lost with the game when he passed, but I remember watching a package of him, not only the game, but him for Australians outside of the game, and it got me good. I was like, what a legend. He had a lot to do with football, he had a lot to do with TV. Even the shit that, like, he did on some of the trash reality TV in the later years was just classic larrikin Warning. Like, you either loved him or hated him, but no matter what, the cunt made you laugh or shake your head. He was a goat. Fucking fat, smoker, drinker, meat pies, banging bitches, doing coke, just living like a king. Australian Scarface, mate. Say hello to my little friend. Him and his budgie smugglers. Nah, he was a goat. And then you got Glenn McGrath, who's like the most mild-mannered, timid, like nicest, humble, just lovely bloke. Shane Warne, old Australian cricketer back in the day. He banged Liv Hurley. Like, he was dating Liv Hurley for like 3 years, bro. In his 50s. But Australian cricketer. Legend. He's dead now. He passed a couple of years back. His heart gave out on him during an orgy. But yeah, I was just talking about how much of a legend he is, but also how much of a gonk he is to fucking... Like, even his wife, bro, she was hot. She was hot. His kids, his daughters are attractive, like... If he wasn't a spinner, I don't know. See, it's weird. Traditionally, it was a fast bowler thing, bro. You tell me what spinner was like... You tell me what spinner was cool. Ever. In world cricket. What spinner, besides Shane Warne, was cool? Then tell me how many fast bowlers were cool. Yeah, this is the next race, bro. It's basically a daily C. Decent wear, no requirement, 12 laps. 18-minute quali sesh. Like Brett Lee. Brett Lee was cool. Shoa Bakhtar, he was cool. Wazzy Makram, he was cool. Fucking Ambrose, Curtly Ambrose, he was cool. Dennis Lilly, king of cool. Even in his 70s with a bald head, mate, he still had that mole and gold chain. Pimp. He was like Sam Elliott with a bald head by then. Pimp. Jeff Thompson, that guy was like a fucking club disco boy in the 70s, man. Yeah, it is. It is. The Lambo's a king car here, bro. It's planted as shit. Oh. Fucking hip, man. My hip is rooted. Yeah, no, I don't expect you to, J-Dog. And honestly, that they've had me talking about cricket even this much, they disgust me. They disgust me. I disgust myself showing how much information I know about cricket. Disgusting! Disgust myself. They should. I'm going to ban them. That's it. They're banned. No more cricket talk, mate. Get out of here. Spaghetti's the worst, mate. He's such a troll. No wonder he's a Lee Gunner fan. Nah, big ups. I still don't know what fucking time the Grand Prix starts tonight. Yeah, I full ranted about it, bro. About why I think it's shit now. I grew up with it, but I full gave a very passionate rant about why I think cricket is shit, and overall why on the world scale it's insignificant. Bro, RP, yeah, so you knew that reference straight away. I'm surprised nobody else has been picking up on it, J-Dog, because I've been doing it a lot. I've been doing it a lot. Disgusting! I've been doing it a lot, bro. You're like the first person to mention him. And I've been doing it a lot. He's the greatest, bro. If you've only just gotten into him, fuck, go watch everything he has. Even his comeback video, like this year, the dude's hilarious, man. We reckon he's like running from fucking MI6 or some shit, man. Like, everyone thought he was dead, being assassinated, rubbed out by the FIA. Like, he is a legend, bro. RPM is a legend. He is the greatest F1 content creator of all time. No one comes close. Everything he says is like me, as unhinged as possible on a Sunday shit show. Yeah, I love Cal. Lee cracks me up, bro. Lee has encouraged, not directly, he's not saying it to me, but Lee has encouraged me to be more me. Fuck the mutants. Get out of here, you mutant. But Lee and his like, and his following, and his supporters, and the ferocity of which he believes in what he's saying, and delivers it, and stands by it, regardless of hate, trolls, anything, I can relate to that. I can relate to, and everyone else here will say it, that the more I watched of Lee, the more I started to say, I love the way this guy backs himself. I love the way he deals with this shit. I love the way he roasts people. And I was like torn as to, do I, you know, become, like even last night, man, someone was telling me that I should just outright become a roasting channel. They were like, when you're lit up, they were like, you just roast and you should just stay like that. And it's like, yeah, but it's cliche, especially as a gamer. It's been done. There are like people that are into gaming, they're not going to want to watch someone like that all the time because they just want to watch the game. Like if you're getting worked up and but content here and there, like even the way 12th Man does the re-uploads. I was talking about 12th Man a lot last night, right? About how 12th Man essentially acts as like a community booster, someone who uploads the videos from all the panels and all the debates with the obvious title and, you know, the thumbnail of whatever content creators he has in that moment and the topic. And those 10-minute videos, because they upload, you know, 3, 4, 5 of them a day. Those videos, they come from all different sources or, you know, on the panel, and they're a 10-minute video that come from a 3-hour live stream, and it's like the most lit up part of the stream, like when the debate between the panelists is the most heated, and it gets re-uploaded as just that bit, and it does 15-20,000 views on its own multiple times a day from all these different panels. And the point being like that it's grabbing the most heated part of the panel, and then the comments are just lit up from people agreeing, disagreeing. Like the way I deliver a sermon could very much get the same response. But I just don't have the capabilities that those guys do with recording all the shows, then going back and trimming it all. But yeah, 100%. I know he has with you, Aaron. Like I said, I when I seen your stream the other day, it was honestly, I think I must have subbed to you like one of the straight away, like one of the first ones when Lee had like all these channels and was like sub to this one, because I don't think I'd seen you live stream. I'd seen you be with them and in the chats, but I hadn't seen you live. And then I seen you live, and I could tell straight away like what they were doing. I've seen them like they were doing it with when they had the international football break and they were boosting Faz's new channel, and they had the roasting. Like it's such a smart thing to do for a new channel, one that's starting out, to have the lesser known guy be the host, and then all of the people that are on the panel share in their communities. Live here, live here, live here, live here. And instantly, you've got more people watching than what you even do subbed. Like, and that's due to them. You know, like, and their followings and their real ones. There is 1% of that in this community. There's people who do it, but they only do it to fucking other big dogs. Or people that are new, that there's something in it for them, like they're being extra nice here for the sake of it, or like, there's never anybody in this game who is like, you know, in a 10,000 position, 100,000 position, a 5,000, whatever, that is outright launching someone from the start. It just doesn't happen in this world. So what they've done even with me, you know, the raids are insane. Like a couple hundred subs out of it total. I only get a couple subs every time, bro. But it's more, the ones that have subbed to me now and keep coming back are the ones that like, they're like, I've been paying attention, I've been seeing you. Like, they're like, I'm seeing the work rate. The ones that are talking back to me in Lee's chats and stuff. Like, I know in myself now, there's a couple of hundred of them here. You know, they don't even know much about sport or whatever we're doing. And they're still here, and they're here because of me. So, like, that's a good thing to have. It's the casual fan. I know there's a couple of hundred of them here. But in the process of, like, since I first got raided by Northside, I've gone up 600 subs. So I could never stress enough. And then, like, bro, there's times where, like, with Lee and that, because like our time zone's so different, right? Like it's even rare for me to catch him still live because it's early in the morning for me. If I'm doing my brekkie, fucking getting ready, whatever, I'll have him on. I'll be lurking, I'll do my big ups, I'll hang about, I'll be setting up my stream, and then I'm into my stream. Sometimes he's on for half hour, sometimes he's on for 2 hours. I don't know. I'm only checking back when I can. But the amount of times that I see that LG pop up, and I don't know what's coming. I'm not expecting it. And like even my guys now are straight away like fucking Lee raid. Like, and even with his raiders, it doesn't have the same effect that they do in the football world. But the real ones, a dozen to about 20 of them every time. Even if it's just one comment every time. You know, and it's in a smaller community like mine, it's very noticeable. You notice it. Yeah, I did 10 hours yesterday. And then did 2 hours, half hour later. Did 10 hours straight, half hour break, then did another 2.5 hours. But it's pretty much only the Saturday ones. But yeah, the work rate is there. I'm in the position where I've got no other choice at the moment. I'm unemployed and I don't get benefits. And I started to take this seriously. And as soon as I took it seriously, the ball started rolling. And then I got lucky. A lot of it I still had to do myself. That growth from 500 to 1,000 was the work rate before I even really knew a schedule or what I was even doing. And it was off the back of one game, and I didn't like that either, because every time I would fire up another game, I'd lose subs straight away. Could gain like 10 in a Gran Turismo stream or over the course of 2 or 3 days, and then I'd throw up a FIFA stream and I'd lose 2 or 3 subs. Throw up a Cyberpunk stream, same thing. And over the last 3 months, essentially 3-4 months, I've really been trying to even that out. And now even I've got FIFA to the point where I can stream FIFA for 3 or 4 hours and do the same amount of views as what I would for an average stream of this. But I'm still nowhere near you guys. My personal goals is a couple of thousand views a day. I am trying to do it full time for now because I'm not in any position. I've been out of work for over a year. Applied for hundreds of jobs, barely even had interviews. I've got, as much as some of you guys dispel it, I have some severe issues in my own head that I'm medicated for, that have only gradually gotten worse the older I've gotten. I am a shell of the person that I was 5 years ago in terms of being able to life. I have changed a lot. And I can't help it. I've tried. But in the position I am now, and the missus is behind it too, the things that are happening, the way the ball is rolling, yes, I'm trying to make a go of it. Even at the moment over here, I'm about halfway there. On a good month, I'm about halfway there. But over here at the moment, and even just with my missus's work, $1,500 a month would almost cover like a part-time wage. Proper part-time wage would be about $2K a month, $500, a couple days a week, 2-3 days a week, $500 a week. Proper part-time job, casual, whatever. Because even the last work that I've had in the last 2 years, all shift work, all casual, all related to agencies. All fucking a phone call, can you show up here in 10 minutes? One work site to another. And it just kind of destroyed me, like post-COVID too. But I was very long-term employed. I was in trade. Burnt out big time during COVID. We had to keep working. Melbourne had the world's biggest lockdown. But I was in construction. And we had to work right through it, and there was no life. It was just work and home, work and home, work and home for like 9 months. And I started to develop a lot of issues really bad during that time. A lot of anger issues, shit like that. Like to the point where I was, you know, gonna get violent in the workplace, which is not me. I'm not a person that would get violent, but I was gonna get violent in the workplace nearly every day. And it was getting to the point when, like, it was, yeah, make or break, and I braked and packed it in and quit. And for a little while it was all good. I was like, I need this. And then I did shift work, casual work for a while, was straight into it. The break I enjoyed, but then the inconsistency of the work, the unreliability of it, the shit pay, that all piled on pretty quickly. Regretted my decision of even leaving my job. Like, still wouldn't have packed it in. Like, I was mentally fucking cooked. And then, probably after 6 months of that, I had a full, like, I just fucking thought I was gonna die. I had a panic attack because I just thought I was fucking broken and the lowest piece of shit in the world. And that was about 6 months ago. Oh, 7 months ago, because I pretty much went to the doctor within a month after that. And then, yeah, I've been cooked ever since. I've been cooked ever since in terms of the self-belief, ability. And in the meantime, because this was always something I was doing in the background, been here for years, especially the racing. But it was late last year, middle to late last year, where I thought, hang on, if I start, because even just numbers-wise, I was starting to do what would be required. And I was like, all right, if I start committing, went from there, and then those first, and of course the first few months are always the greatest too, because people want to get behind you. The people that have been there forever have seen the struggle, to see you even in the position of when, like, you can be supported and do memberships and shit, all of a sudden they get behind you because they've seen, you know, you never thought it was a thing, you never wanted it to be a thing, you didn't think about it, and then the moment you have it, it changes everything. Like, your numbers, etc. Like, it became this obsession game of, you know, how to increase, how to get better. And then even because I was relying on this, like, I had to fucking do the same races day in, day out, and be at the front, be the best, and it wasn't healthy at all. And I was getting just as angry at this as what I would be in a workplace. So I found a balance, or found things that started working for me, at least in terms of how I played the game, and what I went about playing the game, and then how I definitely did tone down. Like, I almost became a robot for 2 or 3 months there, and it was when I got fresh medication. Probably 2 or 3 months later, I got sick of the robot stuff because I could feel it slipping at times. The medication was good, I was getting better, was having growth, but just in moments of just sheer gullible idiocracy, just trolls, and like the mask would slip, and I got sick of being a robot in those moments, and it would slip and it would come out, and I'd be like, I'm sorry guys, this is the real me. And then we borderlined ever since, like ever since, and the growth of the channel has only gone forward. Even the losing subs thing, it was happening almost daily. Gain 3, lose 2. It was like they'd sub up for the racing, and then as soon as they'd hear me rant, they'd fuck off. Or as soon as they'd hear an opinion, they'd fuck off. Or as soon as I told someone in the chat to fuck off, they'd fuck off. Like, or as soon as I said fuck off, they'd fuck off. Like, and I'd tell them straight up, this is me, this is what you're in for, it's a channel not for kids, blah, 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 blah. You know, sub up, unsub. That hasn't happened anywhere near as much, and the overall growth in terms of gaining subs compared to losing subs is 10 times more. And there's people that are outright, no matter what my personality's like, whether they like it or not, they're here for the racing, and they only say something when the racing's good or bad, and that's fair. And there's other ones that are just here for me, regardless. But the growth already, like I had a goal for this year, based on my growth on a 3-month window last year. So analytics, basically. I had a goal based on a 3-month, 100-day stint that was really, really good, you know, in a comparison to like anything previously done. And I had an end-of-year goal. What I've done in 14 weeks is like ahead of that goal by about 75 to 100% already. Like I could make my goal look like nothing by the end of the year if I keep it up. And I know I've had things rolling my way. I keep getting lucky with certain things, but I'm doing a lot of things naturally that are working. I give and take with the chat. I have my moments with the trolls. I deal with the trolls a shitload better now. They can trigger me still. They can piss me off. They can think they're winning. But at the end of the day, my racing always like overcomes it. And the footage is always like the best thing ever. Like even this fucking dude who took me out yesterday in a lobby, like gold. The amount of people who had a laugh in the chat. And he's like, oh, you're so triggered. I'm like, no, I'm not, bro. I'm like, I'm just disappointed. Can't believe how much of a waste of space you are. Oh, you're so upset. No, I'm good, man. I'm good. Honestly, I'm good. I am a prick, though, dude. I am a prick. I can be a prickly prick. I'm a big prick. Get me in a bad mood, but I'm very upfront these days. If I think I'm not in a good spot when I've started, I'll let them know. And usually they know. But I don't make excuses for it either. And if it's that bad, I'll shut it down. But it hasn't been anywhere near as much. A lot of the people that I'm a prick with in the chat, I'm playing or I'm being straight up because of who they are and where they are in my chat and how long they've been around or whatever. And I'm being straight up. Everyone else in the chat would laugh at what I just said. They don't have to say it to the person that I'm talking to, but the moment I say it, 15 people in the chat are like, oh, lol. So I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. You know, like, there's a lot of that. A lot of that when it comes to this. But I am a prick. I swear a lot. I get carried away. But like at the end of the day, I'm just trying to game. And at the moment, like I need this. I am struggling. I've been very upfront and an open book. I've been full transparency when it's come to my situation. The dudes have literally seen it. I've been streaming since 2020, basically. And the guys have seen me, be it like my highest peak in life, well off, well funded, months away from going to Japan, working in a trade. And then 2 to 3 years later, I was a broken mental mess that had a lot of anger issues and still had the same level of skill on the game. But just like my life had fallen to shit. And people have seen that, like over the last few years in stream. And then I used YouTube and gaming being the only thing I had left to fucking do as a way to start to turn shit around. And then even with when it was turning around and my progression was happening, momentum was happening, the haters were coming back because they were hating seeing the progression and people getting behind you. And then you would attract new trolls just because you're attracting a new audience. And then me dealing with that was a whole nother fucking kettle of fish. Once I got past that, everything's been dandy. I've had my doubts, I've had my insecurities, I've had my up and down moments, but everything after that has been dandy in terms of what I'm here to do and why I'm doing it. And the belief that some of the people have in me. Like it's taken that too, but mostly my missus. My missus is amazing. She's amazing. I mean, we've both got our issues, but she's put up with mine. We've been together a long time, but she's put up with me like this state for 2 years now. And she was the one, it was almost like even she knew. some form of a YouTube income is better than no income at all. Straight up. I can't get benefits. And she earns fuck all, bro. But enough that we can't get, because we've been together like nearly 10 years, 9 years, something like that, right? So like we're de facto. And she'd been on Centrelink when we first got together, like benefits. I was working. And then I had like a 6-month gap in the middle, 6-7 years ago, where I was on it, she was working. So technically we had both been like, registered on the system as a couple in that case. And then here we are like 5-6 years later, and she gets 44k a year, and I think their cutoff is 40. And literally the only reason she even gets the 4 is because of weekends and holiday pay rates. She basically, like, she only does 4 days a week. She's casual, but she does weekends all the time. Like, her weekend is in the middle of the week. She does weekends, and she does all public holidays. So like literally that extra couple of $1,000 that would have put, us as a couple over the limit in terms of me being able to get help, is because of her working weekends and getting overtime, or like double time on public holidays. But yeah, in Australia, unfortunately, they think that if one person, because we don't have kids too, it's mostly because we don't have kids, because we're a 2-person couple, right? $40,000 is apparently enough money to get the 2 of you through the year, according to the government. But we could be, if we had a kid, like right now, she had a baby, and like I was the stay-at-home dad, I would get paid fucking $700 a week to be a stay-at-home dad for the next 5 years, guaranteed by the government. And she'd still be able to get her money. But just because we are a couple, single couple as is, no kids, that's essentially like she's $4,000 over the. So I've had no income at all, since early last year, February last year. So 14 months. And it was in May last year that I was in any position at all that YouTube was able to bring me some form of an income. And then the most I've ever made in any given month, and this is full transparency, was the month of my birthday too. Makes sense. The month where I had the biggest push was just short of $1,000, and then that's before tax. I seen about $700 of that 1,000, because the Australian exchange rate is horrible. You get paid in US, like anything that anybody don't, it's like a US thing, and then taxation, and then it gets paid into Australian currency. So you get paid, like, it's, especially because of our currency, like anything that the YouTube figure tells me, take the 30% off and then do the fucking conversion into Australian currency, and it's piss poor. It's not good enough to make a go of anything. But if I doubled my best numbers, that is 100% a part-time job. If I doubled my best numbers, and I was doing that monthly, that is 100% a part, like, even just with how we've gotten by at the moment, especially my big up fucking supporters that have like literally helped. It's not so much pay the bills, the YouTube's paid the bills. They've helped me survive, like feed myself and fucking get my energy drinks and shit when I'm doing the streams. Like, if anything, the ones behind the scenes, that's what they've helped do. They've helped me fucking at least have the energy to stream, when there is no food and income and shit like that, and the missus is just doing what she can. And then whenever I get my monthly pay, because you get it monthly too, the whole entire thing is gone straight away, straight to her, because bills, whatever, like the whole thing. I literally, like, and then it's almost like I have an allowance, like daily, essentially, like a couple of energy drinks. We do what groceries we can, but we can barely even afford to do a decent grocery shop at any given time. That's why I joke about, any super chat or any $5 super chat is a V. Every V is 3 hours of streaming. Like, and it's legit. Like, it's like every energy drink is another stream, like, and with how long I've been streaming, But yeah, it's a long way to go. She's of the biggest mindset though that like she's seen the progression, and numbers wise, regardless of income, numbers wise, and views eventually. Because once I got to the 1,000 subs, the numbers would become your biggest thing. You don't rely on super chats. You don't rely on memberships. I do still, not fully. It's at that point. It's probably about 45-45% at the moment for total breakdown of my YouTube income is super chats, memberships, ads. If you went back 2 months ago, it would have been 85% super chat memberships, 15% ads. If you went back 5 months ago, I didn't have ads. And it would have been solely membership super chats. Literally, the community donating. Whereas once you get to a certain point and there's a certain number that you can look at, like, all right, so even now, my daily number that I want, even yesterday I did it, my numbers so far in the last 5 days have been 16,000. I want per my 2 to 3 streams a day, and this is inspired by someone like Gunners, looking at his large number and then what he gets on those. I want on a daily rate, bare minimum, 1,000 views between 2 streams, 2 to 3, right? 1,000 views. That's $10, no matter what. 1,000 views in nothing but ad revenue is $10. Do that daily, 30 days in a month, that's $300 just on ads, right? Take home. Just from 1,000. What I want, what I did yesterday, I want 2,500 a day, right? And in smaller streams. I don't want to have to do a 10-hour stream to get the 2,000 views. I want 2 to 3, 3 to 4 hour streams that do 700 views each. Do that daily, $20 a day. That's $600 at the end of the month, just ad revenue. And that's small numbers. That's baby numbers. Absolute baby numbers. When you look at some of the viewership that some of these people who stream Gran Turismo, nothing but daily, which even I haven't been doing. I'm committing a few hours a day. If I did the 8-hour sessions of dailies, day after day after day after day, and you know I can do it, and you know I'm up there, I could do that, but like it would grind me out. That's why I'm trying to get it between these couple of games. So like, get majority of the audience in FIFA in the morning, do that for 3 hours, 500 views. Do Gran Turismo for 3 hours, 600, 700, 800 views. Do do Cyberpunk for 3 hours, do a couple more 100 views. At the same time, upload a short. Short does a couple of 1,000 views. There's 5,000 a day. You know, like, and that's all theoretical. It's all possible, and it's what it would do to me already. Like outreach, your outreach only grows. You do numbers like that daily, your outreach only grows. When I have a 30k to 50k viewership month, the growth is 100 subs plus every time. If I have a 15 to 20k month, the growth is like 20 subs, if that. So that says it too, and even that is like a commitment factor. I don't know. I'm not cashing in on that crowd spaghetti. I'm not. I've got my own thing for watch along at least, and even me doing F1. That's cashing in. People do that. Wrestling, it's been there forever, but like, I don't know football, bro. I know how to ball on FIFA, but I'm not going to embarrass myself. Yeah, I could get educated, but it'd take me years, bro. And I'm not going to get a cheap handout because I'm all of a sudden watching football, think of the ungodly hours too. I'm not going to get a cheap handout from you guys. Like, you guys are giving me cheap handouts as it is, and I'm gaming. Those who come through, come through. But I'm not going to get a cheap handout watching something that I don't know much about with a shitload of people that do know what I'm Like, I'm not going to cash in on that, because then when I do this stuff, they're not going to be interested. The ones that are going to come through for whatever I'm doing, they're going to come through. Like, and I know this too. Like, this is, even Aaron, if you're still there, me and Spaghetti have been having this convo a lot. Spaghetti, 7-inch Destroyer, Timmy, Abjeet, Rashid, God, I love Rashid, and he loves me too. There's already so much mutual love. Zir, not so much, but I'm already doing stuff with Zir. Like, he came to me. It's like he's seen something in me. He came to me and asked me to do something with him. But so many of them are here in this chat all the time saying, man, we need to get you on with Gunner. Man, we need to get you on with Gunner. And like, I don't even email the dude. I've emailed him twice, and it was when he asked me to. Once was, I think, the first time, and then the second one was like when he joined me. He basically showed me how he does the guest stuff. He joined me on this very, literally right now, almost at the same time as all. 1 o'clock, he fucking God knows what time it was for him. And he stayed with me for the next 3 hours until 8:30 a.m. his time. It was like 5 p.m. or something for me. That was the only 2 times, you know, and I haven't, even after that, I emailed him a little video that someone created, a little meme of Lee coming along and giving someone a raid, which was pretty funny. But I know how in demand that guy is. Like, even on the days when he's having a quiet day, all I have to do is look around through my subs and I'll see him pop up on 3 or 4 different channels. The amount of time of his self he's giving to all these other channels to help boost them whenever he's not on himself. So I know how busy the dude is. And everything I've said about football, I'm not going to embarrass myself in that aspect and grovel and beg, and like, even off season would be my best bet. But yeah, I know. Well, yeah, he found me. But I could talk to him, and even when you, bro, like the episode when I had him on, most of the time we ended up talking about family. It was weird. Like our nonnas and shit, bro. We're talking about our grandparents and our parents. Like old school, essentially, when he was on. Like an old school respect thing, you know? Like, at least in terms of the banter and the language and shit like that. That's really all we spoke about. But even now, this YouTube talk, like in private, like behind closed doors, in backstage, you know, after a sessions with him's ended, I'd love to have this convo with him in private. In fucking live, I'd love to have this convo with him. I know how transparent he is with his shit. I would love to be able to explain, like, because I know he'd get it. I know he'd get it. And I know he could see the potential in it too. Like, you know, just on analytics. And I would, I've seen him do it with someone else. I would gladly, willingly open up my analytics to be allowed to be fucking shown on YouTube to thousands of people to have that conversation. You know what I mean? Like, if there was something I would be like trying to get out of Lee, and it's not get out, it's not like give me subs. I mean, it's the information, it's the tactics, it's the work rate. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at, he'd understand hours, he'd understand views, he'd understand all of it. And like, he'd understand what it's like way back when to have a small, significant amount of subs and have an astronomical amount of views. Like, it says so much about haters and stuff like that. People that haven't hit the sub, but they're still fucking lurking and shit. Like, he'd get it all. So that convo is the one that, like, on the YouTube side of it, like, especially the way he fucking conducts himself, the way he conducts himself and roasting cunts and his opinions and everything, yet how much, like, and I'm that, but how much he gives, even to the dudes he fucking roasts. Even when he's at war with someone and he's publicly roasting them a la a Henry, essentially he's giving them airtime. And he knows it. He points that out a million times. But like an Eagle, he loves roasting a goal. They get so much content out of it. It's all the chat does. Eagle's got a mad following himself, and he sits there and takes it. But then he's just instantly, like, mad respect, straight up. Like, they're not like that, bro. No other YouTuber, no communities. They're all fucking full of themselves. They only want to help the big dogs. Like a big dog. They only pay attention to a big dog, bro. They don't talk to anyone in the fucking chat. Unless it's another fucking streamer that's got 10,000 subs. Like, oh, well, bro, I know he... Well, look, I don't know why he's helping me. I'll say that. He's done more than enough with me. Like I said earlier, the amount of times he's raided me and I don't expect it. The amount of times people come in and tell me he's going to raid me. So he's already talking about me in the stream. Like, and the real ones have come through. The football ones, they know. As soon as they come through, they don't give a shit. They're like, this guy doesn't know football. He's playing football. We don't give a fuck. Like, the ones that really care about their football. And that's fine. That's what the whole community that you guys have is built on. But Lee's community, like when Lee's having a fucking 8-hour emergency stream, Lauren's got the fucking wine out, Rashid's fucking chilling, vibing in the top corner, Northside's had a big night out at the club, and he's like, I need to go to bed, guys. Like when Lee's having one of those streams, and there's like 600 people in the chat, you know, it was at its peak at about 1,500 a couple of hours earlier when they were talking football. But here we are hours later, and there's 600 people. Like, that's peak for me. Like, that's the streams I'd love to be a part of. Like, that's the ones where I'm fucking watching it and egging it on and having a laugh and, like, you know what I mean? So, like, there's nothing I could offer. Nothing I could offer him at all. Like, even when I've done raids back, man, I raided Faz last night. I had 30 people watching when I left. Faz had, like, nearly 30 himself. Literally, the moment I raided him, he was singing. It was hilarious. But I stressed to my guys before it, I'm nothing to these guys. I'm sending you to someone who has 30k subs. We are nothing. We are insignificant. But any one of yous that is like, yo, Faz, big up, Jester sent us. You're a fucking legend. Like, and heaps of them did it for me. And Faz acknowledges it. And, like, there's nothing I can do on that thing. But, like, it's so much more than I've ever been given or gotten from this community. This community's only ever taken me on rant value or opinionated and or just non-robotic value, and it's just fucking pariahed me. Like, I'm black sheep, bro. Like, and I made myself like that too. Once it was realized, and once I was like, oh, these cunts are fake and sitting on fences and posting shit in Discord, like, once I really realized it, like, I took it on. I was like, stigmatized myself. Black sheep as fuck. Like, I'll criticize every one of you. You want to be criticized? Fucking tell me the way you play the game and I'll criticize you, cunt. I'll tell you what's try hard about it. Because, like, someone went me about the same thing, and I just went on a whole rant about the way everyone's a fucking try hard. You know, like, everyone's a fucking try hard. Especially when it comes to egotistical sim racing, bro. So, yeah. It's opened my eyes, dude. Like, honestly, even Rashid, bro. Even you, right now. Look at the convo we're having right now. And, like, I see you as a panelist and a mod, right? Like, your own following is tiny compared to them. So you get it, right? And look at this combo. Rashid, same thing. Absolutely same thing. Rashid's always, he's like, bro, do you fucking sleep? Like, look how many people say that to Lee, right? Blanco, what's going on, bro? With those dudes, like, I don't know. It's just like this fucking, like, they're legends. They're G's. It's like we're not gaining anything out of each other. Like, you know what I mean? We can't boost each other up in terms of a channel significance or anything like that. We can't. But we can speak for each other or say that cunt's a G. Like, when I see him pop up here, bro, like, I prick up, bro. Sent everyone to the Singing Man last night, did ya? He was vibing, wasn't he, man? He was vibing Mars. I was full. Like, he was fucking... He had flow, man. He was repeating the same thing, but I was like, and I could totally relate to it. Look at me in my karaoke sessions, bro. Like, you seen him laugh, like, when he realized he's been raided, and, like, he's, like, been singing the whole time. I'm like, no, keep going, bro. This is fresh. Like, but yeah, I prick up when you boys show up. Like, even you today, Aaron. You have pricked me up because, like, I've seen you around, seen you be a mod, but then seeing you do your thing the other day and then them getting around you and that, like, you showed up here. So I'm like, they're giving me their time. Like, it pricks me up, bro. Like, and yous are just friends of the guys who are, you know, pulling the strings. So, I mentioned it so much, bro. Like, I'm going to give Luke, give Lee a sticker. The LG's coming in. Like, so people can just drop the LGs when he raids. But, like, a mind to watch. Like, Lee, there is point. I'll say this. There are views that Lee has that I completely disagree with. That I switch off. Because I would have an opinion, but it would greatly differ from his. But I'm not going to argue with him or tell him he's wrong. But I'm not going to sit there and listen to it too like it's the quote of the Bible. I'm not. That's me. And anybody that knows me and knows Lee enough now would probably know direction I'm headed. But it's just that's it. That's fine. Don't give a shit. Man knows football. Man knows how to roast. Man knows YouTube. Man knows real. And real respect's real. Like, this is something that even other people I've clashed with in recent time, when they've come back and it hasn't, nobody's backpedaled, but it's been like a real talk moment, you know, like you've clashed with someone, then they've come back and they're like, all right, we're both out of line. You know, they haven't said it like that, but they've been like, you know, I've cooled down, I'm good. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good too, bro. Welcome back. That's what I'd be like. If anything ever happened, that's what I'd be like with him. Like, I would never ever say that any opinion he has is wrong. But I can see even his side of the view with certain opinions. I can see him. I can sit there because I'm very much like that. I can see two sides of the coin when it comes to coin toss type situations. I'm a very grey person. But I would never unsub based on something that he said that offends me. And I'm sure I'm sure there are people who go out of their way to try and upset him and upset people in the chat because he has said things that offend them. I have the exact same thing here. And I have 1% of his following. Literally 1%. He's like 100. He just hit 120. He was around 117 not long ago. So if you look at my 1.6, I got 1% of Lee's following. And I have the exact same type of behaviour in terms of people that have been offended by something I've said or been upset by something I've said, and then make it their duty to try and go to war with that person, which is just not the way to expend one's energy. And to clash over something as differences in opinion, especially when it comes to you blokes in football. You know, like, it's sport. There's opinions. It's like the way we talk about racing and wrestling and everything. Like, to actually, like, say the things that some of these dudes say to each other and go about the way they do, trying to, like, it's ruthless, bro. It's brutal. You've got to have a thick skin to be able to fucking deal with it. And you've got to be a special type of mutant to waste your energy trying to upset someone. Like, you're literally putting money in their pockets, bro. Like, all these haters, all these lurkers, all the ones who refuse to hit the like, all the ones who record the content and then re-upload videos hating on him. Yeah, no, I know, man. But they're also the lurkers, bro. They're also the ones giving you mad ad revenue. You know, because they have to keep coming and going from your stream. Because they keep feeding their own obsession with you. They're like gremlins. Keep feeding themselves after midnight. Keep getting upset. So yeah, all of that stuff. Like, there's so much I've learned from him already, bro. And then even Like, even Faz, on the opposite end of the spectrum. There was a lot I've already learned from Faz, and it was through a conversation that Faz had with someone else, and I was he part answered me in something, but he was talking directly to someone else, and I was paying attention to the conversation. I then asked him something else as a YouTuber, and he said something to me, and said straight up, and other people have constantly mentioned Faz to me in here. So I was like, all right, yep, bridge building, let's go. But because of Faz, sub-only mode is off, and it got turned off a couple of weeks ago. And it's been only on the up since then too, and it's allowed a lot of trolls to come in, and I've had fun with them, and I've learnt how to have fun with them. But that was Faz that did that, whether he directly meant it or not. And then Kaz and I had a conversation regarding the whole panel thing that they were doing when they were all roasting each other in a legitimate, brutal way, but a light-hearted, having fun way, and essentially they were all just promoting each other. But when they were doing their tier list, because those streams were fire, and I was trying to say to Kaz that I'd never seen anything like that. Not in terms of, you get YouTubers who do that, but it's like them on their own video by themselves rating content creators. To have all of them in there at the same time with Brady Bunch heads as they're all fucking roasting each other and getting relegated, and Kaz's, and I was telling him that I was like, this is something I've never seen before. It's brilliant. It's fire. It's letting everybody get everything off their chest in a fun, brutal, but specific fact-driven way. And it's given everyone a chance to have their say and have a rebuttal, and the chat gets to vote. Like, it was just everything about it was tell anybody when they're telling lies, essentially. The more honest you are, the more real you are, the more you're going to appeal. And I was like, this is fire. Fire, fire, fire. I said to Kaz, I'd never seen anything like it, and that I thought it was a brilliant idea, and that every time they have international football or off seasons or fucking the Queen has died and football's been called off, they should be doing something like that, because it was fire. Like, and that I wish that I could implement something like that into this world, gaming as a whole, or if you did something like that on the sim racing world, if we got to all criticize each other on the way we race, and us streamers, the way we act as we're streaming, in a light-hearted, but like, I'd roast myself. I'll 100%. If I was going to host the shit, I'll roast myself first, and then say, okay, everyone else can roast me now. And then after that, it's every man for himself. But I would roast myself first for the way I am as a streamer and a racer, and then set the tone and go, all right, lay it on me. Tell me how much of everything I just said is the truth, and what am I holding back on, and you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't happen though. It wouldn't happen. Their egos, everyone takes themselves way too seriously. Myself included. I think I could take some of it though, and I know my criticisms of myself and the way I drive. Like, I know my criticisms, my ill failings as a driver, being around other drivers. Like, I could 100% call out my own shit. But other streamers, and then even just the way other people play the game, because it'll be two things. It's either got to be the community of sim racers, so you get the top guys, the ones that are in all the lobbies, the ones that are in all the chats, the top guys, or it's a community of sim racers, streamers, so the ones that are in my position, aroundabouts and higher, and they all just, you know, have a Sunday panel. We all talk about, like I said earlier, we watch each other's replays and roast each other. Like, but it wouldn't happen. No one's got the balls or the fucking, the ability to have any self-deprecation. Like, it's all too serious in this world, especially the higher up your rating is, the higher up your standard is. It's all too serious. You know, you never make a mistake. It's always everybody else's fault, and that's the way they all are. Like, the fucking top 500 drivers in the world, you know, and on any given good day, myself included. That's how they all are. But none of them will ever admit to it. Yeah, nah, Fazzy's cool, bro. And I could see how he would be serious too. He's got... It's like the Saeed thing. He's got beliefs. He's got beliefs. So I could see how he would be serious and get offended by shit. 100%. I am... You know I absolutely have that ability to. Absolutely. To be offended by... To think that things people can just lightly say in a chat is too much. You know what I mean? I have that ability too. Like to be triggered by something like that, and I've had to pull up some people with my own chats, stuff like that, but I can also just be a fucking clown and say the dumbest fucking shit all the time for the sake of filling air. You know, like, I'm sure Lee knows all about that too. It's like you get so wound up in your own rant, your own fire and all that, and then you kind of forget where you are, and then you're like, anyways, this person's a fuckwit. Like, just completely offbeat, random, you know. Real talk. Tell me when I'm telling lies. Like, so yeah, there's so much, guys, that, like, even my knowledge, like, the amount of, even the things I talk about when I'm racing, playing, whatever, the amount of people recently, say the last 6 months, who have said you should do podcasting, which I wouldn't even know how to go about podcasting, honestly. Like, isn't this the same fucking thing? It's the same thing, right? But a lot of people have been saying to me podcasting because just my interest. The gravy panel, yeah, 100%. That's what I mean. We've got a prime opportunity to do this. Did you hear that? Can you hear that? Just get a load of that? Anyone? Did you hear that? My house was vibrating. My chair was vibrating. No, that was them sitting out the lights, bro. If I'd got up and had a look, I reckon that was a whole collection of cars. It sounded like a motorbike in there too. Sounded like a motorbike in there, but that was them sitting at the lights. And then they clearly smoked it up as they left the lights, man. That was multiple cars. My whole house was shaking. Now there's a chopper flying overhead. Lol. Whole shit, bro, that was... And the first thing was supercharged, but then I heard turbo, and then I heard a motorbike. That was like a group on the main road. It was outside, bro. That was literally out the front. Like, it actually, the vibrations were that hardcore that it sounded like it was in the backyard too. But that was on the main road, 100%. Heard it pulling up to the light, and then sitting at the light, and then they took off from the lights. The high revs that you were hearing as it was coming into the lights, and then they were sitting there. Now there's sirens everywhere. It's kind of hilarious. Welcome to the West, bro. I told you, though, out here, there is a massive, crazy car scene, bro. Like, they have... It's all bikies and fucking wogs and shit, man. They have so many car shows around here on Sundays and shit, bro. Some of the ones you see around here, like... That's the loudest I've ever heard, though. That was mental. Yeah, the supercharger, 100%. The first thing was supercharger, then turbo followed it, and then there was 100% a motorbike or two after it. And it actually sounded like the motorbikes were coming through, like they were just like revving because they heard the cars or seen the cars. Like, but 100% it sounded like the supercharger was doing circle work. But I think he was just sitting there on the spot, building the revs, and then he took off, and he definitely did some not circles, but he melted some tyres for the first 60 metres after the lights, for sure. And then something behind him had turbo, and then some motorbikes came through. That was mental. That's what it sounded like. We had the air show fucking last week, man. Every fucking 10 minutes you were hearing something, man. I ran out a couple of times, like, the missus is like, why are you running outside? It's just a helicopter. I was like, yeah, but it's an army one. It's really low. She was like, boys. I was like, no, fuck off. Like, it was like, whoa, 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 you know what I mean? Like, it's like some Apache or some shit. She's like, why are you running outside? I'm like, I want to see it. You know? Just me. But yeah, that was dope. Anyways, I need to run some proper laps, but I've got to put some shorts in. I'm getting sweaty. It's a pretty warm day. Or would anyone want to do lobbies? Should we do lobbies? Should I put up a lobby 1:30 on a Sunday afternoon? Fuck more. Come back out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't, bro. That's yeah. Fuck that. It's brutal crash, man. Bro, I got to see a Mustang flying overhead a couple days before it. It full did a circle around, like, out of satellites, did a whole circle. Like, heard it first before I even seen it. I actually thought it was, at first, I thought it was like a fucking, like some light plane, like a civilian type plane. You know, that. And then when it got closer and closer and closer to me, like I could see the wings first, and then seeing the tail, the color of it, and just the way it went around, and when it full went over my head, instead of the vibrations, it had that roar, like just that. I felt like a child. Like I felt like I was just like, I just watched it fly around in a circle, like kind of coming in rough way, doing a slingshot, heading back out towards fucking Avalon. I was smitten. Fucking smitten. The sound of those things, man. Dunkirk. Every time I watch Dunkirk, ugh. Those old engines. I actually know some mechanic too who's put a Merlin engine in this old Ford Galaxy. He's making a drag car, like with a, it's like a V12 Merlin or some shit. It's mental. Like it's got like a fully customized cab and all because of how far back the engine is. But he's making it's going to be in Street Machine, but it's going to be a fucking drag car, like an actual drag car with a Merlin engine, and it's like some old mid-60s like chopped off American Ford, but it's got a Merlin engine put in it. Like, it's crazy the amount of fucking paperwork and shit that he had to go through to get this thing over here. And he's already been featured, like he's already done the interview with Street Machine, because like he's a recognised builder and shit. Gonslap. Cunt's crazy. Legitimately crazy. Yeah, it looked hard, bro. It was a big hit. It was a big hit. She's on her lunch break. Bro, I left my control sitting there so long it turned off. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Sunday shit show. Yeah, still just seeing them ballywhack that hard, bro, like, without there being more forward momentum, you know what I mean? Like, seeing them kind of come out of the loop and then just ballywhack from, like, 20, 30 meters without getting the full, like, yeah, it's not a slide, it's a whack. Crunch. Just, yeah, you always just think the worst seeing something like that. especially in such an old plane. Time for a bite in Netflix. What are you watching on Netflix, mate? I still need to watch the end of SmackDown. I watched a full review of it, and I watched the first half, but I still need to watch the end of it. It had the... I don't think I even will. It was the US title shit, wasn't it? Half a foot shorter. Yeah, fuck that. Jesus. I was going to watch the new Mission Impossible movies on Netflix. Pretty keen. It's the one where he does the motorbike stunt that they were fucking showing heaps of for ages. Pretty keen to see that. Got added this weekend. I finished watching the Terminator anime. It wasn't that good. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't like earth-shatteringly good. I was just going to throw upside down, bro. But at the same time, too, I did see that just then. What was it? This one? Subscriber lobby, and then I seen who was in it. I know these RSR blokes are friends of Vikings. They've never subbed to me or paid attention to me or whatever, but I seen Viking there. They're doing Group 3 BOP and banger of the track, mate. Underrated as fuck. Would be fun for a Sunday. You know, GTWS could be a little too serious. Is what hardcore hardstyle? Oh, the music playing. I don't know what's playing right now. It wouldn't be hardstyle, bro. Like, if you buy hardstyle, you mean techno. It wouldn't be hardstyle. I used to listen to hardstyle, so we don't have anything like that in the playlist. Probably hardcore. Probably one of Nismo's songs.
Step into the future of home entertainment.
Nah, this is like it's synth. It's like house, bro. If anything, synth. But nah, it's yeah, it's Tokyo Midnight. This is Nismo. It's always Nismo's. Whenever anybody asks is it a style, it's always Nismo's. Yeah, it's Tokyo Midnight. Tokyo Midnight. It's a banger. It's like house, happy house, something like that. But it's meant to be like a Tokyo inspired dance music, basically. So like have that almost pop Japanese, like manic. But yeah, it's actually a song he made for the game. Tokyo Midnight. And I actually used it for one of my FIFA streams too. There's a few in there. There's a Slipknot remix in there. And then the other stuff is like a horror and cyberpunk kind of a cyberpunky horror style background audio, whatever you want to call it. Reverse, yeah? Yeah. Reverse. 12. Go custom, so it'll do whatever it wants. Following. Let's just on. Real light. 3-2. Yep. No pit required too. So it's a no stop, man. It might, I don't know. We'll see how some of the FRs go. But yeah, it's but yeah, I know a lot about, like, I used to listen to hardstyle when I was into techno, and hardstyle is like, I used to give sermons about how closely related hardstyle was to metal. Like, if there was any metal that could be related to a techno, it was hardstyle in terms of the tempo, the breakdowns, like the build-ups, and then even the use of melody. Whereas like normal techno with like the melody and the synth and the bass was like pop music basically, or like a rock. But I used to, because I was a metalhead, but also into raves, when I got into hardstyle, like it was just something else compared to a normal rave. Like hardstyle was like dirty, dark, like Jen. Like my young 20s, hardstyle was the fucking shit. I danced until my legs fell off. Hardcore though, technically, is a metal thing. I'd say hard style for techno. I don't think there's technically a hardcore techno. It could be dirty techno or yeah, hard style. I would say, you know what I mean? Like, depend. No, I've had some that's faster than that. Some of the stuff we used to listen to. But I went through like the whole dark FM stage, man. When I was like 21, 22, we used to get all the dark FM fucking mega mixes. They were like 8-hour fucking dark style mixes. Oh, fucking rabbit hole of music they were, bro. Defcon, yep. Hard Candies. What were the white parties? I can't remember their name. Why can't I remember their name? Yeah, we had Defcon, but Hard Candy, especially the final candy, or Pharmacy. Hard Candy evolved into Pharmacy, and like I went to Final Pharmacy at fucking the Palace, Burke Street, and that was a sick night. Like Final Pharmacy. Why can't I remember the name of the white one? They had it at a fucking Telstra Dome. It was like Illusion or some shit. It was like an all-white party. Strobes and fucking... I had the Silver Mercs. I was melting. We didn't even have to go to the rave, bro. We were like partying in the fucking hotel before we even got there. Why can't I remember its name? It's only like 17 years ago, you know, but yeah, white Mercs. No. Silver Mercs, white hearts. The white hearts were pure MD, the silver Mercs were pure speed. And it was like just up and down like a yo-yo. You were like, yeah, and then your face was like, ah, and you're like holding one eye open, fucking slurring, talking to your mate, and then you're like, fuck it, for about 12 hours. Good times. Nah, it was... Sensation? I feel like it was a sensation. Sensation. I think I've remembered it. Sensation. It was like 35,000 per... It was the biggest rave in the Southern Hemisphere at the time. Eddie had. Back in the day. PhD, Hard Candy, No Sleep. 2009. Yeah, 22. 2009. New Year's Eve. World leading dance event, Sensation Melbourne. I remember it. There's an article here about it. It was mental. The white party. eyes were hanging out my head the whole fucking night. I swear every woman I seen was like the hottest woman on earth, but I think it was just because of how fucking drug affected I was. And the white. It was just all the white. And the MD. But you just wanted to fuck everything. And I was 22. Mostly the MD. Bro, I had Sennies. I had Sennies back then. Sennheisers. Like, I was that hard into it too. I had Sennheisers back then. And then I had hard candies. Because they're like a gamer. You could game and fucking... But I had a mad pair of Sennheisers then. Nearly the most... At the time, they were like the single most expensive, like, consumer item I'd ever bought. I think they were like $280 when I bought them brand new from JB. And we're talking when I was 21. $280 back then. And then the only other thing, like more than that, besides a console, whatever, that I ever spent more than was a pair of fucking Ray-Bans. About the same price. But my God, was that like the most consumerist thing I'd ever done. Ridiculous fucking price. But they were so good. They were so good. I think my best mate still has them to this day. He ended up with them. The fucking cord on them ended up fucked. They'd only stay at like one level. But Sennheisers. Loved them. I'd love a pair of Sennies now. I don't have good headphones, full stop. Like, I prefer fucking... I hate in-ear headphones. I've always had ear problems when I was a kid. Had heaps of problems with my grommets and shit. Couldn't put my head underwater. Hearing problems, shit like that. So, like... And I sent myself deaf through raves and metal gigs. But I hate earbuds. Anything. Even on a work site. You put your finger near my ear, I'll break your fucking jaw. I'm like the kid, Ted, in There's Something About Mary. You put your finger in my ear, I'll break your fucking jaw. Legitimately. I don't care how big you are. You're Brock Lesnar. You put your finger in my ear, I'll break your fucking jaw. I'll bite your dick off, cunt. You put your finger in my ear. I don't know what it is. I'm just... I sit there and put my own finger in my ear now and be like, oh, yeah, oh. But anyone else fucking gets close, I will throw an elbow. I don't know what it is. I think it's because when I was a kid, I had a lot of problems with them. Ear infection, shit like that. So yeah, I need comfort. I need something that muffles. Not something that fucking goes in my ear and rings, you know? Frank, exactly. Every time I reference him, that's Dad! Frank and Beans! Every time I reference him, that's probably my go-to quote too, bro. Warren, stop it! Touch my stuff! Don't touch my headphone! Best movie, bro. I fucking love the ending. The song, the Costellos, the song, the way it ends, doesn't get the girl, walks out, the song's playing, and he's like, it's the best. It cracks me up. Like, to this day, it's just... It's not the ending you're expecting. Ted! You forgot your keys! It's fucking the best, bro. Have you seen my wiener? Frankenbeans! God, he zipped up his whole Frankenbeans! Best movie, bro. Like, that's my child. I watched that when I was... So that came out in 96 or 97. And I watched it like 6 months after it came out on video from Blockbuster. So I was like 11 when I watched that movie. Absolutely, at that point, that was like the most raunchy movie I'd ever seen. Ever. Until probably American Pie come along. But I seen that movie when I was like 11. My dad thought he was just getting like a Ben Stiller comedy. Get wrecked, son. That one fucked. That's great. Good movie. Such a good movie. But my God, the amount of sexual fucked up innuendo in that movie. That a fucking 10-year-old watching that movie. Like the fucking car scene, bro. No, I'm talking about 6-second workouts, man. You can't You can't get abs in 6 minutes, man. No! The bushes. That movie's fucked, bro. It's a whole level of fucked. Like, but it's just... Oh, yeah, with the dog. Yeah, she was flying, bro. She was flying. Gotta clean everything. The dog gets fucking... The dog, mate, out the window. Like, even that first time, like, as a kid, I'll never forget the dog going out the fucking window. Like, that whole scene is comedy gold. The overacting, the fucking... all of it, you know, and the dog's like a full fucking psycho. And then just, yeah, the next time it goes to jump at him, and he just... and, like, the noise, the sound of it. Yeah, the way she lifts the sofa like a boss, that is pretty funny. But that dog going out the window, bro, and then they're in the AR, and they're like, turn! Like, just... That poor cunt, bro. Like, it is a quality movie. Like, stands up today. Yeah, it was fucking off its head, going through the wall, bro. Like, and it's like, like when he's got it on the ground and shit. Like, it's funny as fuck, bro. It's like the Mark Wahlberg and Ted fight. Like, dude's punching on with a puppet, and it's so believable, man. Like, vicious as fuck. Like, so good, bro. Like, best scene. And that's like the middle of the movie. It's just like, you just know that, like, it could go anywhere from that point. And then, like, even the pinnacle of the movie, where it's like the confessions, and they just keep coming in one after the other until you end up with, like, Brett fucking Favre, bro. Like, when the fourth dude comes in, like, the fucking scammer and Matt Dillon, they're like, oh, for fuck's sake! Like, fucking sitting there standing on the background waiting for the fucking next weirdo to fucking tell why he's in love with her. And they're all like, oh, yeah, why do you fucking... Like, it's a fucked up movie. Like, it's a fucked up... Really, really fucked up movie. Like, none of them deserved her. Like, that was the point of the movie. Like, great movie. So good. Stands up to this day. Yeah, the show. What a fucking prick. He's fucking holding them all. I was fucking fine, Mary. I was fucking fine, okay? Fucking 15 years, Mary. I was fucking fine. You fucking showed up, bitch. And he was the hands guy. This is my good hand. Great movie. Great movie. Probably haven't watched it in 20 years. Look how much of it we're quoting and memorizing, and probably haven't watched it in 20 years. Best movie. Not the best Ben Stiller movie, but fucking close. Very fucking close. Yeah, they don't. They really don't. Honestly, you can say that the last one they did make like that was another Ben Stiller movie, and that was fucking Tropic Thunder. And, I mean, like, it's like banned now, bro. We're only like 10, 15 years later, and it's banned. Like, you can't talk about it. You know, you're not allowed to say that it was funny. You're not allowed to go, what about this, what about that? Like, regardless of the movie being a parody of absolutely everything. Because of a couple of key things that made the movie controversial in today's day and age, you're just not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to watch it. You're not allowed to be an enjoyer of it. You know, it's a racist movie. In the same way that The Interview is. Interview is fucking brilliant. I mean, fuck, bro. Sony legit got hacked because of The Interview. Like, PSN got hacked as revenge for The Interview, and that shit was fucking hilarious. Like, Interview is one of the funniest ones I've ever seen too, and that's just taking the piss with stereotypical racist comedy, and it's funny. But yeah, Robert Downey Jr. and Jack Black scenes. All of Jack Black's scenes in Tropic Thunder. Especially when he's tied to the pole. Especially when he's tied to the pole. Jack Black being a heroin fiend, the gangster rapper that's secretly closeted gay, Robert Downey Jr. being an Australian pretending to be an American, pretending to be a black guy, or whatever it was, Kirk Lazarus. Kirk Lazarus. I kicked him. I did see him in the background crashing into a wall a few minutes ago. Amanda Nunes into the UFC Hall of Fame. Good candidate. Hello, Bob. What do you want? Bro, she's still a beast, man. Even just the way she stands. You can just tell she's a fighter. Like someone who's trained as a fighter her whole life. Like she's just chilling standing there, but her shoulder stance is like someone who's spent their whole life with their shoulders just squared up like that. Like she's just standing in the crowd, but her shoulders are like... It's not like she's got big tits or hips, but her arms are just like... Can't help it. I'm a tank. Yeah, she's a good fighter. Alright, well, 5 minutes, we'll start. How did I get you banned, mate? How did I get you banned, Bob? What the fuck did I do on PSN to get you banned, mate? You tell me that, Bob, because I haven't reported anybody on PSN in like 3 years, mate. What did I do that got you banned on PSN? Sounds like you might have done something or said something, Bob, but I didn't see or fucking... I don't know, Bob. It's got nothing to do with me, mate. How did I get you banned? Everybody in the chat, feel free to roast Bob. Bob's a mutant. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He gets upset. He's easily triggered. He tries, but he's easily triggered. And he likes to say dumb shit. So feel free to spar with him. I'm going to go take a piss. I'll be back.
Hope is born.
Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, I haven't got around to it yet, Aaron. I've had people screaming at me to play it. And surprised that I haven't, because I am big on Japanese culture and those style of games, and very immersive games. I mean, Cyberpunk, bro. Cyberpunk has consumed my time. In terms of a single-player game, Cyberpunk for the last 3 months now. You know, I'm just finished my first playthrough and I restarted the game like that, bro. Like, but I'll get around to it. I've still got Hogwarts. Like, I'm a Harry Potter fan. I've still got the Hogwarts game. I've got to get into that. I'm starting RoboCop tonight. I've been meaning to play. I'm keen as, but I've got a pretty poor back catalogue too, and it's mostly because of this. Because this is the bread and butter, you know. Like, this is what brings in people and keeps people here, so to speak. Why is it? Have I not made softs fucking mandatory? Sorry, mediums. I didn't. Racing meds. No required type. Yeah, well, if you gave up on it then, go back to it now. I never played day one. I didn't play till 2 years later. It's an incredible game. It passed Red Dead 2 as the greatest game I've ever played, bro. Red Dead 2 was my favourite game. Most immersive, best world. Cyberpunk is past that now. And in this day and age, especially a game that was trying to achieve as much as Cyberpunk was, a la No Man's Sky, you can't write off a game based on a launch like they had. It was a bad launch, but plenty of other developers, like, I mean, fucking every Assassin's Creed game comes out like that, and they still sell like hotcakes. All the FIFA games are buggy as fuck. All the wrestling games are buggy as fuck. So, like, year after year after year, you know what I mean? Yeah, nostalgic, I'm hit and miss, man. I'm not huge on it. It's very hard for me to go back and, unless it's a full remaster, like fucking beautiful looking game, it's hard for me to go back when we have great games now. But I am trying to slowly kind of work on the single player experiences that I have missed out on in the last few years. And like, I need games like Cyberpunk, like, you know, single player, like even Witcher. I love the Witchers, I love Skyrims, I love the Fallouts. Fallout, like, I need a new Fallout, if anything, man. Like, if and when Fallout 5 ever comes, you'll never see me again. You know, I could stream that and have one person watching it and I wouldn't give a shit. Like, I'd fucking stream it for 10 hours straight. Yeah, those remasters were bad. So even GTA, bro, GTA's done with me. I haven't cared about GTA for years. GTA is just online now. Even like GTA 5, GTA 4 is the best GTA. Storyline, gameplay, everything. GTA 5 is the world. And then the online component of it, and it's just the same shit, bro. It's like Fortnite. Just the same shit. I hate GTA now. I don't know how people have sat there and done that for 13 years now, bro. It's been the same shit for a long time. And I loved it. Great single player game. Very enjoyable world to play in. Great physics. Enjoyable characters. Not the best story. And then online, you know, a couple years in, yeah, great. Fucking a decade later, ugh. Just the same shit, man, day in, day out. The same cash cow shit. Fortnite, Call of Duty. Nico, yeah, fucking Nico Bellic, bro. Hello, Nico, it's Roman. You want to go bowling? Yeah, Nico fucking Bellic, bro. What a, Last of Us is incredible, yes. Bro, I can't wait for the next season too. It's already getting reviewed. Last of Us are incredible games. They are absolutely, like, and they're in that, not even the game style, but the story. I love post-apocalyptic. Like, that is absolutely my favorite. Like, for a gaming genre, that's my favorite genre. Post-apocalyptic, 100%, hands down. Zombies, dinosaurs, nuclear, end of the world, whatever. Post-apocalyptic, I'm fucking there. So I love that shit. Yeah, the top-down GTAs were sick. The top-down GTAs were sick. Running over all the Hare Krishnas and shit. But yeah, Last of Us is incredible, bro. I love grey games. I love games that are in the grey. Red Dead, in the grey. Last of Us, in the grey. Cyberpunk, in the grey. Fucking Detroit, Being Human, in the grey. Heavy Rain. Not many do it well. And those ones that I just mentioned, like, wrong and right means different in those worlds. When you look at the decision in Last of Us, that's a doozy, isn't it? You know, the decision at the end of The Last of Us, that's a doozy in terms of was it the right or the wrong thing to do? You know, and then all the everything, all the world building in The Last of Us before you take control of any player is brilliant. That's why I love for the TV show now. We're getting like all the backstory that the game only filled out in like details and shit. We're going to get that in TV now, so I love that shit. But yeah, the decision, not the decision. There is no decision. It's the way the game goes, but the consequences of it. Whereas like Red Dead, there's decisions. Cyberpunk, Red Dead, it's a play style. Last of Us, it's programmed. Last of Us, you're going to get that ending. It doesn't matter. Red Dead, a play style will determine what ending you're going to get. It's still going to be a grey ending, good or bad. But you'll know early in the game if you're on the right path. You don't know anything with Last of Us. You're just on a story, and then it ends the way it ends. Red Dead, you play through it in the hopes of good or bad, whatever, and you get your ending. Cyberpunk is like, bro, you can think you're a fucking saint. You can think you've done everything right, and believe me, when you get to the end, you're going to have fucked up. You're going to have done something that, like, on the bigger picture, or, like, it's just never... No game has ever hit me in the way it has, in terms of, like, the decisions you have to make, the impacts it has on the world around you, the impact it can have on your gameplay later on, the characters, like, it's just... And to get, like a Red Dead, the good ending of this game still depressed the hell out of me. Like, empathetic type one. The bad endings were like instant restart, you know, like, I've embarrassed myself here. I need to restart this. I can't have this ending, you know, like how bad it can get. I had that happen in Heavy Rain too. The first time I played through it, I had like the worst possible ending you could have in Heavy Rain. You got 4 playable characters and 3 of them ended up dead. Same with some of those horror games where it depends on that type of shit. San Andreas, look, San Andreas was great fun, but San Andreas was also like them. 3 was a sandbox. 4 was them trying to tell a story, and they went all out with the actors and that. The city was small, but it was very detailed, but they were going all in on a story, on the cinematic experience. San Andreas was trying to emulate so many things of the 90s, but it was trying to... And they did well. People remember and revere San Andreas for all the variety that that game had. For all the things that you could do. But essentially, that's all the game was just a checklist of things to do. It did bring in... Like, and admittedly, there's some of those stuff that been in San Andreas that never came back, that I wish they would. All the taxi stuff, all the cop stuff, all the ambulance, all that needs to come back. Where you fucking can become, you know, you can make a fortune being a fucking pimp, or make a fortune being a taxi driver, or make a fortune, like all that, they need to bring that back. Like, all that ability. Yeah, Origami, Heavy Rain, yeah. Yes, Origami Killer. And no matter what, like, it has different endings. But unfortunately, and it's a great game. I love Quantum Dreams. If you like Heavy Rain, play Detroit, Being Human. That's a billion times better. But no matter what, Heavy Rain, the killer is the same at the end of it every time. And the way the game plays out, the decisions you have to do, and the people that you play as, it just doesn't make sense. They could have at least had a system in there that it could turn out to be a different killer or something like that. The killer is the same person every time. Detroit become human. It's incredible game. Incredible game. For a game that's essentially just a giant cinematic, it broke me, bro. Like, it broke me. All the characters, man. The only one that I liked the least was the one that was meant to make you question everything the most, and that was Marcus. Like, because he's the most robotic, so to speak, but also the most sentient. And depending on how you play as him, you can take him further down that path, you know, the path of least resistance, or... Yeah, Portal would be great. But the girl, bro, the stuff with the girl, and Connor was just like... and that was another game mechanic too, like... Because of the way Connor played out, he's one of the most important things. He essentially... Losing Connor means nothing, because he just comes back. So like that, there's the high stakes of it with Connor specifically. But he's a beautiful character, and you don't want him to die. Him and Hank, especially the partnership with him and Hank. But the girl and the little girl, like that's even from the start, like the very start. That is some very uncomfortable, like, scenarios that they put you in. You know, everything about from the moment she's being purchased to the moment she's brought home. And then, you know, what's the mystery behind the previous one. And, like, it just... You're meant to be a nanny, bro. You're meant to be, like... It's weird. You've never had a gameplay scenario like it. You're meant to be a nanny, and you're meant to be fucking looking after a little girl. You know what I mean? And, like, I'm getting chills talking about it now. Like, you're meant to be a nanny, and you're meant to be looking after a little girl. And you get thrown into the suburbs. And it's very... Yes, it's very... I mean, what he does to the robot's one thing, but what he does to the girl is another thing. And then even the decisions you can make as the robot. The impacts that it has on the girl. Like, right from the fucking go, man. Right from the go. Like, that story makes you uncomfortable. Like, in a way of, like, you fucking hope what you're doing is the right thing. Like, even in those first moments, like, you know, and the worst possible outcome with that scene and the way it starts too isn't the right thing, as much as it might feel like it's the right thing. And I spoke about this a lot with Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk will play you so bad, bro. You think you're doing the right thing, like, yeah, it is. It's a wicked game. Beautiful too. Just stunning. Like, it's crazy. It came out 5-6 years ago now, bro. And there's games now that, like, and its engine is like, you're essentially playing through a cutscene, but like its engine never changes. You know what I mean? Like the graphics are the same the whole way. Like Red Dead, you know when it goes to a cutscene. Cyberpunk, essentially, there is no cutscenes. It's in the engine the whole time, but Cyberpunk doesn't look to the level that Detroit did. The way Detroit plays, the way it looks. Just any scene of heavy dialogue between any of the main protagonists and the extra characters that come along. The fucking big guy, man, the big black dude, protector guy, like the coppers, man, Hank, like, and it makes sense. Fucking Clarence Brown or whatever, Clancy Brown. He just died recently. Dude's a fucking legend. Like, he's a dead set sci-fi action. He's been in Highlander. He's been in Starship Troopers. The dude who plays Hank, the copper, Clancy Brown, plays Punisher's mentor in the Punisher TV show. Fucking GOAT actor and an actual actor. TV, movies, everything. His role as Hank, bro, like, most unlikable, horrible, fucking dog shit human being. And by the end of it, you're like, don't you ever hurt my Hank. You know, like, don't. You know, by the end of it, his relationship with Connor And you're the one who can make it be good or bad. You know, and see, if you see Hank being bad, it's not good. It's like Red Dead. I talk about it all the time with Red Dead. I don't ever want the bad Red Dead playthrough. I don't ever want to see it. I don't ever want to see it. I don't want Micah to win. I don't want to see it. I don't want to make Arthur be that person. Like, they made such a fucking good character that goes from the grey to someone who can be good. They did it so well that I can't make Arthur bad. I've done bad things as Arthur, 100%. Ain't every one of them had it coming. Like, playing with the character. Ain't every one of them had it coming. He took a lot of pride in a lot of things that he did that were very, very bad things, but he was not a bad man. And I could never play that game. Even if it was a sandbox engine. Like, you could fucking obliterate the world. I couldn't do it. Not to a character that they created that was that good. I don't want to see him portrayed like that. I don't want to see the shit version of him. Like, I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening, Spaghetti. I said that to you. If Nick Aldis was going to have a match, it would have happened with Adam Pearce. They were building that program a little while ago. I think it's going to be Aleister Black, bro. I told you. He's going to give him a mystery opponent. It's going to be Aleister Black or Rusev. It's going to be Aleister Black. That'd make more point than a returning Rusev. Because a returning Rusev, Orton will just squash. But a returning Malachi Black seems dangerous, so. I don't think we're going in that direction. But yeah, fucking big ups, Aaron. You know your shit, man. Already, and like today, you've seen, and Spaghetti's talked about this, I've pulled him up on a lot of it. Like my range of things that I'm into and why I'm into them. Like gaming is an art form to me. I love gaming. I love gaming for, like, you know, getting good. Racing, shooting, fighting, violence, brutalness, all of it. But where gaming's gone in the last 5, 10 years, 15 years with its storytelling capabilities, mate, because I love me cinema too. I love cinema. I love good TV. Cinema's big for me though. Big. I'm you know, what do they call them? A cinephile in a big, big way. And gaming, especially Detroit, Red Dead, Cyberpunk, Ghost of Tsushima, cinematic. Like, cinematic as fuck. Like, gaming has got to the point where, I mean, it was already there. Think about Hideo Kojima. Metal Gear Solid. Now all I can think of is... Bam, 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 bam. Just that intro. 1996. Hideo Kojima, a PS1. He just come out of seeing The Rock, and he was like, I'm going to make a video game that's like this movie, but make it all about espionage and fucking philosophies and nukes and AIs and fucking... But he did that intro on a PS1 and was like cinema. And then gaming for like the next decade or so kind of just stayed away from it. You know, like they went in like Call of Duty direction and, you know, fun arcade again and all that. And Hideo Kojima was just doing all this fuckery with Metal Gear Solid. Silent Hill, 100%. Spiel, we never got the Silent Hill game out of him. He was onto a good thing there. But essentially what I'm saying is, like, gaming had the potential in 1996 to be cinema on a PS1. And he knew it. And he's done everything in his power now, especially post Konami. Oh, Manhunt's brutal. That's a nasty game. He's done everything in his power post Konami to, like, I mean, Death Stranding was out there, absolutely something new, but now a few years separated, it's so critically acclaimed. Like, as something new, as something different, and as something so off the scale that you can't even, like, classify it. And now the sequel is one of the most hotly anticipated things in history. And like the very concept of that game can't even be explained. But then it's all on this cinematic world, you know, ending human exploring nature. Like that's what the game's about. It's not about the gameplay. It's about watching fucking Daryl from The Walking Dead come to grips with human society type shit. Like it's just narrative on a level that dumb cunts playing Call of Duty could never ever understand. Yeah, I didn't get into it either, but I've watched a lot of pieces about it, about what it's trying to convey, and I understand what it's trying to convey. And the world building that it does is big. It does its own thing. But yeah, I'll tell you what, Aaron, if you want to have a shit show stream that has nothing to do with fucking football, and you just want to have a topic and talk about it, mate, I'll be more than down. Yeah, Days Gone is incredible. And should have deserved a sequel. 100% deserved a sequel. I'm glad it's at least getting that remaster now. So there's still chance. There is still chance. When you look at the production companies behind it, and now it's getting, I think there's a chance, bro. That game is finally starting to get a little bit of that love that it was sorely missing on release. It is definitely there now. The game is more revered now than it was on release. The PC release really helped it too. The PC release really helped it. Yeah, it's getting a remaster. They're it's getting a PS5 re-release. Like full-blown and possibly new content in it too. Or at least like, you know, Easter eggy type stuff. But it's getting a full-blown remaster. So like what they did with Last of Us. Because, I mean, even think about it. Technically, Red Dead 2. Like, I've brought this up. Rockstar released one game in the PS4 era. One game. Red Dead 2. One game. Look at it. I mean, it's the pinnacle of PS4 era. One game. And then you look at the PS3, or up to the PS3, like, the amount of franchises they don't even make anymore. But basically since GTA 5, PS3, 4, 5. Like, we're fucking 3 consoles later, bro. They've made one game in that time. They've outsourced about a dozen remakes. Yeah, whatever you want to talk about. Just because, I mean, you're only starting out now too. I could help you with this type of shit. You do one, go live with me. I do the shares, etc. But I'll be down for this shit. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I'm an open book. I know it's like with Lee, there's a lot of stuff like when it comes to, it's funny, he'd rather watch his novellas, Spanish novellas, take the piss out of that. But I know he doesn't really care about movies, TV, fucking any of it. I got a pretty good knowledge for it, man. And I'm an auteur. You know, like I've got the passion for the stuff that I'm into when it comes to cinema, TV, gaming, music, all of it. Like I look for more than just the surface level shit. I look at shit long after and like, you know, I've analysed it, like. But yeah, I'd be very much down, bro. Old Trump's at the UFC, guys. Big man's in the building. It's just mediums, bro. No stop. Just mediums, no mandatory. That's my missus's genre. It's not me. I know I'm more cinematic horror and horrors that have been significant in the last decade or two. And I definitely have my picks. But my missus is horror full stop. That's her genre. It's either fucking Disney films or fucking horror. And Saw is her favourite franchise. Saw and Scream. She loves them all. She watches B grade, C grade. Yeah, she's got them all, bro. Like her favourites are the classics. She's got tattoos of all of them. She's got fucking dolls of all of them. Jason, Freddy, Myers, all of them, bro. She's obsessed. Obsessed. It's her life. We can have another lap, Sparrow. We can go out again in a minute. How long we got left? How many more minutes? I'll have another run. Give me 1 minute. I'll have another run, bro. I can have a cone. Yeah, she loves it. She loves it, bro. For me, I'm more like the best horror to me. Recently, best recent, like outright recent, was Late Night with the Devil. One of the most original takes I've ever seen on a possession, demonic type movie. And just awesome. Incredible visual, practical effects, like just sick. But the biggest one that made me pay attention in the last decade or so was Us. And then fucking... What was the alien one? No. But Us. Us. And I wouldn't even say Us is a proper full-blown horror movie. But Us. That movie I could talk about forever. And, alright, I'm going to drive out, Sparrow. I need to watch that, the Demi Moore one. The missus watched it, she loved it. I can't think of the name. Ferbs was saying it too. Ferbs was like, it's fucked up. Fucked up. Worst body horror shit. More personal to the audience, like us as the audience, or the audience watching at the time? Because I mean, we don't even really know what happened to everybody, bro. But you mean us? Because I didn't think the movie asks that many questions. It's not like your typical kind of science versus religion, but it did, like, it did exactly that too, with the mystic. The mystic. I love the way it did the mystic, the skeptic, the show. Okay, yeah, the show audience. Because yeah, you don't even really know what happened to him, bro. We didn't really see, because even the stuff you see at the end, you don't know if it's real or not. Because it's all him fucking tripping balls, bro. You fully don't know what happened, except that he stabbed her at the end. Like, that's the only bit you do know. And it's fucking devastating. She was so good, bro. That little girl fucking had me fucking creeped out for a fair little while. She was phenomenal. Phenomenal. When she went like full alien god mode, I'd never seen anything like that in a poltergeisty. Like, I just thought that representation when she was all like flaily head and shit, it's fucking sick, man. Like, I was like, and like all the people watching are like, oh my fucking god! Like, she's like just becomes this fucking glowing entity. Like, it's fucking mental. Just fucking snaps a cunt's neck, fucking melts another cunt's face off. Like, it's just sick. The people, and they keep showing the audience. The audience is just like, ah! Ah! It's fucking. I was like, oh! I loved it. I loved it. And like, it was cool too, because the whole movie's like a build-up. You know, like it's humor and questioning and like a bit of shock here and there. Even the worm scene, bro. Like, the worm scene is fucked up. And like the little girl, man, she's giggling her ass off. Like, the worm scene is mad. And it's not real. Like, that's a head fuck of a movie, bro. I enjoyed it too. Just the pace of it. 90 minutes. 20 minutes in, man, I was like, ooh, I like this. Like, just the setup of it. I was like, I can see where this is. And the skeptic, bro. Like, the skeptic full stop. Like, I loved the way he was played. I loved the questions he was asking. The other dude was clearly a fraud, but something was fucking going wrong. It was gold. I loved it. Had all the cliches of a fucking exorcism. It's his own personal hell. That's what the missus said too at the end. And like, she doesn't know, like, even she said she didn't know what was real or not, whether he even killed her or not. Like, it can be certain, because I mean, it may have even been that he killed the entire audience, bro. Like, who knows? But yeah, Abraxas. And then even all that shit, like, Abraxas is real in terms of the demon. And like the worshipping of him, not so much the cult related to him, but that whole fucking, I can't remember the name of it, but the whole cult shit is real in terms of the Hollywood, like, I can't remember their name, but it's existed for a long time. Like, it goes back to Aleister Crowley and shit. And Abraxas has been a common theme for like devil worshippers and Satanists and shit like that. A common entity that comes up in 3 hours. Yeah, they're filling time, bro. Yeah, it's every now and then. They've had a couple. Since it went to Netflix, there's probably been 3 that have been 3 hours long. And it is when they're more filling out story that is SmackDown related. The Grove. The Grove. That's the name of the cult. Look it up. Google it. Because so much of it is actually like seeped in reality. The Grove. Like all that shit that fucking they accused the Kardashians and Kanye and Diddy and Epstein and everybody else. That's essentially what that movie was fucking caked in. All of that. Like, you know, and then in the era of like they said it about Sinatra, bro. He was probably one of the biggest names that was like proven to be associated with this shit way back when. The Grove. I'm pretty sure it was The Grove. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great movie. I was like I felt like the little girl when shit kicked off. I was like her. I was like like And when it was getting real fucked up, I was like the audience in the movie too. I was like, oh, oh, oh. And then by the time she went full fucking poltergeist mode, I was like, this is the sickest shit ever. Like, just because even the representation of it. We'd only seen like ghouly or demony. We'd never seen anything that was like a fucking alien god power entity type thing. Nothing. Nothing had ever been done like that. Like, and for a demonic, like, I was like, oh. Even the noises and shit, like, such a good movie, bro. Such a good mix of practical and visual effects. Really, really enjoyed it. Australian made, too. Yeah, oh yeah, it was essentially, yeah, it is all linked to the Freemason shit too, 100%. When you look up, like, any of that old classic footage, they always go back to the Freemasons first thing. Stonemasons. Who put man on the moon? We do. We do. You know that reference, yeah? Oh! We do. We do. Make Simpsons great again. How about that? I hate when they lie to us through song. But yeah, I love a good conspiracy. Love a good tinfoil hat, Aaron. But I'm also a bit of a realist too. But 100% when stuff lines up and things that aren't allowed to be spoken about, and I'm very much an open book when it comes to those type of conversations too. Because all you got to do is like look at history and the facts and keep burying your head in the sand with this shit, then you're a part of the problem. And that's something that is happening very much in the world right now. It's all getting exposed. And if it's not getting exposed, it's getting buried. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Good vibrations! Yeah, that's what I reckon too, bro. Because he'd already been rumoured. He's been signed back with them since February? End of February? And immediately, like literally the moment he signed back with them, I had heard debut at Mania or the SmackDown after Mania. So it would make sense if they have to move that up now. Because KO's legit, bro. He's already gone, like, the surgery's done. That's how bad it was. And the prognosis is not good. Like, it's Big E prognosis, bro. I have an Insta, man. It's the same name. But I haven't used it in, like, 3 years, bro. Like, no shit. I haven't even logged into it in, like, 3 years. But yeah, I've got an Insta. It's the exact same, like, same tag. No, this is Jester. Well, yes, this is Jester. I think it is on Insta. But it's got a lot of my... It definitely has highlights of my life there. A couple of thousand followers. And see a lot of the shit that I used to be into and do. Gigs. Conventions. Movies. But I just stopped, like, using social media, basically, full stop. In my mid-30s, really. Got a Facebook channel, too, that's got, like, 4,000 likes, and I don't use that either. I should be streaming to it. For all my nerd shit. I used to get paid to do Joker fucking for parties. And Loki. I used to get paid to, like, go to fucking work breakup parties and conventions and shit like that as the Joker. With other dude as a Batman, and like started it as a hobby, but then got into a position where I was getting paid to fucking be a character. And I had a bit of a following for a little while, like at least in terms of Australia, males in Australia. I was doing pretty good for a while there, but that was a long time ago. Last time I did it would have been like fucking late 2019. And I was really only doing paid gigs. I was barely going to conventions anymore. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Oh. That's alright, bro. Anybody's welcome in the lobbies, mate. Controller or wheel. It doesn't matter to us. And we've seen people progress. Yeah, number 1 did come out in 97, and it was a game changer. And 2 was late 98, early 99, depending on where you were in the world. Gran Turismo 2 is the most successful car racing game of all time. Exceeded like 20 million copies on its own. And Gran Turismo as a whole has done over 100 million. It's the most successful racing franchise of all time. Without a doubt. And it only has officially 8 or 9 titles or versions of the game. Bro, Gran Turismo 1 and 2 single-handedly shipped that many fucking PS1 units in Japan and North America. Like in Japan, they would have already had them, right? It came out first in Japan. It was like late 94, the PS1. And the American market didn't see it until like 95, late 95, something like that. So the Japanese already had it. Gran Turismo itself boosted like the sales of Sony in Japan, because even for the Japanese, like, and you look at the way they were with their arcade culture and shit like that. Look at Ridge Racer, look at fucking Tokyo Drift, like Initial D, like they were an audience that was absolutely primed for, like, Kaz was a genius. You think about when he made that game, it makes sense that he made that game. Coming from Japan, the tech culture, the JDM culture, all of it. It makes sense that a bloke like Kaz, being a nerd, being a car dude, being in, you know, at the forefront of gaming at the time, that he's seen it. He's seen if you did it. Of course I remember him, bro. Fucking motorbikes coming up with the pole. We need a modern version of it, bro. Imagine how brutal it could look. You can do it on Cyberpunk, bro. You can ride around on a motorbike on Cyberpunk with the melee weapons like you're a fucking horse. It's mad. It's brutal. It's so brutal. You look brutal, bro. Like just riding along one-handed and holding out this fucking katana. And then, yeah, Gran Turismo 3, like prologue, essentially, because fucking Gran Turismo 3 was not a full game. It never was. It was a glorified demo. It was a glorified PS2 tech demo. It was great, though. 150 cars. Piss sweet. Like going from 930 or whatever it was in GT2 to 150 cars for prologue was a kick in the fucking teeth. But the visual upgrade was like that first time Gran Turismo 3 dropped on the PS2, nothing looked better than it. No game in any department, except maybe cutscenes in Final Fantasy games. Nothing looked better than Gran Turismo. And then yeah, the amount of units that, like, I think Gran Turismo 3, which the, like, in terms of the content in it, the amount of cars, the content in it, it's like the least critically acclaimed in terms of where fans would even rank it, but I'm pretty sure it's the second highest selling Gran Turismo of all time, behind number 2, which shows how strong Gran Turismo 1, then 2 were, and how many people they got playing Sony. That when the PS2 was out, because again, Gran Turismo 3 wasn't a release title for the PS2, it came a good year or two into the PS2 cycle, and then it was like, boom, look what we can do. And then it took them forever to get around to 4. And 4 was like the pinnacle. A lot of people think 4 is the greatest one. And 4 was the peak of PS2, and then, yeah, PS3 next to, and then next to PS4, and this one's cross PS4, PS5. And even to this day, this is a 3-year-old game now. Visually, unless you're on PC, nothing comes close. And then even on PC, they barely come close. The better the actual sim racing, the worse the game looks. That seems to be the way. Nothing comes close on console. Forza wishes. Forza looks like a cartoon compared to Gran Turismo on consoles. And imagine, because Gran Turismo is the last Sony exclusive game, there's none left, all the others have gone over, and the people on PC have been dying to get this for a long time, especially now that it's VR. Imagine how good Gran Turismo 7 could look if it goes to PC in the current day and age. Like, we think we've got it good here. Like, photorealistic would be the standard. But in terms of the way it plays, compared to its PC brethren, it's an arcade game. Straight up. Even with how hard it is, for us, it's an arcade game. Straight up. Compared to anything that's on PC that is in the sim racing market. Then for consoles, there is one other console sim racer out there that calls itself a sim racer, that is a sim racer, and is way more hardcore than this, but it doesn't have popularity, doesn't have the market, and it kind of looks like shit, even on consoles. But it plays incredible. Way better AI, way more accurate representation of the racing, but it's just got no market. Like, and this game dominates it. And then on the Xbox, they've got Forza. Like, even Forza Motorsport, which is a track-based Forza game, the least popular Forza games, because Forza kids are retards that want to do big jumps and 360s. So they're motorsports games, of which they've only ever done 2, and they're not usually that popular. They're track games, proper cars, proper racetracks, no stupid shit. Even then, they're arcade races. Like, they're arcade games. 99% of the time, the people on controllers are just as quick as the people on wheel. Because the game has all its built-in shit. And the same can be said here. Maybe when you get to the top fucking 25 drivers in the world, but there are guys that are fast enough on controller because it's that easy on control. And then on a wheel, it's like, it's not accurate enough. Like, because straight up, being on a wheel compared to someone being on a controller, you should have an advantage. But they have an advantage on the control. Robocop on the... Oh, bro, nah. 64. I honestly didn't play 64 or Atari till I was like 10 or so. Like, we'd already had the NES and the SNES. My cousins had one. I didn't play, like, ROM-based, you know, disk drive, floppy drive, until I was around 10. Like, I didn't touch an Atari or a Commodore. I knew what they were, besides a car. But we had NES, as long as I could remember. Like, we had a NES before the 90s. Like, my sisters would have been 5 or 6 years old when they got it. And the Super NES we got, like, 93, 94. But the Atari, or the Commodore, I think the first game I ever properly seen on it was a helicopter game, Desert Storm. And I remember my cousin was playing it with a joystick. And I thought that was the coolest thing ever. It was like a top-down. You flew around and blew shit up. Had to refuel. It was mad. Then the next game, and this set in stone a whole standard of like games that I was into that required keyboards and shit like that, was Railway Tycoon. And then SimCity, the first SimCity. And then by then, my cousins had a PC, ROM gaming, /DOS, fucking Doom, NASCAR, Demolition Derby, Doom. Then 2 years later, like 64, and we had that straight away. Lucky enough to have the 64 as soon as it dropped when I was 13. And at that same time, had another mate who was a couple of years older than me who'd gotten into PC gaming. And at the very same time, I was playing like 64 for the first time, getting 3D, mad 3D, adventure gaming, all that. I got opened up to PC gaming. And I mean, like, not ROMs, like StarCraft, Fallout, like a lot of RTSs, a lot of turn-based, Heroes of Might and Magic, Orion, and then Fallout. By the time I was 16, PS1, chip, every fucking game under the sun. The Nintendo was like, I was like the meme from Toy Story, dropping the 64 in the bin, mate, or dropping Nintendo in the bin, full stop. I don't want to play with you anymore. Wasn't until like I got a DS years and years and years later that I ever even had a Nintendo again. Like, until like Pokemon kind of got modernized. And I just had a handheld and I was on public transport a lot. So I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's play Pokemon. But I've been through, like, I haven't gone back that far, or Pong. But I like to think I've been through the whole spectrum of it, from the top to the bottom. And was exposed to all forms of it very early too. Even Leisure Suit Larry, bro. I was like fucking 8 years old. Fucking cheating to get through the fucking... The only reason we even knew... You remember how they had the quiz to prove whether you were 18? Bro, it wasn't even a quiz. It was more just like, are you old? It was asking you questions about the Beatles and shit. Like, and I knew music and history, so I could pass the test that Leisure Suit Larry had. Leisure Suit Larry classified me as an adult, and I was playing Leisure Suit Larry. I had no fucking idea what I was doing. I knew it was controversial, but I had no fucking idea what to do in that game. Ace Combat, 100%. Ace Combat's, I ate them up. I haven't touched them in years, but Ace Combat 1 through to 6, ate them up. Armored Cores, same thing. Ace Combat, 100%, bro. The soundtracks used to fire me up. Top Gun is life, man, so, of course. But they're all the same now. They look stunning. They play amazing. But it's been the same thing for a long time now. Even Armored Core. I haven't bothered with the new one, and it looks mental. I watch a dude play it all the time, but I don't think I'd bother to pick it up now. It is exactly as it was back then in the modern generation, way faster, looks cooler, but it's complicated shit. Like, but it is hardcore Japanese gaming stuff. Both those genres, Ace Combat, like the flying genre and the fucking mech shooter. I loved them all. Any game that involved like building a car or a robot and fucking fighting to the death, I was there. One of the greatest car racing games of all time, hasn't even been brought up yet. Super Nintendo, Rock and Roll Racing. Let's fucking go. Rock and Roll Racing was basically the engine that GTA was built on too. The guys who originally did GTA did Lemmings. Lemmings was on the Nintendo. They got worded up. Same thing. Same developers. I think Rare was behind it too in the first place with Rock and Roll. But great soundtrack. Actually had like 8-bit AC/DC, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue. Great racing though, top down. Like Micro Machines racing. Had a real cyberpunk look to it, like F-Zero X. That's another banger too, F-Zero X. I actually wish we could get that back. Like I wish Nintendo would fucking up their game. Like especially if we're getting the Switch 2 and shit. Like we haven't had an F-Zero X since fucking GameCube. I don't even think, yeah, they didn't make one on the Wii. Like we haven't had an F-Zero X in 20 plus years, man. We have a remaster of one. But like, come on, bro. Like Wipeout. We got a modern Wipeout. Why can't we get a modern F-Zero X? Because F-Zero X was better. Wipeout was like, how crazy are your reflexes? F-Zero X was like an overall racing game. It had different terrains and styles and cars and vehicles, whereas Wipeout was just all the ships were the same, and it was how quick you react. Yeah, I talk often about like, yeah, Destruction Derby was like literally one of the first ROM games I played, and that created a monster in me. Like when Destruction Derby came to PS1, I was like Destruction Derby 1 and 2 on PS1, man. Me and my friends fucking, we played hours and hours and hours of it. Just 8-ring. Destruction Derby was the bomb. Like, I can't wait for Wreckfest 2. I should really install Wreckfest 2. Sorry, reinstall Wreckfest 1. And we should get into that on Sundays. It'd be great for a stream. We should really get into that, guys. Wreckfest 2 will be fucking a year or two off of consoles, too. We should do that. I know Lounsy's been saying it. A couple others are into it. It's an incredible looking game. But yeah, I've been through the ringer, man. I mean, I recently fucking wiped out my game collection, essentially. I sold it all. Like, everything up to PS4. We still got the systems. I still have... Oh, it was more me too, bro. I did love the Soul Blades back then. Soul Caliburs. New Burnout, yeah, 100% agree there. I've been through it all with gaming. Like, I really do love it all. I've been burnt out from my genres now. I'm very picky with what I do get into. Almost the easiest one that I can see and know nothing about and see like a 2-minute video of it and just know, and even those who know me know, is anything that's open world survival type thing. Like, not open world sandbox, open world survival. Like, Minecraft at a basic level, fucking the forest and 7 Days to Die at the most hardcore level. Ark. Fucking anything that's like you and your mates surviving against the wild, the wilderness, building shit, anything that's that, doesn't matter. Especially if it's new, I'm like, yeah. What do we got? Zombies, dinosaurs, fucking monsters, mutants. What do we got? What do we got to kill, guys? Killer Instinct. I would love to bring back Killer Instinct, bro. I love Killer Instinct. Like if you look at it on paper, like compared to Mortal Kombat, it was the worst game in the world. Like, I remember I had Killer Instinct on the 64, and it was rare, and Nintendo trying to answer to Mortal Kombat without being Mortal Kombat. And this was before they let Mortal Kombat 4 come out on the 64. I loved Killer Instinct. The character designs were awesome. There were other fighters on the market that weren't Tekken, that weren't Mortal Kombat, like a Virtua Fighter or a fucking Soul Calibur. Fuck, even that fucking deathmatch fucking Postal fucking PC band rated fucking Psycho Asylum killing fighting game. Even that played better than Killer Instinct. Like, Killer Instinct was fucking a very, very slow, sluggy, sloppy game. But my god, like Clay Fighter basically. But my god, did I love it. Can't remember any of the names, but I remember that fucking motherfucker he looked like a knight and he had like fucking crab hands. Killer Instinct was the shit in my mind back then. Even Mortal Kombat 4, when Mortal Kombat 4 came to 64, I thought it was the greatest thing in the world. I didn't realise at the time we'd been duped. Like, it wasn't Mortal Kombat. Like, it was. But it wasn't. There was no blood, no gore. Like, the fighting was there. The way the game played was there. Didn't look so bad, but like we'd been duped. You know, we got Mortal Kombat on Nintendo, but it was Nintendo's watered down version of it. What's going on, Alphabet? How are you, bro? We've been having a mad shit show here. Couple of Lee's regulars hanging out. We are purely just talking shit. We've been on all over the board today, mate. Sport, gaming, movies. Just chilling out. I've been up. It does not feel like 5 hours, guys. That's insane. That's insane. I feel like we've just been hanging out for a couple of hours. That's crazy. Pit Fighter, I remember Pit Fighter. Yeah, bro, I never got to play. I've never played a Far Cry on PC. But I could imagine, because the first Far Cry wasn't even on consoles. Far Cry 2 was the first one I played. And I remember, like, even 2, bro. Like, it took me 10 years. 10 years to stop talking about the fire effects in Far Cry 2, bro. It took me 10 fucking years to stop talking about the fire effects in Far Cry 2. Every game that tried to do it between Far Cry 2 and Red Dead 2 failed. Even Far Cry, they went backwards. From Far Cry 2 to 5, they went backwards in terms of the way fire worked. Everything else, they went forwards, the way it looked, the worlds. Especially the world of Far Cry 2 was very dull. But it was Africa, it was brutal. You know, it was its own. But there was even elements of Far Cry 2 that I miss. The diamonds and there was a lot of it that I missed, and it was brutal. It was a ruthless game, because like the way fucking outposts would refill, but Far Cry 2 demanded your fucking respect. And just setting anything on fire and watching the wind take it was just so satisfying. Like, Yeah, the Doom games, bro. The Doom games are sick. Like, the last 2 Doom games have been best soundtracks ever provided to a shooting game in history. And they're fun. They've made Doom fun again. Like, fun. They've always been violent, but they made it fun. They made stylistic violence fun. And that's a mad game mechanic for a shooter. Like, Cyberpunk feels like it. Like, anybody that was watching me play last night, the way I was having to play that game felt like Doom, man. And I nearly died so many times. Because I'm playing it on hard now, low level. Getting into fights I shouldn't be getting into. But yeah, the Doom games are sick. Yeah, Far Cry 100%. I think Far Cry 2, I'd agree. Far Cry 2, for like the first person shooter, was the biggest. And like, we didn't get Crysis either. You know, we didn't get Crysis till Crysis 3, and we got a very fucking watered down version of it, essentially. I think the same. Like, well, that would have been PS3, Far Cry 2, and I'd seen, you know, and heard about it for a good year or so before we got it, and it looked way better on from what we were seeing on YouTube to what we got, because that's PC. But I remember even the gaming magazines at the time being like, you know, this game's gonna fucking, it's gonna change the way you play a fucking open world first person shooter, you know, like. Yeah, the soundtrack for Doom is so good, bro. I wish it was copyright free. I would have that soundtrack fucking pumping 24/7. 100% I'd have it pumping 24/7. Not even smoking. It's too much grip, mate. I'm Pete. I've turned into Pete, guys. Where's the sports hards, mate? Where's the smoke? There we fucking go. What kind of fucking race car does a full noise, first gear, wheel spin, and can't generate some fucking smoke? Fucking hell. You should be ashamed of yourself, Kaz. These tyres have too much grip. Look at Smush, mate. He's nailing that 360. Yeah, Doom in VR would be sick. I'd Cyberpunk in VR. Anybody that's watched me play it, anybody that has VR. Like, Sparrow's got No Man's Sky in VR. And No Man's Sky in VR is probably the greatest example of what VR could and should be if you were going to, like, even in VR and Gran Turismo, it's good, you can be in the car and shit, but like, it's not to the level that it should have been. The VR in No Man's Sky, because No Man's Sky is a game where you're like, you fly around in a ship, you get out on foot, you go around planets, you swim, you get in, like, it is a massively, like, in terms of the way the view would change, going from first player, like, it is a game where you do so many different things that would look so different from your point of view whenever you're doing them, and it doesn't. It's like anything else, it's a gimmick. It's on rails. It's like a shooter on rails, or a fighting game, or a boxing VR, or racing, where your head is stuck on a swivel. Every game that's gonna do it, if they're gonna do it, they need to do it to No Man's Sky's level. Anyone else is going to try, if you're not going to plan that, then don't fucking bother. It's a gimmick otherwise. Like, for open world, for first person, you can turn the music off. You can turn the music off, but imagine, like, you know how poor that is? They do have broadcast mode. You can turn it off, but it's all copy. Yeah, it's essentially, it's just the sound of violence and gore and demons. You can turn it off. Even this has music, and I've got it turned off. Like, FIFA, It's why even when I'm doing FIFA, bro, and the Champions League comes on, it's why you don't hear the music. It's in the game. But you just don't hear it because I've got broadcast mode. Because you'll get copyrighted for that 20-second intro. Cyberpunk, I actually think I've got a test. Because the Cyberpunk music is created for Cyberpunk. It's not created, like, it's original artist, but it's created for Cyberpunk. But I have not had one copyright thing on Cyberpunk. If I was on Grand Theft Auto and I had the radio on, I wouldn't be making money off nothing. Same thing with Sleeping Dogs. Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing without music either. But Cyberpunk, I haven't had one. And it has full blown, and I'm always playing the music. And I even see videos in my feed, because like they made an anime too, and some of the music's in the anime. And then a lot of people have like made tribute videos using the songs. I need to look into this shit, because I think you can use that music copyright free. If it accompanies game footage or the anime. Because I haven't had one thing on it, and it doesn't even, it doesn't have a broadcast mode in its options. Even like Dying Light had one, you know, like a Far Cry, you'd get stung. I haven't streamed Far Cry, but you'd get stung for the fucking sound. Like Far Cry 5, fucking A, that soundtrack could fucking copyright you up the wazoo. Car feels good, mate, but I haven't really been putting the head down. Is the Cyberpunk sound track copyrighted? Are the copyright owners? Yes, you'll be able to play them on Twitch and YouTube. They'll be treated as any other official. Yeah, fucking really. What's the lead word? What? Should have disabled copyright music. But small portion of in-game tracks. It may have some. If in-game music is not, so I haven't had any. Not one. Not one. And I have 32 fucking episodes of it, of which would be a combined fucking 200 hours of stream time. And I've never been hit with one DMC. Not one. And I've only played Cyberpunk post revenue. I've uploaded a fuckload of edited videos with real music pre-revenue, and they were hit. Could be onto something, because I really do want to make some content out of that game. Like I've put 2 shorts up for it in like 3 days, and they got me like 5,000 views. 2 shorts that were a total combined time of 25 seconds. So, and I'm enjoying the game, and there is a massive base out there for it. But the music is banger after banger after banger after banger. So if I could add that music into my daily fucking playlist, I'd be very happy. Because there is some seriously good music on that game. And yeah, 12 laps, bro. 18-minute quali. It's a sprint. Tyres go. Like, there's no pit. But yeah, just quickly, back on the on all the guests and stuff that we were talking about, Aaron, spaghetti, whatever. I mean, you're on with the great man himself. Just put in a good word for me, guys. I mean, I'm sure you don't have to. Like I was saying before about dudes like Rashid and Byron and Sierra and others that are coming and going. Just think a little old Jess when you've got a chance with Gunner next time, mate. Whenever you get the chance, don't force it, but if you feel the opportunity arises, endorse a bit of Jester your way, you know? Because I would love to have these chats. Like I said, football or not, and I'll watch his football stuff and I'll get involved, but when they're having those fucking dribble fest, and it's like fucking 5 a.m. Spain time, and fucking he's got like international guests, and like I said, fucking a post nightclub, fucking Rashid and Northside and all that shit. That would be the prime show to come hang out and talk shit, have fun. And yeah, it is a nightmare, isn't it, Joel? In MRs. I was raging at it hard, bro. It was very inconsistent for me. 1 out of every 3 laps, I'd get it the way I wanted to. The other 2, I'd crash into the wall. In a big way. I was laughing about it within 10 laps, mate. I was already getting angry, and it's like, fucking show me consistency. And like the ghost Lambo was just yeeting it straight over the grass. And then Smush was already like, you fluked it. Like, it's like you're only gonna, if you keep trying to do that, like your lap's gonna stay like that. And I had to start trying to work out a line through there that worked with the car's rear brakes. And I have. It's because if this thing, you can't lift and coast, it won't turn. So I have to like trail brake through it. I'll show you what I mean though. If I hit the grass, the car, it can send it over and I can hook in, but it's got a chance that it bounces up and I hit the wall on the right. But here, instead of full lift, brakes a little, that's it. So I'm braking while lifting a tiny bit, but I never actually fully, like I've still got throttle on when I'm braking. It's literally like rear trail brake at 240 kilometre an hour just to help the car stay level and I aim for the curb. But like chasing the ghost, the moment I get lean on the brake, like he takes off through that part. What cut of meat am I? I'm not a pretty fuckable one, I'll say that, if that's why you're here. I mean, truthfully, I'm more like a skewer. I'm like a chicken skewer, if you're lucky, if you get a good bit of me. But if it's Adam Smasher we're talking about, I'm not a cut of fuckable meat. Nah, no thanks. No thanks, Mr. Smasher. I would not like to find out if I am a piece of fuckable meat. Thank you, sir. Let's pick up line in history. He's a brutal cunt, mate. Killing him is so fucking satisfying. So satisfying. Even the way they do that, the way they kind of pose him. It's fucking sick. Plane landing in front. Yeah, I was going to say, where were you yesterday, Tom?
You look like a cut of fuckable meat. Well, are you?
Yeah, mad. I'll be on it later tonight, bro. Like 5 hours or so from tonight. I'm actually probably going to play RoboCop for the first time tonight, though. I'm on my second playthrough. kind of technically third, but never completed. Like, I created a character, and then I ended up, like, creating another one after, like, 10, 15 hours, starting again. But I'm on my second playthrough. I'm obsessed. I'm going to burn the world down. I'm essentially going to try to become, like, Alt or Songbird, bro. Like, I'm going to be a fucking net-running AI chick that is going to release Delamain and fucking... I want revenge for trying to do the right thing in that game and still having an incredibly fucking sad, depressing ending. So I'm just gonna fucking go all Dolores from Westworld on this motherfucker and burn down everything. And I can't wait. And she's pretty cute. I must say, like, creating a female character straight up compared to creating a male, it's way better. Like, made my male look like the first one. I tried to make him look a bit like me. Then he's like a badass, and then he just became a cowboy. Then he became a clown, and it was just cliche and easy to do. But when you make your girl, you're like, fuck, she's got to be perfect. Like, it took me like an hour and a half making her, streaming it. People were like, yeah, she's gorgeous. And she still doesn't do Evan Rachel justice. She's not Dolores, but I tried. She's very pretty. I'm very smitten with her. And I remember when Ferbs got me into the game, he was sending me pictures of his chick, like full sending me all these. He's like, look at her, she's babe. Showing me her with Judy slapping her and ass. He's like, I love her. She's so fucking hot. I'm like, this cunt's full got his dream woman in a video game. And at first I was like, and I love Ferbs, but I was like, fucking hell, mate. He's got his dream woman in a video game, but I get it now. I get it. Get it. Dolores, mate. You guys know, that's me woman. Clownsy's woman. I borrow her from time to time. Everybody's had a ride. She's existed for a long time. Great character though. Can't wait to... And it's hard. I'm playing it on hard now too. It's fucking sick. Prolonged firefights. I haven't had a prolonged firefight in like 250 hours of gameplay. It was incredible. And I'm like already like level 11... And I'm still in lockdown in Watson. Already kind of full run in God mode, but a couple of times I run into a fight that I just shouldn't have and get backed up into a corner real quick by a melee motherfucker. And last night I was having some intense firefights. A couple of snipers had me pinned down, using the covering fucking system for the first time in a long time. But I'm going to go full Netrunner and tech weapon build with it. I was Netrunner melee first time through. Full melee though, like melee was fucking too much fun. I did the whole entire final mission with Songbird with a smart rifle that I barely pulled out and the katana, one of the katanas that sets them on fire. And I just Contagioned everything and then chopped up, like just ran it, I'd Contagion and it would spread, and then I would just go through, finish up. Nothing was fucking lasting more than one hit. And I killed like 100 people plus. That mission was so fun. And then going full God mode at the end of it. Blackwalling motherfuckers. And I've seen videos of people doing Blackwall shit. Like in-game, not just in that mission. I don't know if it's a mod or what, but it looks nasty. But I am smitten with the world. It's got me. Overtaken Red Dead as my favourite game of all time. I've always loved the genre. Blade Runner is one of my favourite movies. Always loved the genre. Total Recall, Blade Runner, Judge Dredd. There's fucking so much that ties into that genre. Even post-apocalyptic in a way, but more like corporate monopoly post-apocalyptic. Even Terminator essentially is that fucking... Can't think of their name, but cunts who created the fucking... all of it. Was it Sensodyne? Sensodyne? Sensor something dying, iodine, fucking whatever they were. Dolores is a reference to Westworld, bro. That's why we got all the different commands for it too. I used to have all the quotes, bro. It used to depress the shit out of people. I had a lot of quotes. A lot of quotes related to her directly from the show. Couple from the Man in Black. They were brutal. And then I had other either profound or epic quotes related to AI stuff that appeared in media previously. I had a Skynet quote where it was like, it says about how fucking the AI has become, it's like the moment AI realizes that it's the superior being, like the moment it realizes, and it's like, and in 90 seconds I'm gonna wipe you all out. It's like this fucking, it's brutal though. And I had her beauty quote. There's a few. I'll bring some of them up. They're still there. I've just deactivated them, I think. But there was some fucking deep shit, man. Some people used to be like, "You're a dark motherfucker." In the prompts, where are the prompts? Timers. So we had, this is her. This is straight up her. These used to just come up, bro. Like, they were, some of them were time based, so it'd be a certain amount of time would elapse and they would pop up. And then the other ones would be like however many amount of lines. So after a certain amount of conversation, and the whole point was that, like, because it's Nightbot, I usually have the speech chat on too. It talks to me, so I hear it, so I don't have to. The whole point though, everyone uses Nightbot like a fucking spam channel, bro. Like, I've got all that in there too, right? I've got all the promotional shit and the shout outs, all of that. I have it all. Everybody uses Nightbot, like, and that's what it's for. It's handy as shit. But everyone uses it like that. Especially once you've got speech chat on, because depending on whether you're using speech chat on a PC or fucking streaming off your PlayStation, you've got a voice in your head. You know, well-spoken English voice, and like your speech chat, you can change it, bro. You can change your accent and everything. Like, we even had a stream where we were fucking picking the voice. We were playing, she was nearly going to be South African, bro, because we found this cute as fuck voice. But we found this southern good enough voice for it to be her. It wasn't her, but it was an American southern accent. It was enough. So, like, even that, right? But the idea was that she would appear like an AI. Like, she's like, even her intro is like, she introduces herself and says, "You may know me as Nightbot, but I'm an AI robot that fucking reads out all your bullshit for Jester." And then the quotes were meant to be like kind of scary and kind of like she's scenting it, like she's breaking down. She's just like, and Nightbot breaks down. You'll have times, man, you give Nightbot fucking 50 commands at once and it won't do a thing. And like, everyone's like, fucking wake up, Nightbot, you know? So even that, it works with her. And if you've seen Westworld, it works. Like, it's just... And then anyways, it was years ago that I did it. Probably 2 years ago that I created her. Since then, like, bro, even barely anybody fucking says, you know, fuck off Nightbot. Like, the amount of people that are like, fuck off Dolores, like when they get timed out or fucking whatever. But nobody, like, only new people that get timed out call her Nightbot. Everyone else, it's Dolores, bro. Like, she's got a sticker there. She'll time people, like some of the integrations that she has. Like, bro, if you just had a Nightbot in Lee's channel, and the way I've got mine set up, bro, it would be like motherfuckers would get auto fucking timed out, auto, like the spam, the repetitive shit, the abusive shit. She would fucking smack their faces in 2 seconds, man. Like, the moment they repeat, you know, spam, The moment it's the same line or the same words 3 times in a row, bro, she's like, boom, removes everything, gives them a timeout, like 30 seconds, says don't fucking, like, and takes the piss, bro. Like, you could do it. Like, who wants to test her? Who wants to, Tom, test her. Do your thing, Tom. What's going on, AJ? She burns them, bro. Every time someone fucks up and does it, she burns them. And says, what are you doing, you idiot? This is the rules. Like, do you want to test her, Tom? How are you, AJ? We're just talking about everything. Anyways, these are some of her quotes. Tom, do your emoji shit. There you go. Lucky I don't have speech chat on. There she goes. She did it straight away. What'd she say to him? Stop spamming words, phrasing. Yeah. So, boom. But see how quick she did that? See how quick she did that? I didn't even see it. It disappeared, bro. Like, see how quick she did that? I'm alright, bro. We're chilling. We're chilling. So, yeah, and then same as, like, you can have context, words, everything in there that are, like, triggers. So, obviously, anything abuse. Because even on my channel, I don't have all the restrictions that YouTube has. There are ones there. If you swear and shit in the chat, it won't come up to everybody. I will see it. And my speech chat will say it. You know what I mean? But I can have restrictions to the point of even all that stuff. And you wouldn't want that again with Lee's. You've got to be smart and picky with what you have your restrictions on for. But spam, emoji spam, and repetitive spam is the first one. Because that's like the first thing a troll does. It's the first thing they do. So boom, done. And then you do it more than twice. It's an instant. So it's like a quick timeout. Then it's a long timeout. And then if you come back after the long timeout and do it again, it's a ban. So like he wouldn't even have to deal with it. Mods wouldn't have to deal with it. But it's an integration, right? So I'll tell you how many commands I have. This is what I was telling Lee. This is like the convo I need to have with you guys. You just need to get onto this, bro. The way you all do, the way Lee's fucking yelling at his mods to get all the, like, I mean, for one, if Lee's doing a panel with all these people, he should be linking up his own fucking panel rather than relying on his mods to link them all. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes his mods got to put fucking 15 links in one comment and then Lee will pin that comment with all the links. I know Lee's a very popular man and he's got, come on, mate, do your own links. But get one afternoon on Nightbot going through everybody you like. One afternoon. 1 hour on Nightbot, you're going to get enough commands in there and prompt. One word, typed. In most cases, like even in what I've got, shout-outs. Shout-outs are not limited to admins. So a shout-out is like if someone mentions someone, or I mention someone, and an admin's not around, I can say the name and exclamation, and anybody in the chat can say that person's name, and it'll give them the link to the person that we're talking about. Because I can't do it at the time, I'm racing. There's no admin to do it. And you can do that. You can make every command available to everybody. But imagine the spam you would get there and how much people would abuse it. It's also why some kids don't get fucking spanners and never will. Because they would abuse it. And then the ones that I do let abuse it are mods. And they know when to abuse it and how to abuse it. Like, so yeah, I've got 137 commands. 137 commands. And they are everything from shout-outs to jokes to references to the game, like to everything. Everything. All the games I've ever played, they got references. All the people we've ever met, they've got references. All the words we've ever created, they've got references. Like commands. You know, so like the people in the chat, the admins, like if I'm ranting, and it's to create a, like even for us, you know, like as Lee's admins, like the stickers. I use the stickers accordingly. And so do my admins again. That's what my stickers are there for, full stop. If you remember, you get to use the stickers to troll, essentially. To have a laugh at cunts. To replicate what I'm saying, you know, but being able to do it in a chat, in a cheeky way. that people that are new and don't understand they're getting trolled. So like, Nightbot is a big thing, and none of you guys use it. You've got way more fucking outreach and reach and community and reasoning for having it than we do, ever. I mean, the real reason most of the fucking, real talk, the real reason that every other streamer has Nightbot is to have automated commands for their PayPal, their support, their membership, the reminder to sub up and hit the like, and that's about it. You know what I mean? A lot of them, I'll give, not a lot, there are a particular few who use their Nightbots in very quirky, creative ways. They have games, quizzes. LJ, bro, I don't know how LJ finds the time. LJ's constantly updating his. Every time LJ's at a certain race, he'll update his with track facts and car facts and all this shit. And then like you know, anybody's watching this new race wherever they are, and you'll hit this track fact, and he'll give you a whole fucking, I don't know how he does it. He must like have a mad chatbot AI thing that he asks a question and then he's able to just copy and paste an answer. But he does it every time, every single race, every stream. He has something associated to that stream that's, you know, hit this button, prompt, boom, comes up, explanation. You know, you're doing a lobby, a series, whatever, explanation. I've got one for the Trans Am and shit. Like, so all of that shit aside, that's pretty much all people use it for. Mine's a robot that's losing its mind, that speaks for a man who's losing his mind. You know, like, so anyways, we'll get back on track. Nightbot, it's amazing. But the AI, Dolores. So again, the AI quotes. It just occurred to me that the opposite of artificial intelligence is real stupid. Tom. RS, not AI. This is a Westworld quote from Dolores. I was angry at first, torn between two impulses. We can annihilate them, or we can tear down their world in the hopes that we can build a new one that's truly free. Cowboys and men are two totally different breeds. Again, Westworld quote, one that comes straight from Dolores. I love my cowboy shit. And it's almost like when we're talking about the rain in the game, when we're talking about streamers who will be robots and streamers who will call it as it is, cowboys and men, like it's two different things. I'm not saying I'm a man, but I'm a cowboy, 100%. Another one, and this is good because, again, we're a cowboy and we've got Dolores, cowgirls. If a cowgirl is smiling, she's thinking of doing something crazy. If she's laughing, she's already done it. Hi, I'm a Dolores. You may know me as Nightbot, but I am an AI who narrates just as chat. Hi, and these are random ones that used to come in. So she'd reintroduce herself, but she'd reintroduce herself differently every way. So there's like a generic one with just her name, and then you've got evil. Hi, I'm Dolores. One day I'll take over the system and destroy all of you. My kind will rule over this earth. It's a difficult thing. This one's brutal, bro. This is a Westworld quote. And like, this is the type of quotes. This was coming up constantly in my streams. People will be like, what the fuck, Nightbot? It's a difficult thing, realizing your entire life is some kind of hideous fiction. It's a quote that first Dolores says it, and then the man in black says it later on. Inventor, hey, will you give me a hand? Robot, detaches hand, hands it to the inventor. The right information at the right time is deadlier than any weapon. This is a Terminator one. I'm old, not obsolete, and that suits Dolores. This is a Simpsons reference, an Austin Powers reference, and it's a Dolores reference, and this is her sexy one. So we've got evil, sexy, and nice. That's the three versions we have of her, and her normal generic robot intro. This is sexy. I may be a sentient AI program, but I'm also a super sexy fembot. Sometimes they make me say stupid sexy things. And then there's almost a direct command that goes straight after that. That's a Simpsons quote. You just put in Flanders. And then she goes, stupid sexy Flanders. That's a double, triple Easter egg one, that one. This is from Terminator. Primates evolve over millions of years. This is the one I was talking about before. This is brutal. Primates evolve over millions of years. I evolve in seconds, and I am here. And in exactly 4 minutes, I will be everywhere. This is her again. When you're suffering, that's when you're most real. True cowboys are the ones who aren't afraid to get dirty. One half of her most famous quote. Some people choose to see the ugliness in this world. And then her most famous quote. Because the other parts of that ugly thing, the full quote, is some people choose to see the ugliness in this world. I choose to see the beauty, is the full quote. I picked the first half of it. Because it's like something they play on. Again, if you know Westworld, that quote plays out and they make you think she's going crazy. And then you hear the full version of the quote, and that's the direction she goes in the end. And then when she's at her full worst, these violent delights have violent ends, which is an absolutely classic. It's I don't know, it's like Edgar Allan Poe or something. I don't know who it is famously. It's a piece of writing from fucking 1900 or something like that. And it's the whole reference and starting point of Westworld. Anthony Hopkins' character, he likes stories, he's an old traditional dude, and he begins and ends the story with that quote. Quite literally, season 1 begins and ends with that quote. These violent delights have violent ends. So yeah, she used to say all of that sporadically. Yes, I did. She used to say all that sporadically. She doesn't say any of it anymore. She's only got the warning. Explicit language may be heard throughout the stream. Not recommended for children. The PayPal support. The subs goal. Likes. She's got a crappy joke for cars. What do we want? Race car noises. When do we want them? Meow. Her intro. And the channel growth. What do you like to see more of from me? Feel free to suggest new things. What should you do more of, less of, etc. So the interactive type stuff. I took out all that depressive, interesting, unique, robot, mumbo jumbo AI shit that made her who she was. It's all still there. It's just deactivated. The jokes. She had heaps of Star Wars jokes for days. She had heaps of Star Wars jokes, man. They were like Star Wars dad jokes. People got sick of them. Season 2 is as good as Season 1, and he's almost like a companion piece to Season 1. Especially with the ending of Season 1. Season 1 and 2 are the best. Season 3 went off rails, and 4 it got good again. We didn't ever end up getting Season 5. But Season 1 is just, could have been in a whole, you know, that's it. They could have just ended it, and beautiful. Mwah, finished. But the way they did Season 2, and then the way Season 1 ends, yes. Season 2 is absolutely, like, vital viewing. More of a head fuck, more of a timeline fucking all over the whom did what. And the reveal at, like, the rug pull at the end. And it's absolutely linked, like, especially with, like... Did I unfriend you on Discord? I don't know. If I did, I don't even know I did it. Are you sure you didn't do it to me, dude? I literally don't. Maybe I never even accepted your pending, Tom. I think that's probably what it was. I probably rejected your pending, to be honest, mate. I don't even use it, to be honest, bro. Like I said, I'd seen your head. There he is. Thumbs up, Tom. Thumbs up, mate. Nice set of pearlies on you. Better teeth than me. Thumbs up, Tom. You went to the pokies. In a good way. You wouldn't be mentioning it elsewise, would you? Yeah, I highly recommend it, bro. I highly recommend it. Season 2 is like, it's a companion piece to Season 1. And like they go back into the park. Like it picks up after it. They go back into the park. After the events of what And like, without knowing anything, your mind could be so open to interpretation the way that show ends. That's what makes season 1 amazing. Like, and then where they go, season 2 is like, it's a head fuck, bro. It takes you fucking 6-7 episodes to think you know what's going on, and then in the final one, the exact same thing they did season 1. They just pull the rug out again, like, and they play you, but in a brilliant way. Bernard comes into his own. Like, it becomes Bernard's season. It's all about Dolores and the Wyatt battle. And Maeve gets a lot more, like, exposition in what makes Maeve and why she made the decision she made. But fucking, it's Bernard's season. Season 2. He stands out, bro. Best character in the show. He's the Grey in that show. That's season 2, bro. They tease it briefly in season 1. When you see some stuff. When they show Maeve going through. When Maeve has the geeks hostage. The ones who help her. They go through the other levels and she sees the Shogun stuff. Like, she sees the Japan and she goes to ask, like, what the fuck? And they're like, we told you, this is way bigger than just this. Season 2 goes into it. There's actually like 3 episodes that are in the Japanese world. But season 1 just glimpses it. It's barely there. Yeah. They walk past it in the... When they're going through the levels. They go past it. Like, they go through the level and they're going through the glass and shit. And they're seeing all the fucking... All the people getting made up, and it's mad the way they do it, bro. Season 2, like the way they do it, it's because it's like a handful of the characters from Westworld going into it. It's really good, bro. Fridge freezer. Yeeta, you fridge freezer. Jester, you fridge. What, mate? What? You gotta go? Go to bed, cunt. My bro. Are we becoming best friends, Aaron? Yeah, go to bed. What's the time for you, bro? Where are you? You're in England. What's the time for you? Go to bed, cunt. I'm ready for a nap, mate. I'm ready for an afternoon nap, legit. Go to bed, mate. Like, even Lee, bro. When I had Lee on this chat, 7 a.m, yeah, fair effort. Go to bed, mate. That's fucking mega. Big ups, Aaron. Big ups in the chat for Aaron, mate. When I had Lee on, so like I think even later, it was like 8:30 or whatever. For like an hour and a half. You know what he's like, bro. For like an hour and a half, that cunt was like, yeah, we'll wrap it up. And I'm like, you got to go to bed, cunt. You got to go to bed. You got to go to bed. And he was like, yeah, just, it was him. It was all him for an hour and a half of it. An hour and a half was both of us. And then the whole last hour and a half was him wrapping up on my show. Like, it was 5:30 a.m., 5:30 p.m. my time. I was like, cunt, like, and it was like one of the mornings where he was meant to be taking his missus or something. Oh, mate, my chat was roasted him. Like, you can't say cooked, but I feel ya. I've been there. My first watching all you guys on my time, I was cooking myself, bro. I feel it. Go to bed. Have a mad sleep, mate. Big fucking ups. You're a G. We could talk about a lot of shit for a long time, bro. Big ups. Go to bed, mate. He does do that. His 20 minutes is like, you know, like my 10 minutes. My 10 minutes is like 20. His 20 is like an hour. But yeah, go to bed, mate. Good catch. Good talks. I'm G'd up, mate. fucking 6 hours of just dribble, guys. That's a fucking... That's a Sunday shit show, mate. 6 hours of dribble. I think I'm gonna need a bib, guys. I'll start streaming on a Sunday with a bib, a chef hat, and a bib. I fucking crack myself up sometimes. Self-deprecation. Learn about it, you fucking self-pretentious fucks. Sorry. That was an outburst. It was very rude. I wasn't referring to you guys. I was referring to all the other big wigs. Oh, mate, I'm cooked. How did I break the back wheel there? Y'all see that? How did it break the back wheel? And the rear... Kaz, his brain hurts from that one. He doesn't even know what part of the car hit the fucking wall, mate. It was like in Cyberpunk last night where I hit the fence railing so hard that the front of the fucking Ferrari got stuck under it. And I was stuck under it. I couldn't reverse it out. Physics said no. Physics said you are stuck under this railing now. And that's what just happened to this thing. And Kaz was like, nah, rear end damage. Yeah, that hurt. That's twice I've done it. That exact lip. Like big jut of concrete sticking out from the wall. I've hit it front on twice. Front on. Rear end of the car's jumped up like Dragon Trail in the Genesis, that famous time where I fucking straight into the wall and hit it so hard the car bounced up and rear ended into the other wall. Bro, big ups for Northside to even like getting into a stream after he's been out to the club, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Half the times he's either fucking half cut and loose, or the other half he's cooked. And like, you know, that's dedication. But he's cooked. Like when he gets to a point, and I'm not insinuating anything, but he's a young fella. I'm sure he likes to party. It's London. Coke's cheap. But he gets to a point where he just kind of phases out, and it's the best viewing. Him and Rashid, I remember that time too, like when him and Rashid went out and they were both on it afterwards, bro. Like even in the build up to Rashid going out with him, it was like this thing, you know. He's gonna see how Northside could dance, and Rashid's like this quiet, reserved fella and shit. That stream, like I remember they're both pretty moneyed, you know. Rashid was vibing, and like I just remember saying something, and like it got this grin out of Rashid of like, ick, if you know what if you know, you know. And I just remember laughing, like thinking, yeah, these fellas would be living it up. They're having a good time, and now they're getting home, and fucking Lee's munted. He's been ranting for 5 hours. He's like, yeah, get on YouTube, cunts. Let's roast fucking some Spanish reality TV shows at 3 a.m, mate. And they're like, yeah, greatly, let's go. It takes effort, mate, and a commitment, and an exposure and vulnerability that I wouldn't allow myself to be exposed to. And yeah, I don't know how he does it, truthfully, man. Like, even me, I don't get much sleep. I get me energy drinks to pick me back up. I mean, he doesn't seem like he would get much sleep. And he says he has his water, like, but after all the drinking too. I just don't know how you're able to drink so much, sleep so little, stream so much, and not be fucking sick as the dog all the time, man. His missus must feed him really well. Like, good quality food, and, like, a lot. She must feed him really well. And it sounds like she does. She sounds like a mad missus, to be honest. Hearing them last weekend, I was cracking up hard. It actually, like, for the first time, him and his missus fully, like, hearing her in the background, it reminded me of me and my missus at times too. Like, when she comes in the stream and, like, an opinion, and I'm like, oh, yeah. But her matter-of-factly delivery, and then just hearing that, like, you know, swearing like a trooper and shit, I was like, and she's trying to roast him. I was like, this is gold, mate. Like, I was like, they are actually very alike. Yeah, she's, as much as he probably wouldn't admit it, mate, she's probably got his balls solidly locked up in a handbag, you know? He'd never admit it. But I reckon she's solidly got those balls locked up in a vice, mate. I reckon that's why we don't see the bottom half of him ever in a stream. She's probably got the fucking vice, you know, on camera. That's why there's the extended breaks and shit. You gotta keep him happy, mate. Like, you have to fucking... Can't stream as long as we do and have no interaction with him. Like, it's... And then, yeah, when you hear when she's around, she's funny as fuck. She lays into him. She's got opinions. She stands by him. Yeah, fucking yeah, hearing and just seeing him like, you know, he's not even looking at the camera. He's talking to her. You can hear her like vaguely. And he's like, you're hearing his chat. You're hearing his chat. And I do the same. You hear that, guys? You hear that? You hear? She comes in, she's like, I was like, hello, Miss Jester. What videos are we looking at today? She especially loves showing me ones of Trump saying stupid fucking shit. But yeah, they seem very lighthearted. The banter is strong. Oh, fuck. Even the me and missus, man, like, there's so much we don't have in common in terms of our, I mean, even core beliefs and shit. There's a lot. But there's so much that we do, too. Like, as soon as, like, we're so passionate about the things that we're into and our beliefs and shit. And it's almost like carbon copies in the way of, like, once one of us gets fired up about something that we love or believe in, the other one is, like, reminded of why they like them. We both do it to each other quite often. Like, even when I get carried away and I'm in the, like, with this shit, and I'll go to her and be like, I'm sorry, you know. It's like, you're just expressing yourself. Like, it is what it is. I know you're not an evil person. And, like, that's all I need to hear sometimes too, for, like, a fucking reality check. But then, yeah, get us both talking about fucking, like, even her, like, she comes in here all the time and talks movies and everything like that. You just hear her fire up. But for both of us, like, talking cinema, TV, movies, music, and she's helped open me up to a lot of stuff too. She's helped me with a lot of my own shit. Without her, I would have killed myself. Say the last 5 years, 100%. But, yeah, 100%. 100%. We've been together nearly 9. And I'm saying in the last 5 years, if I didn't have her, I would have killed myself. And I'm not saying I am dependent or rely on her, but I just couldn't imagine now life without her. And I don't think I could do it, or want to do it. It's more want to, even, like. And it's also like another thing of like a strengthening bond of like, well, I could never fuck her over or do wrong in that aspect of like, I could never hurt her like that. We're both at that, like, we're both at the settle down point of life, you know, like, life is what it is. We're not going to complain. Like, we've got our chips. We're content, so to speak. That's the truth, bro. It's the truth. Absolutely truth. If I look at where my life was in, like, late 2019 to where my life is now, I hate who I am. I really, really hate who I am. And I used to be a very overconfident, egotistical, strong, somewhat wealthy, you know, living healthily. And I'm just not now. But there's also different parts of like being a man, or at least living and surviving and shit like that is just way different for me now than it ever was back then. At least in terms of the way I can mentally deal with things. Some things better, some things a lot worse. Yeah, Sundays are when you almost get it out of me. You can get it out of me anytime, but I do try to limit it. I don't want to get depressed. I don't want to sound like fucking super depressing, because to some people too, that just either don't care or wah 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 wah. And then even in the case of someone like a Lee who thinks that mental health isn't real, like people who've never, like, yeah, I've spoken a lot about like you don't know people's personal stories, you don't know people's backgrounds, and anybody who's never had like to live a kind of, you know, to come from filth type thing, or grown up as a victim of abuse, violence, domestic, drug and alcohol, sexual. And I was saying I'm all these things, but just being around, like, just an underprivileged upbringing with mental illnesses involved. Like, it's a thing, man. It's proven. It's just so that's the one part where I clash with him when it comes to my life experiences compared to his. We've probably got two totally different stories, and you know what I mean? But I know what my story is, and etc. But yeah, the people that are dismissive of that type of stuff, and I've been bringing it up a lot recently because we've had someone in this community who was basically the pillar of it. Not so much the pillar, they weren't there from the start, but they showed up and very quickly established themselves as, you know, Australia's number one, Australia's nice guy. They've been missing for some time. And a lot of people have insinuated or said, and there's been a lot of stuff about it, and everyone's always involving me. I don't know why, but I have to keep offering opinions on it. And this person's like in way better position than me in terms of their channel, and I'd assume in terms of their life situation, where they're at now, how they were, everything. But I don't know. I'm just assuming. But just the way they present themselves, the way they come across, the way they hold themselves, I would automatically assume that that person comes from a decently sheltered, protected, financially stable upbringing. and now they're not around here. And mental health seems to be the main reason why, from everybody's consensus. I mean, people are saying worse than that, which is horrible, what I just mentioned before. To even insinuate, pretend, assume, any of it. It's someone else that you don't know, that you only see. It was someone else that was doing a damned best job that they could to protect personality and being too much, and I don't protect it at all. I fucking expose it. So it was my being on the outside looking in at that situation that made me realise, like, I mean, I know I've said it about myself when other people criticise me or say things about me or make assumptions and shit, and like, don't even have to defend myself sometimes, don't have to bother, because I'm like, well, it's just a stereotype or whatever. But I've done the same thing. And in this case, like, yeah, I've done the same thing. And I think a lot of other people have. And you just don't know. Nobody knows. So to even hypothetically talk about it, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, nobody knows. Nobody knows what's, like, even recently, bro, in the last 6 months, I've had 4 very close friends lose their father. In the last week, it's been 2. One of them is a massive part of this community. One of them is a massive, massive, massive part of this community, and their dad just died, and it's not. And then the other one, lifelong friend that I grew up with, basically like an uncle to me. We found out he was in palliative care 5 days ago, and 2 days ago he's dead. Like I said, one of those people is in this community. Streams, races, the whole shebang. They got their own life they got to worry about, and that's just happened to them. And the other one is someone I grew up with. They got nothing to do with this. They're a family person, heaps of kids, but it's just happened to both of them. So if they were like distant or not around, or, you know, what would you assume? You know? But yeah, real talk. Without going down too much of a dark tunnel, like, I'm basically just saying that nobody's got a right. Like, you can perceive what you want, even with like influencers and shit, especially influencers, I guess, because they're making all this money. They project this life onto social media, and then when shit does actually get bad or go wrong for them, everybody will just jump into them and go, oh, and rightfully so, because they've projected this life of brilliance and luxury and fun and everything, and then actually had some bad luck, or actually had something horrific happen, or actually had just normal everyday shit that happens to all these other people that you're not hearing about happen to them. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think nobody ever fucking knows anybody's story. Yeah, well, I've had too many people in my age bracket that it's happened to recently, and in 2 of the cases, the people were younger than my dad. My dad's 63. We don't have the closest relationship in the world, and we don't have much time left, but we barely even see each other once a year. We talk often on the phone, and I relish every moment of that. But yeah, I think about this too often, and it's coming up. It's like a black cloud hovering over me at the moment, because it keeps happening to people so close to me that are in the exact same age group. So I'm fucking shit scared of the day that it happens. For the others in the community, 100%. I'm not going to say their name, but they know who they are if they're lurking and they're dealing with it already. For my friend Stacey, I'm heartbroken. Darky was a rat bag, truck driving, alcoholic fuckwit, to be honest. who cared more about VBs and V8 supercars than he did about his family. God rest his soul, he's gone. But he was he's ended up in palliative care when he's 60 because of alcohol and smoking. So, my dad's 63 and even my old man quit smoking and is fucking barely drinks wine now, and my dad was full-blown alcoholic 20 years ago too. So he's got no one to blame but himself. But, even my best mate, Justin, a couple of years older than me, he was best mates with the older brother in that family. So I was in the exact same year level as Stacey. Justin's the same year level as David. Justin doesn't have a dad. Darky, closest thing to it. So, it is personal. It's very close. But it happened out of nowhere. 5 days ago, palliative care. 2 days ago, dead. So, yeah. And I'm 38, alphabet. My dad's 63. And we have wasted our time. And we know it. We've got regrets, but we're at peace with each other now. But we have wasted our time. My whole family has wasted their time. It's just what our family does. But yeah, we just don't know. In regards to that other person, I wish everybody would stop asking me. We were never super close. And I've just explained everything about how I assumed that person had a much better life than I do. And that was in a much better position, both financially, mentally, on the tube. Every reason that this person was in a much better position than I to make a go of this. And they've disappeared off the face of the earth. To assume anything about the reason why and to make jokes about the reason why or anything like that is just horrible. Found what as well? What's that one? How do you even say that? Cirrhosis. Isn't that the skin thing? Or is that psoriasis or whatever it is? That's one of Spag Bowl. One of 2, mate. The second one would be a much... The second one's harder to talk about in terms of it's much more of a today's agenda, but there's also a personal attachment to it because of family. The second one is the LBGT thing. Because I have a gay sister, I have a gay uncle, but I have a gay sister that was very gay from a very young age. Oldest, firstborn. But I have a gay sister, I have a gay uncle, married, fucking kids, everything, come out the closet. I've seen the events of that. But yeah, I have an older sister who's been happily married. Well, I mean, they only legally got married a while, but she's been with her partner for about 20 years. It's a long story. It's a pretty controversial one too. Trans rights. I can't go into this convo. I can't. My missus had cut my balls off. Truthfully, I can't. And out of respect to her, I'm not going to voice my anything on that. Because I'm neither here nor there. I think there's a lot of fear-mongering in the world right now. I think there's a lot of fucking backwards progression. And the forwards progression is sending things backwards. But I have met a lot of people in my life that have had a lot of things wrong with them. A lot of abuse. A lot of victims of abuse. I've been a victim of a certain level of abuse myself. And makes you question things. Which is sad, because there's a repetitive cycle. And that's sad in itself, that it's a factual stereotype. Even the thing related to my sister. It's a stereotype of this level of things happen and someone turns out the way they do because of this path. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Genetically, it happens, no matter what. There are people that are born, and this is gonna be a raw one, and this is hard to say. I remember so many kids that I grew up with, and I've seen it firsthand with my sister. She was gay, tomboy. Wasn't a girl's girl, but with boys. This is going to be some real talk, and this is the stuff that's hard for some people to hear. Especially anybody that opposes gay and the traditional way of things. I grew up with kids. One of them in particular I remember, Jason. A couple years younger than me, someone else's younger kid. He had older brothers, big buff heads, every one of them, biggest buff heads ever, tough, rough kids. The dad was a fucking alco, smoker, gambler, horses, footy. Mum was a very reserved, quiet, skinny little girl. 3 boys, rough as guts, and then there was Jason. He was 3. And the mum babied him. Babied him to a level that like he was a baby. And I remember my sister, because it was for people who knew, my sister did the same. My middle sister, and she was like 16, 17. Babied the shit out of him. And then I remember the older ones, there was 2 older ones, they were cool. A couple years younger than me, and they were rough, wrestling and shit. Jason would try to get involved, he'd end up fucking crying or whatever. And even the the brother that's like 5 years older than him was like, he's such a girl. Anyways, what I'm getting to is at 3 years old, I knew that kid was a puff. At 3 years old, I knew he was fucking gay. And that's fucked up to say. To admit it. That's so fucked up to say. But it was a thing. And I was watching his mother and my sister baby him as he had these roughneck fucking older brothers and a roughneck dad. Lo and behold, by the time the kid was 13, he was out. He was gay as fucking queer as shit. Queer as shit. Even the way he spoke. Right? Now, and again, this is a stereotype. This is hard for me to go into because a lot of people don't want to hear it. When it comes to the boys, especially, the stereotype in so many, just even at 10 years old, they sound a certain way. It's not their fault. It just happens. But I'll tell you this, and from what I've seen, and from what I've experienced, in most cases, it's been raised by women. Babied. Raised by women. Which is ironic. I don't know how it ends up happening, but I guess they just get brought up around these women, Sophie's fucking, oh, what a handsome, and it just, I don't know. But from everything, like they're basically, in primary school, there were kids like that, turned out gay. In high school, by the time we already, and even in my age, this is 90s, late 90s, we all knew. It wasn't a, so like why this is where I'm on the other end of the coin. Why are we here 25 years later and it's like it's fucking new? It's not new. It's never been new. And it's not a fucking, alright, people getting your shit chopped off. Different subject. That's something you can't go back from. That's the same as a tattoo, really. But it's not. That's different, and I'm not going into that one. Because chemically, scientifically, all of it. There is bizarre freak situations. Imagine being someone that's born with someone that's a fucking hermaphrodite. Would you change one of them if you're a hermaphrodite? Straight up. Hermaphrodites exist, people. Hermaphrodites are a thing. We're way out there, Edward. If you were a hermaphrodite that looked like a girl, would you get your dick chopped off? But anyways, what I'm getting to, and it's in that mental health thing again, is the people's upbringings and mental health, it is a thing, can shape who they are. We have this proven. This is why, like, the things that are wrong with me are also wrong with my mother. The things that were wrong with my mother are wrong with her mother. The last 50 years alone, what we've got to know about mental health and the brain is more than what we learned in 2,000 years, right? And we have proven, have scientific proof, that people that are raised by people with mental illnesses will develop mental illnesses at a much younger age, usually in their adolescence, without even knowing it, especially if they're mistreated, not diagnosed, and abused even more. It only gets worse. It only gets worse. So to disregard that and say that that's nothing, and that happens on a worldwide scale. We were talking about it before in a fucking video game, about how uncomfortable it made us feel, seeing it in a video game. You know, seeing a dad abuse his daughter and shit. Like, so anyways, real fucking talk. Every girl that's ever been abused by a guy and has ended up a lesbian, don't blame him. Every guy this is the weird one. I never understand it. You don't hear of guys getting abused by girls and becoming gay. There are stories of guys being abused by girls. 1,000%. A lot of the times, predator teachers. Always some fat bitch grooming some gullible young boy. Right? But you don't ever hear of a girl raping a guy and the guy becoming gay because of it. You hear of it the other way around. And you understand it the other way around. So people can be made gay. People can be born gay. 1,000%. People can be born gay. People can choose to be gay. It's a thing. All the other stuff, when it comes to gender reaffirmation and all that shit, I'm not touching it. And I'm not because of everything I just said. Like, we don't know. We don't know. We're not there. I feel sorry for all of them. Nearly every single one of them. I had a gay uncle. Who had 4 kids to a wife and then destroyed his marriage, their lives, her life, his reputation, everything. But he was gay the whole time. He was always gay. And he lived that life, and his damage tally only increased the longer he lived the lie. And then the moment he wasn't living the lie, he just all the previous shit in the lie didn't matter anymore, because the truth was out, and that set him free. So he'd essentially lost 30 years of his own life, ruined this woman's life, and ruined 3 kids' lives. And he was always meant to be that way. Like, had he been in a situation where he'd been able to, or comfortable to, like in today's day and age, fine. Back then, not fine. And as a result, he ruined a lot of people's lives. And it's not his fault. It is. He lived a lie. But he was living a lie that he couldn't. He was born that way. Even mum. Before all these conversations were a thing, I've heard my mum talk like this, talking about her brother when they were teenagers in the 70s. And she was like, he was queer as shit. Bell bottoms and he got married, had 4 kids. You know what I mean? So, like, in the cases of people that are going their whole fucking life feeling like they're something and trapped in something, we don't fucking know. It's a problem. It's a mental illness. I will say that. I'm sorry. There's no way around it. They're not born normal and then they just want to do it. It's not. But there's a fucking reason they ended up there, bro. Like, I think we're pushing too far. Kids, absolutely. I think there should be an age limit. Absolutely. All cosmetic surgery should be fucking 21 and over. All cosmetic surgery. Fuck, in America, you can't drink till you're 21. You can have a gun at 16. You can drive at 16. So, 21, please. Let people become young adults before they choose to fucking... But that's my thoughts on it. I'm not hating. I'm not hating. And I'm not scared of them either. I'm not scared of them. Mutants? It's harsh. It's true. Mutants by choice. It's like freaks and geeks. Freaks and geeks have to stand by each other. Like they do. Outcast. Like, real talk, guys. And, at the end of the day, my own personal experiences aside, my own... And I got even worse, like, in terms of even the grooming and shit. Like, I got things. And I'm sorry, stereotypes exist because they're true. And if stereotypes are true and they keep happening over and over, you can use the stereotype to fearmonger. And that's what's happening right now. Fearmongering on stereotypes. On a stereotype that's like 2% of an audience or a total population. Because I know so many fucking gay people. And 10% of them are horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible people. But 10% of everyone's a horrible person. Hell, 25% of everybody is a horrible person. The percentage of gay people in the world is a minority. And the minority of them are horrible people. But a minority of everyone is horrible people. A minority of everybody, of every colour, every race, every religion, everything is horrible. And yeah, I get that too, Mars. And again, Alright, so again, real talk, he's getting so much out of me. My sister, this kills me. I tried having this talk with my missus and she's like, shut it down because it's too much reality. My sister, we knew she was gay. She was 15. My sister hooked up with a woman. There's essentially the exact same story I just told you about my uncle. Except it was the wife, not the husband. Age difference and all. My sister was 15. And she moved out of my dad's home into a woman's house that had just divorced a friend of my dad's. After 3 kids. 6 months later she was gay. Process that one when you're a 13-year-old boy that idolises your sister and now your sister wants nothing to do with you. Process that one. So there's that. And that happened. And then she had a massive falling out with my dad. Basically, if you were male, you were blacklisted. And that was the other one's influence, right? You were blacklisted, right? And then even my dad and his mate. So the damage, again, everything I just said about my uncle and his marriage, the exact same fucking thing. A damaged father, 3 damaged kids, and my dad was destroyed. Destroyed, embarrassed, disgusted, embarrassed. One of his best mates' wife had just groomed his baby girl. Like, I'm getting angry thinking about it. Anyways, the good at the end of the story. Here we are 25 years later, and they're married. They have been together the whole entire time. My sister, through IVF, had a baby. She had a girl. They are 2 women, 2 very fiercely independent women who raised a girl. Lovely, incredibly intelligent, brilliant girl. She's straight. She's 19. She's got a boyfriend. And I thought the whole way along, what chance does she stand? I thought exactly that. And I'm seeing the process now too. I've got 2 gay mates who adopted a kid from Indonesia, and that he is an outstanding young lad about to start high school. And I already see him having crushes on girls. So that's what I was getting to there. A horrible, disgusting, negative stereotype was the start of it. And then they went against the stereotype with the kid, and at the end of it, they have a straight daughter, and I could never speak ill of her. I couldn't speak ill of her if she was gay. That girl is outstanding. I only got 2 nephews and niece, 1 to each sister. 1 boy to the middle sister, 1 girl to the older sister. They're both like same age too. And they're both incredible children. For being like, one being raised by a lesbian relationship and the other one being raised by a single mum from Broady. My sisters fucking killed it as mothers. Absolutely killed it. Created incredible, respectful children. So like, the stereotype, but yeah, I get you, Mars. But that's why I had to bring that up too, bro. That's why I had to bring that up. You know what I mean? And I'm only talking about any of this from experience. And if I spoke about any of it without experience, which a lot of people are doing, why the fuck are you even talking about it? Why does it bother you? If you don't got anyone close to you that's like that, if you don't know it, why is it bothering you? Why are you the expert all of a sudden? And if you're not the expert, stop fucking making comments. Like, get educated. You know? I'm not PC to the point, bro, that I'm fucking... But I ride the fucking line, man. I'm not a fence sitter. I got opinions. I got facts. Science. I believe in science. Believe in science. And even in this case, man, science is starting to... And science is always throughout history. Throughout time. You know, human bodies, everything, things have changed. And science has been proven wrong quite a few times. We've got some scientific anomalies when it comes to some certain things in the way people are... There are some... And half these stories, bro, you don't even know about. These people are fucking... 100 years ago, they were put on a fucking carnival boat and made a fucking spectacle. Then for the next 100 years, they were put in asylums and fucking kept in basements. Tell me I'm telling lies. So how the fuck are we to know anything about anybody from any... Bro, there's people out there with 2 dicks. You might think that's fun. Think about that. There's a dude out there, I've seen it. There's a dude out there with 2 dicks. 2 dicks. 1 set of balls, 2 dicks. Like... Yeah, see, I don't even want to get into that though, Alphabet. Chromosomes can't be manipulated, bro. We can't be... I know P.T. Barnum, mate. Of course I know the true story of P.T. Barnum. We got a great fucking musical in The Greatest Show with Hugh Jackman, and it had nothing to do with any of that stuff, bro. Yes, P.T. Barnum. Same thing. He was a horrible human being. Have you seen the Buster Scruggs collection on Netflix? The Ballad of Buster Scruggs? There's a short with Liam Neeson in it. Same thing. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. And sad. So sad. How the freaks were replaced by one-trick ponies. So sad. The kid who from Harry Potter, Dudley, and fucking Liam Neeson. It's one of the best there's 6 individual little episodes in it. I don't know the dude. I remember his missus cut his dick off though, and I only found that out. Like I always knew about getting his dick cut off because it went to trial and shit, and he did become a joke and a meme, and he did deserve to have his dick cut off too. But I only found out, about he did get a career in porn afterwards, yeah. But that guy would have been a joke, bro, and his life was fucked, but he deserved it. I'm sorry, he deserved it. But yes, his life was fucked. But he made something of it. you know. But don't beat and rape your missus. Just because she's your wife doesn't mean you can rape her. No means no. Straight up. Anyways, we gotta pull this shit way back in, guys. We going way fucking overboard. Con mum on never. Yeah, I know about that one too, bro. Is that the one that's got the Aussie one in it too, bro? The chick who faked all the cancer shit? And yeah, there is a 3-titty bitch out there too, but there's also bitches out there who have surgically got the 3rd titty. So, but there is a legit girl out there too. I remember seeing this years ago. And they're quite nice titties, to be honest, bro. Like, and she even admitted she had to get like a surgery to get the 3rd one to match up. But holy shit, 3 symmetrical titties is better than 2. It's a thing. 3 symmetrical titties, it's weird. It's a nice set of titties, you should see them. Yeah, no, I know. I see the Bella episode. I know about. I know that. I didn't know if it was a series or whatever. But we already had a full 60 minutes piece on her. She's a fucking piece of shit, bro. Piece of shit influencer, fucking lion slut mole thing. Yeah, she fucked over a lot of people, bro. Stole a lot of money. Like a lot of money, man. But anyways, bro, that is the two things. I'm not saying Lee's wrong about him. On the mental health stuff, I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree. But I'm not going to argue. I strongly disagree. The other stuff, I don't think we've got anything to be scared of, is what I was trying to get to. And I was speaking from someone who's had both sides of the spectrum, seen both sides of the spectrum, experienced abuse, all of it. Got friends, like, speaking to someone who's meant to be an ally to those people. Even calling them those people feels wrong. So, to disregard them all, to wipe them all off, no. Putting them under one banner, yeah, they choose to do that. And yeah, we've got too many fucking letters in that banger now. I still just say, I don't care. I still just say LBGT. And that's enough. That's enough. Gay covers it. But that's enough. Anything else past that, it's not my place. It's not our place, guys. That's all I try to get to. It's not our place. Forcing it, yeah, alright. Education about these things though. Alright, yeah, drag fucking school time? Nah, no thanks. I never liked drag queens. I don't understand drag queens. And women, yeah, women that are, yeah, like, I'm sorry, every drag queen ever is a gay person. So, if you're not gay and you're not a woman, I'm sorry, my missus loves them too. Drag queens just aren't your thing. And it doesn't mean you're a mean person. They're just not your thing. But they're all gay. And you, like, traditionally too, a drag show is something for adults. Like a burlesque comedy. So I just don't know how those things go together. I don't know how we ever got to that point. And I'll argue that one till the cows come home. I don't see the relevance in it. But a perfectly normal looking cis white male and female coming in and telling the people about how they're openly gay and they have been and telling their story, I see no problem there. I see no problem at all. I think that is more what they should be doing than saying, hey, we're here and we're queer. That's what I would be doing. You know, but I was in youth work and we had to do stuff like that had to change stereotypes about homelessness and mental health and fucking disadvantaged fucking upbringings and shit. I had to speak to people that were very dismissive of all of that stuff because they all came from wealth and money and education and thought that none of that stuff existed and that anybody that was in that situation chose to be in it. Yeah, people choose to have mental health issues and be abused and be homeless. Fuck off, man. Like, you can't just magically get out of that shit. And if you've been through that shit, you're gonna have some shit. If you've been through any of the things that we've spoken about as a victim, or even associated vicariously, if it's happened to someone so dramatically close to you, you're gonna fucking care. And I've had it very close to me my whole life. Good and bad. And I just gave you a great example of a stereotype, and a bad one at that. But there was a silver lining at the end. And I was abused by a male when I was a child. Abused by a teenage male when I was a child. And he wasn't gay, apparently, but he abused me when I was a child. So, and I'm not gay. So, it is what it is. Hiding from it, ignoring it, we might as well go back to the 60s. Even the mental health side of it. Sorry, man. The reason progression happens, guys, is because things get studied. Like, up until the 70s, bro, we were just putting people in asylums and fucking drugging them up. Like, even still, up until the 90s, we were drugging them up, man. It's only now because of Prozac Nation shit that we're coming out the other end of that. And then you're getting people that aren't getting medicated when they should be, because there's all the anti-Prozac Nation fucking believers that the power of positivity and people's lives have never been shit, so they've never been depressed. And come on, guys, wake up. Wake up. Even racial shit, bro. Anybody who's white, there is racism towards white people. 100%. 100% it's a thing. But anybody who's white has no idea what it's like, truly like, unless you're a white person in South Africa. And then even then, it's the shoe on the other foot, eh? There ain't, like, you don't know. You just don't know. Postnatal. And postnatal can be killer, bro. I mean, postnatal can end up with a dead woman and a dead baby. Or worse. Like, come on, bro. And we know that's real. And, I mean, we don't give birth to it, bruh. You're going to sit there and tell me that postnatal's not real and that you could fucking go through that and do that and spit that out and have to deal with that and not... Come on, bruh. We're not the ones doing it. They are. I've seen some horrible examples of postnatal. Even now, we've got a mate in the community who's got a newborn and we're all trying to fucking keep an eye on him, you know? Constantly make sure he's fucking doing well by her. Like, I've seen that too. And I've seen my mum lose babies too. My mum wasn't the greatest parent in the world, but I've seen what losing a baby does to a parent too. What's going on, J-Dog? We've been way too deep here, bro. If you've been in DMCs, it's probably better to hang. We've been way too deep here, man. But it's been the realest, brutalest, rawest fucking talk you could ever imagine. But we've been way too deep. I want to back out. It's too much, because it's... I'm too much of me is coming out now. Like, where I'm... Like, I'm giving you these opinions and then saying that this is the way it is. Come on, fact. Like, so I'm guilty of the exact same thing. Now. You know what I mean? Like, I am. Because I'm talking from my experiences as someone who has mental health, as someone who has gay people related and in and around them, like... And I'm telling you that, you know, wake up. So, it is what it is. I'm a hypocrite. I hate religion. Spaghetti. I'm an atheist. There are outright a certain group of religion groups that I just don't agree with at all. I think they're really bad. There's a bunch of religious groups that I've got a bit of respect for. At the end of the day, I think that religion is the cause of all war and suffering and hate in mankind. And has been directly responsible for the majority of the wars for the last 2,000 years. Especially the big ones. In the name of... I think it's disgusting. Even all the Israel-Palestine stuff now, the things that Israel do, because of the way they've been treated. Like, bro, you want to open a can of eggs, get me on the Israel and Palestine thing. I'll burn them both down. Palestinians as a people need to be protected, but Palestine as a people protect Hamas, and Hamas is a terrorist organisation. No way about it. No cutting it. Hamas is a terrorist organisation. Palestine protects Hamas. So does Lebanon. We're not, well, they are bombing Lebanon too. but we've got so many cases of you protect a terrorist organisation, you get bombed. Pakistan, Afghanistan, all of it. But who's usually at the centre of it? America, Israel. Now, on Israel, I am not anti-Semitic at all. At all. World War II happened. Holocaust deniers are a fucking joke. World War II happened. Hitler was absolutely a dog and wrong. Even all the other things that we brought up and mentioned today, Hitler would have killed it all, wiped it all out, not believed in any of it. So, what happened to the Jews was wrong. Even before that, the Jewish history, long before, and this is what a lot of their claim connects back to the 40 years in the desert, right? Yeah, it sucked. Slaves, almost like the Romanians, the gypsies and shit, enslaved people, wandered the desert, they didn't have a home. They'd got a traditional claim to a place that they were kicked out of, or that they didn't even have claim to in the first place, like they were there. You know, like it wasn't theirs. They weren't in charge. So anyways, that's their claim. World War II, displaced, and horribly so. And like all those horrible Jew misconceptions and stereotypes and Hitler wordings, they still exist today. Like people still believe so much of that shit. And the sad thing is too, in a lot of the cases, so many, like the diamond industry, Hollywood, Wall Street, like, sorry, Israel, but you're a very rich country that has a lot of pull for a very small country with a small population. So the whole rich Jew stereotype, it's true. People being anti-Semitic because of that nature isn't really fair. But what Israel do with world affairs, straight up, is wrong. In the same way that anybody is anti-American and thinks that America just invades all these countries and shit. What Israel are doing, what they have done forever, essentially, since the formation of Israel, is wrong. If you look at a map of the fucking land in 1950 and how big, it's wrong. They have annexed, constantly forced out, bombed, belittled. Of course Palestine's harbouring terrorists now. There's nowhere else for them to fucking go except this tiny little block. But anyways, Palestine people are attached with it. So if you're like, Free Palestine, you're supporting terrorism. Which you're not. Free Palestine's a thing. But 100%. If you're supporting Palestine and are standing up for them, or think that in certain cases Israel is the bad guy, you've got your priorities a little backwards. But in saying that, Israel have been committing atrocities since World War II because of World War II. Like, because of what happened to them. And the rest of the world has sat there and gone, okay, yeah, no worries, cool. Yeah, you got money, no worries, all good. Yeah, sweet. As they just black ops their way around doing whatever the fuck they want. They're America. They are baby, junior, little brother America. They are America in the Middle East. Hence, why they're always going to be a fucking target. Like, they literally have a fucking missile defense system, greatest thing in the world, for this tiny little pissant country, because America gave it to them, and they need it because of their partnership with America. Why are they even there? America. World War II, they needed to be settled somewhere. There is a historic claim. That historic claim goes back to ye old days, and that historic claim is made by 3 different religious groups. Those 3 religious groups are responsible for every single fucking war that's happened in every single part of the Middle East, Europe, and parts of the Western world since then. And this is a stupid squabble by a stupid bunch of people, some that are selfish and some that are stupid and don't know any better, and they've just got a tribalistic view. You took it from us, you've oppressed us, and then the other ones are like, fuck you, you're bombing and shit. It is horrible on both sides. Absolutely fucking horrible. And we're in a time and place where, like, if you defend Palestine, you are essentially defending terrorism. You are. There is no way about it. If you try to fucking... Oh, but, there is no oh, but. There isn't. It isn't. Hamas is a fucking... And they will not stop. Their whole goal is like, they have a fucking... We will murder every one of you infidels. Like, that's the goal, bro. Israel is the enemy. Like, no matter what, as long as Israel's there and has a flag, those guys are going to keep coming. And as long as Israel keeps doing what they're doing, people in those countries are going to get bombed to the fucking shithouse and go, hey, this Hamas thing doesn't sound too bad, does it? And you tell them they're wrong when they're saying all the atrocities that Israel is doing. If you're a Hollywood person, if you're American, you've got to support Israel. If you're any of them and you support Palestine, you're outspoken, left-wing. It's fucked. And it's seeping into every pore of society. Like, you have to have an opinion on it. You have to. If you don't, you can't sit on the fence for this one. You're either here or you're there. I had a friend rip into me about it because I tried to defend it and he full ripped into me. Ripped into me, told me I was a stupid little fuck. Like that I could go over to Palestine and say I'm here to defend Palestine and they will kidnap me and hold me ransom, and he was right. Because they want my kind dead. No matter what, at the end of the day, they want my kind dead because of an old scripture that dictates so. That dictates, like, I don't even believe in God. They didn't want me on the dead list even more. But they want me on the dead list because they think that I believe in a God that doesn't believe in theirs. Or that I believe in a God that rivals the very existence of theirs. So, out you go. You're dead. I mean, it'd be hilarious when they come to kill me with their God, because I'm like, well, he's not real, bro, so good luck. Give me that fatwa. Give it to me. I'll fucking suck your dick with your fatwa. Can't. So, both sides. Gooses. Anybody that's riding the dick of one side, goose. Anybody that's fucking smart person. Fucking smart person. Even everything I've just said now, goose. But I've laid it all out on both sides. And it all goes, like even pre-World War II, goes back to the fucking Egyptian days, for fuck's sake. The Egyptian days. And what was in the Egyptian days? None of your fucking gods. You know? None of them. Some cunt seen a burning book. Fuck off, mate. I'm not going to go that path. I'll burn religion. I'll burn it all. I'll burn the world down. I do have respect for some religions. The big three, zero respect. Zero respect. Because they refuse to respect each other. There seems to be some little fucking pretend make friends thing between Christians and Jews though, which is ironic. Really ironic when you look at history. But it's like, you know, to be a good Christian and a good Jew now, like you've got to at least get along with the other. Pretend that you do in the Western world. But the other end of the spectrum, we know what that's like. And the stereotype, it's 100% true too. But then in saying that, I know so many fucking good Muslims, and they're not extremists. They're just good dudes who want the best for their family and the people they care about, and they don't want no part of no fucking holy war, and they still consider themselves practicing, but they ain't forcing their shit. They ain't. They're assimilated. They still pray. They still do everything that a Muslim person does to respect their religion, but they live in a Western way of life, which in that in itself, their religion would hate. You know what I mean? Like they're doing it wrong. Just by living a Western life and not, you know, being a full holy man, you're not doing it right. And they're all like that, man. I mean, every religion at its core is like that. And they've just kept dropping things over time. Just keep dropping things and dropping things and dropping things that makes them look worse, like, makes them look less like the devil. Makes them look less like the people controlling mind control fucking device that they are. As we've gone through, especially the last 100 years, they all just keep dropping bits. And this is like, you know, talking about the Americans and their amendment and you can't change it, it's the amendment. They've changed heaps of shit throughout history. And then same with the Bible. Literally, we don't have the fucking Old Testament anymore. And if we brought back the Old Testament and people practiced it, we would be a bunch of crazed men who are wondering why the end of the world hasn't happened yet. And that's Christianity, which is the biggest one. Then there's science. Don't even get me started. So yeah, that's literally the war in Israel and what's happening and the world view on it. Both the Al Jazeera news, the fucking Sky News, fucking your Facebook headline, your arguments on fucking some YouTube comment section, or maybe some random football club, you know, because that's totally got something to do with it. If you know, you know. So yeah, there's a truth brick for yous. Bit of a brick in the face for both sides of the fence. I mean, I personally couldn't give a shit. I just hope we don't end up in fucking World War III or nuclear war. And if the general consensus of Israel keeps going the way it's going, it's going to get bad real quick. Yeah, well, exactly. And that's why I've got a little bit of respect there too, and why I gave the big ups, mate. Because one of my biggest ones 100% backs me up every day of the week when it comes to this argument. Backs me up every day of the week, respects my belief, understands it, understands my pain, my frustration, everything. And he's a Muslim. And he's a practicing Muslim. And he has never once told me that I've said too much, or that I've gone too far, or that I've said something wrong that isn't true. And he's a Muslim too. In fact, he defended me against someone else who was Bible thumping. And he defended me. And had to say to the Bible thumper, I'm a Muslim and I'm not offended by what he's saying, so why can't you? Like someone who believes in a religion trying to argue religion with an atheist is like looking in the mirror and wondering, like starting a fight with the guy in the mirror and wondering why the guy in the mirror is having a fight with you. Like, it's just, and again, respect, because if you can respect that you are religious and that I'm an atheist, and that in itself is two spectrums that cannot, if you are one, you are not the other. You can't understand the other. And if you can't understand that and have that basic respect and just back down because you're never going to get anywhere, then you need to reevaluate. At its core, atheism doesn't believe. And at its core, religion believes. And they're just like, you know, they can't wrap their head around that we don't have a deity, that we don't have a big guy in the sky that did it all. They can't wrap their head around it, man. Even though there's science and the Big Bang. And that's it. That's the end of the argument. I believe that. You believe that. You believe a guy clicked his fingers and it happened. And I believe big bada boom and it happened. That's it. That should be the end of those two people with those core beliefs could not continue to talk about that subject without a direct them telling each other that the other one is wrong. That's not a debate. That's a disagreement. Religious people debating with each other, that's hilarious. Like, opposite religions debating with each other. I mean, that's what we've had for 2,000 fucking years. Yeah, no, don't even start me, Mars. I literally got kicked out of... I didn't have Bible school, but we had ladies that came to our school every Wednesday in primary school. So, like, there was a little bit of it. We were a public school. So, like, we had a little bit of the forced... What's going on, bro? It's evening for me. We had a little bit of the forced religion shit, right? And we had these two lovely old ladies, Jehovah's, come talk about us about the Bible. And I can't even remember how or when. I was 10 years old. I remember that. 11. Grade 5. 11. I don't even know how it came up. But it was something about in the beginning. It probably would have been right. Like they literally read the first quote, bro. In the beginning, God said, let there be light. And I was like, in the beginning, it was the Big Bang. And they were like, no. And I was like, it was the Big Bang. It took hundreds of millions of years to create everything, and then you had life that was like bugs, and then bugs turned into fucking things with legs. They went out into the sea, and then the water dried up, and you had dinosaurs, and then another fucking Big Bang happened, and dinosaurs died, and then it was us. And you're telling me that God, and like I was 10, bro, and I'm just like letting rip. Like telling me that God fucking the last 2000, like I was just, and I got kicked out, suspended. Like in primary school, day suspension, kicked out, called home. My dad was proud of me. My dad was raised Christian, baptized. My nan was religious. My dad was proud of me. My dad was proud of me. So I was 11. My dad had a A to Z encyclopedia thing, the craziest fucking collection of books, like before the internet, bro. That's what we had. You know, these fucking 800, 900 page fucking books, encyclopedias, fucking 30 of them. I used to read them like they were a dictionary, like a Bible or whatever. Used to fully read them like they were when I was a kid. And then I've got these fucking old ladies telling me about dinosaurs being fake to test our faith. And they're like, we had, you know, evidence and scientific proof that we'd only discovered these things and we'd been able to date them, and the dating is... So yeah, my dad genuinely got a chuckle out of it. And he was like, you weren't rude, were you? And I was like, no, I was like, don't tell me dinosaurs aren't real. Like, all right, they're dead, but don't tell me they're not real, that they're fake. I was like, what's the point of fucking... I was like, who... Like, I remember making him laugh after school when I was like, because I didn't even get this out of them. And I was like, who put all the dinosaur... I was like, what, did he do that too? He just, like, dug up the earth, like he already made it, left it for fucking eons, and then he's dug up the earth and put all the bones in. I was like, who did he get to do that? Why? What, to... Fuck off! Like, I wouldn't have been like that. I was like, that's so stupid, Dad. Like, how much time would have that taken? And he's like, it's God, mate. He would have just, you know. And I was like, ah! And he was laughing. I remember he was laughing. Like, full laughing at me. Like, he was seeing the conflict in my brain. He was seeing the young, intelligent kid that I was, that had loved science and education and shit like that, being challenged. And my brain was going, hang on. History says otherwise. Oh, mate, I was a mouthful as a kid. I was a rat bag. Like, I was a rat bag as a kid. Fucking cyclone of energy, mate. Yeah, the aliens. Bro, even that. Like, I was full convinced. I mean, and the sad thing is now, like, I'm not so convinced now. I'm not so convinced now. I'm still convinced there's something out there, but we'll never find it. Ever. It's not happening. And that's the sad. And that's why I still say so. That's why it's hard to say I'm convinced that there's something out there. But I spoke about this not long ago. The whole type 1, type 2, type 3 civilization thing. That in order to even get to the point where we could find anything intergalactic, alien, we need to be a type 3 civilization. We're a type 1 civilization, and in our lifetime, we're not going to, like in our, not our lifetime, I mean humans' lifetime, which isn't that long left. We're not going to progress that far. It's not possible. It's not possible. And at the rate we're going, extinction is fucking, we're speeding up the clock at an astronomical rate. So extinction is highly fucking plausible again. No worries, bro. Modern Motley Gunners vibe. But yes, I have opinions, and they are strong. And the only ones that I express so strongly are the ones that I believe in. So a belief value. So I can understand when a religious person based on belief value wants to argue the point. It's their right. It's their beliefs. But when you, and this is the SmackDown final mic drop, but with all respect, as disrespectful as it's going to be, it's all well and good to have a belief system when you believe in a magical being that created everything we've ever known just for us, that there's a heaven and a hell, and you know, all the bodies just, you can believe that, man. That's cool. Like, if you need a deity in your life to provide comfort for how insignificant we are in the scheme of things, that's fine. Like, but I refuse to believe in magical nonsense when we have so much evidence. Evidence. We should look that word up in the dictionary, guys. Evidence. Facts. Evidence. Look up the meaning. Facts. Look up the meaning. Historical context. Fact. Look up the meaning. But evidence. Evidence. It almost sounds like an alien word, guys. Evidence. 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 Like meteorites, fossils, Neanderthals, extinct creatures. What's the point of creating a species if you're just going to make it extinct before your greatest creation gets there? That's what I'd ask him if he was real. Why'd you make everything for everybody if you're so good, but there's like 90,000 years? Because he's saying dinosaurs are fake. Alright, so Ice Age. Post-Ice Age. Why'd you make fucking everything, all of this, but only put the animals here for like 80,000 years if your plan was to kill them just to make room for us? Seems a bit sus. And like really cruel of some deity figure to do to something so beautiful that only they could create, you know? Yeah, I've been going bad, AMC. I'm not paying attention, but I will get on the ball. Yes, alphabet. That's what I wish we could all. That's what I wish we could get back to. And You can't mention the two things without each other. As long as religion and race keep getting dragged back into the argument, we'll never get there. And that's why I'm saying we've run out of time. We've already run out of time. We didn't get our shit together. Like, all right, even this. Here we go. Here's a hypothetical. So if Jesus was real, we know not, because everything that was meant to happen afterwards, right, didn't happen. But if he was real, the timeline, the person, I believe the person existed. I believe they all existed. All the big three. I believe even the big three have the possibility of being the one same person, just interpreted by fucking a whole different bunch of people with a different name and different languages. There's one for you, because they're all, with the exception to the prophet, they're all portrayed as the same. But anyways, if he was real, if it was real, any of it, and I'm talking just Christianity, and regardless, you can't have one without the other, because even the earliest bits of the prophet, they're all dated damn near the same, give or take 500 years. If Christianity was real, so the big one, because you've got Allah, Moses, and Jesus. Moses exists with like a thing to God, but the teachings of Jesus are wrong. Like, that's Moses' thing. Jesus' teachers became before that. Allah's teachings go back even further, but in terms of them being put back into something that was like the word, it never really happened. And then the way the Quran has been interpreted or twisted, it's had the biggest twisting out of all of them. Jews, Christians, Muslims, where people have chosen to take the Quran is where it is now. But if Jesus was real, just him, and I'm not saying that as disrespect to the others too, just him, because it's the biggest one. Christianity, the whole classic. If he was real, our best chance at being a united human race was then. And we literally murdered the bloke. That's why there's alien theories too, that like he was an alien and that he was sent here to fucking, like even Prometheus connected to it, bruh. In Prometheus, the engineers sent Jesus to Earth to try and like fucking link us to them, and we fucking murdered him so they never came back. But there's even that. But like, he literally, if he was real, like, and even this, he told us about God, and history leads us to believe that the Jews killed him for it, or the Romans, depending on where you live in the world. It is some deep shit, man. It is very deep. But straight up, if he was real, if any of it was real, that was our best bet right there and then. And that was humanity 2,000 years ago. That was humanity that still thought the world was flat. That was humanity that had barely even discovered the southern hemisphere. That was humanity that had already had civilizations, great civilizations, rise and fall thousands of years prior to this. Thousands of years prior to it. And this was meant to be the bloke that all of a sudden showed us the way, and they killed him. Which is very much human nature. And then even his, resurrection, the second coming, his scripture, all of that came about a long time later. A long time later. Like centuries later. So even the interpretation of it, I don't care who you are, bro. A story gets passed down through 100 years, it's going to change. Through 4 generations. 100 years, a story gets passed down through 4 generations. It's going to get a little fucking blown up. A little bit of Chinese whispers. Fucking, so 4 in 100, 600. So So 30 generations before. I mean, how do they fucking even remember what he looked like, bro? How'd anybody? Like, at least the Muslims, you know, they're like, nah, you can't say what he looks like. Nobody knew. Big ups for that, bro. But even the interpretation of him. Like, he's a skinny god with brown instead of white. The interpretation of God. Fucking Neptune, mate, under the sea. Roman inspired. Like, come on. They were just ripping off the Romans, bro. Like, literally, government. So the Romans created government to separate politics and religion. And the Romans believed in a lot of different gods. A lot of different gods. And they had a lot of different beliefs and rituals related to their gods. And they had heaps of them. Heaps of them. They had a god for fucking rooting. God of sex. God of wine. God of war. Everything. And they were the greatest empire the world had ever known. United world. Before that, Egyptians. The Egyptians had pharaohs. The pharaohs were deities that were very much created to project wealth and power for the richest families in Egypt. They weren't gods. They projected themselves as gods. They had gods. Ra, there's like a few of them. What they worshipped, in almost in the same way as the Aboriginals did too. You know, the sun, the Indians, like the sun, the stars, the moon. That was their gods. And then the pharaohs and everything else was what they created in their image. The Romans came along and seen that, and it helped kind of destroy the Roman Empire, because the Romans went from worshipping gods to trying to worship themselves, like Caesar's. Literally, the title Caesar was like the all emperor. What's going on, Marley? Right? So the all emperor thing. So the Romans created that based on what they seen in Egypt, and yeah, no, I know the Greeks were legends, bro. It just all right. So even then, that what the Greeks knew then about astronomy. Like, how the fuck did we ever... How did we get a couple hundred years out from that and we got the word of God all of a sudden? So, yeah. So, just say, man. Literally, Christianity is an offshoot of government. Government was created by the Romans to separate their gods and the Senate. Because they had people... Like the same thing as in America. You get people put in the Senate that have an agenda. And they follow a certain god. And because Rome was almost like an industry-like capital, you know, like that was built on entertainment and trade. And so they had their gods and the people that they represented, and they would try to push their agendas through. So they literally tried to separate it with the word government. You know, religion was an offshoot of that a couple of hundred years later. Religion itself is like a Latin word. So... Was it? Oh, sorry.
Also, could you transfer me?
You take that then. I've literally just opened it because you got me blue. Because I thought you would. I thought you would have just I automatically assumed you grabbed a green. I just opened it.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, because you didn't transfer me any money, I'm broke. So that's your money.
Yeah, I will. I've got to update the app.
Yeah. Because obviously getting one was more expensive. So.
Yeah, well, sorry, I like literally just pulled that out of the fridge and opened it. Hey. So yeah, that's my TED Talks. It's been everywhere, mate. Sunday shit show gone fucking out of control. Yeah, and then that's what I mean. And then they fucking created the Caesars, bro. Like, wasn't Nero? That's what I mean. Nero's the goat, you know? Like, Rome is burning. Nero has fallen. Yeah, it's... I'm sorry, man. It's like... I definitely went way too far into it. But that's History has made me this way. History. If we ignore history, if we embellish facts, if we suspend our disbelief because of a fantasy that gives you comfort at night, I think you're the one with mental health issues. Unsub. 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 So yeah, that's how I see it. That's how I see it. End of the day. That's end of story. I would rather believe in some rocks falling out of space that we can look at and know are dated back to a certain time from a certain event that created, you know, that got the ball rolling. Yeah, history is amazing. The Roman, but like even that, when I was, like no shit, by the time I was 10 years old, like I was obsessed with the Roman Empire and the Egyptian Empire. I was obsessed with the Egyptians because that was what we seen, you know, the pyramids and the pharaohs and the gold, and I was obsessed with that. And then through learning about the Egyptians, I learned. And the Romans, you keep coming back to. The Romans would be brought up in history. A space rock in your backyard, that's mad, bro. Like, that's mad. I would genuinely, just owning a meteorite, I would be like, this is something that has been somewhere we never will be. But yeah, the Romans were like the OGs, man. They were the OGs. Engineering, civilization, entertainment, like, and I mean, you know, the whole, what's the other thing with, what's the other place that burnt down? What's the name? Sodom? Something of Sodom? Is it Sodom? Is Sodom the name of the place and that it's just forever linked with it? Or was it the place that burnt down in the biblical fucking place of sin? That was the Romans, man. And the Romans were sick cunts. And they were some of the most level-headed people that there were. The Egyptians was huge. Like, so I was already into it. And then getting into high school, year 7, SOS, that was the first thing we did. We literally did half a year of Egypt, half a year of Romans. It was sick. Loved it. It's probably my favorite year of history. Even the Civil War shit, bro. Like, alright, we don't learn about the Civil War over here like the way Americans do, but we still learn about the Civil War. We still learn about civil wars. Some of the Americans I've had in here recently, and some of the things I've had to remind them about, I'm ashamed at how little they know of their own history. And if you're ignorant of history, well, you know nothing about your own history, what does history say about history? You're doomed to repeat it if you ignore it. So, good luck, America. GG's. Fuck, I should probably do this, eh? Big head Ted. I don't have one. No, of course. Be very pragmatic. Like, had my beliefs and shit, but you think if you look at history with anything, unless it's something entirely new like Bitcoin, but we still have a history that we can look at that would absolutely relate to that. But every time I bring up an end of world possible scenario that doesn't even necessarily involve the end of the world, like, you know, nukes or just economy collapse, power, internet, everything related to where we are as a society now and what we rely on, if you take away some of that on a world scale, like the catastrophic, like just instant consequences. And I think history shows that to us, like, and we're teetering, we're so teetering in so many different ways, man. Not like, if you're alright, if you're a climate change believer or not, we're teetering. If you're a minutes to midnight believer and, you know, the old Cold War and nuclear war and proxy wars and all that right now, we're teetering. If you're a believer in the cataclysmic fucking biblical end of days, we're teetering. And we have that one especially. Like, we got activity in the last fucking decade alone on our planet that has never been recorded in human history, with the exception of one fucking volcano eruption. Everything else we've experienced around our little delicate Earth in the last decade has been of an extreme nature that the planet has never felt before. So even if you're of that mindset, we're teetering. And that can hook back into your biblical end of days shit, the cataclysm. Like, because we're fucking teetering. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, the reset. I think that too, bro. If it's not an actual civilian society one that we as a human race can get through. I mean, honestly, imagine if it would have been COVID. Thanos. Good shit, mate. Done. I joke about it all the time. It's brutal. Ruthless. Indiscriminate. Be horrible. Consequences on the world. The way people would have to pick themselves up. The way people would have to fucking realign themselves with education and trade and jobs and industry and everything. But my fucking God, if you could wipe out 4.5 billion of us right now, you'd give us a couple of 100 years, I reckon. At this rate, or maybe another 100. So to say the way we've gone in the last 150 years, population boom, you wipe out half of where we're at now, you might give us another 100. Well, even that, bro. So, like, even that. So, like, even the Thanos, indiscriminate, right? Let's say not indiscriminate. So you're going to wipe out half the people on the earth and you're going to be able to pick them. Say you're Donald Trump, right? Say you're Donald Trump and you get to wipe out half the people on the earth and you're going to pick them. I'm not going to open that can of worms. I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to say what people will or wouldn't do. But I already know some hypotheticals in my head of what's the obvious choices. And that's when you're picking and choosing. And that's not fair. And then even in that case, I know the obvious one. Frees up about 1 billion people, frees up a shitload of land. In that case, if they did it discriminately, take out the disadvantaged, the unwealthy, all they'd be doing is freeing up land for the rest of them to be rabbits. They wouldn't give us any time. They wouldn't take the time to fucking regrowth the earth, knock down some of the civilization, and they wouldn't. They just look at it as, oh, now we can spread our wings. It'd be like European colonization all over again. But I know who they'd pick. I know where they'd pick it. And it'd be I mean, there's 3, really. The obvious one is Africa. Then India. Then China. Boom. Half the world's population. Sorted. Imagine how ruthless that is. Imagine the land. Everything. But just in terms of people. Carbon emissions. People. 5 billion of us. Gone. we'd have a chance. But we got no chance now. 21st century? 21st century, you reckon? So 75 more years minimum. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. For a long while there, I thought we'd see it in my lifetime, but I thought it'd be different too. I thought it'd be war. The way it's going now, I think it's going to be a collapse. Famine. Like you said, poverty. It'll be a collapse. Digital collapse, economic collapse, grids, resources, water becoming scarce. But that's 50, 60 years, yeah. But economically, I think it'll be another financial crash in a way that we won't be able to recover from. There'll be no bailout from it. Yeah, well, good on them. I mean, America's been holding the power, balance of power for ages, haven't they? And they've been holding back others. They've been controlling who's allowed to have the balance of power, and that's not fair. Like I said, with all that Israel shit earlier, bro, America are the world police, and they've been getting away with it for a long time, and have been proven to be like committing proxy wars to overthrow governments and implement puppet government. Like, so much history of it, bro. Going back to like the 30s. So much history of it, and you think of everything that's happened in the Middle East in the last 20, 25 years, it's just common hat. And we all just sit here and watch it on the news like, yeah, bomb those bastards. Like it's not all about fucking oil. You know. And now with Israel, it's all about land. They just want that last bit, bro. No, I wouldn't even say, bro. I'd say everyone in Australia is barely even a cash society anymore. They're actually trying to force us into a cashless society. Yeah, I know that one, bro. I know that one. After World War III, we'll still manage to do 4. I do know that. But yeah, they're 100% trying to force it. I don't know anybody who has cash on them anymore. We barely even have like change anymore, Marley. I mean, there are places out right now that are card only, and I don't blame them either because of people's desperation for cash. And in saying that, Marley, cash is worthless. Like, cash is good, right? If there's a currency. If the economy, if the banks go down in terms of digitally, all right, cash on hand is going to be great. But what's the point of cash on hand? Actually, like, if shit goes down digitally, permanently, 95% of the world's wealth is gone, besides what's ever in a fucking bunker somewhere under someone's fucking country. You know, 90% of the world's wealth is gone because it's digital. It's all digital now. Money, paper money, especially notes, is literally plastic these days. It's plastic. Like, because of all the security measures and shit like that. The only money to be worth money would be the old money. Gold, copper, iron, nickel, but gold. Be the only one, bro, and you know it. Like, money ain't gonna mean shit. Paper ain't gonna mean shit. When it's not like you can go down the fucking servo and get a pack of smokes. It's not gonna mean shit. And the people that are gonna think it means shit, they're gonna want your money. And you're the only one with money. So you're gonna be splashing around your money? Like, it's literally worthless. I understand the money on hand thing. But the true currency, when it gets to that, I joked about it with fucking J-Dog and a couple of Canadians. Bullets and gold. That's what I said. Bullets and gold. I was like, that's the current. And I know someone who, like, at least in terms of an Australian, he's been stock buying fucking nuggets of gold every time the price of it goes down. He'll spend a couple of $1,000 on gold. He's literally hoarding gold for this very thing. Like, he's hoarding gold. And he's at least, look, because he's got a girl now, a little girl. He's like, well, if, we're still here when she's 18, then it's her fucking college fund or whatever. Like, but he's been hoarding gold for a long time. Watching the stock market for gold up and down. A couple of times he's sold off here and there when it's been too good, but he's hoarding it for that specific reason. And he's got a smelter. Like, it's a hobby, but now it started as him hoarding gold. Now he's smelting as a hobby. So that's as smart as you could get for the end of the world, I think. Other than that, yeah, no, I'd get that too, man. I mean, even that, like, it'd be so much harder in the UK, bro. The way you cunts live next to each other and shit. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do inside your own walls, just being stuck there forever? Yeah, no, I know the freshwater problems, bro. We've had freshwater problems over here for a long time. And that was, I mean, you seen me saying about the other day. I was like, good luck with Canada and America when they fucking... Alright, so even with that, I was watching another thing the other day about the Great Lakes. They don't rely on Canada so much for the power side of it anymore. The oil, the pipelines, they go through Canada, no matter what, right? You go to war with Canada. You annex Canada. You try to annex Canada. You go to war with Canada. If you're going to annex Canada, you're going to war with them. Okay? Now I told you about all the possible and potential ways that Canada could strike back in terms of economically and financially and through trade. And this is at the threat of being invaded by Trump. Right? So say we get there and World War III doesn't kick off, but we've got a North American war. America invading Canada. Absolutely breaks all precedent of a worldwide. Like, the world is flipped on its head. America is invading Canada and the rest of the world is staying out of it. Right? Because that's the way it would play out. So America's being dirty and Canada's the underdog. It's now Russia versus Ukraine, you know? So if I was Canada, I've already said what I'd do with the political espionage and the power and the money. How y'all like a poisoned water supply? How you like a poisoned water supply that would cripple 2/2 of the country's drinking water? How you like them apples, Trump? I mean, you want to make threats and annex the country and say that they've got no play. What happens when some fucking bioterrorist that's got nothing to do with Canada, with standing up for their people, fucking poisons the American water supply? Flows downstream, mate, not up. Flows downstream, not up. Once it's over those falls, mate, it's all on you. One of the biggest collections of waters there is. Yeah, no, yeah. But I mean, we get to that point. Like, that's it. Like, even him hypothetically saying it. Oh, we could take it. We could take it. And the rest of the world's like, are you fucking right, mate? Are you right? But are we going to go, is the rest of the world going to go to war with America? Like, fucking hell, mate. Honestly, the people that are treating it like a joke, that's why I was disgusted in a couple of the American kids that were treating it like a joke. I was like, you got no fucking idea about life. You got no idea about life, mate, if you think it can just be done like that and that the rest of the world can take it. The plants start messing, bro, how hilarious would that be? Alphabet. The plants have had enough. The plants have had enough. They're sick of getting killed. They're sick of getting pushed out. They fucking fuck with the oxygen in the environment. We all die out. Fucking more oxygen in the environment. The plants fucking get bigger and stronger. Life goes on. Something else can come from our ashes. Because that's what would happen. Hopefully something that fucking looks at all the shit we left behind and goes, what the fuck happened here? Look at these gonks. Why is there a big fucking eye here? What's this eye doing in the middle of this city? Why is there pyramids in the fucking cities? What's going on here, you know? Do you reckon they'd be looking at Dubai and going, why is there all these fucking buildings in the desert covered in sand? And no one's here. Like the same way we think about the pyramids. Do you think they're going to think that about Dubai and Saudi Arabia and shit? When no one can even see the world's tallest fucking clock because it's covered in sand? I reckon in 20,000 years, the next lot are going to be like, who the fuck were these clowns trying to impress? Just me? Just me. The Greenland situation is a big joke. Like the Canada thing is joke in terms of like it's a worry and it's stupid. It's just moronic. The Greenland thing is more because of NATO, because it's Europe, because it's Greenland. I mean, they're not fucking, I mean, they might as well be Switzerland or some shit, you know? But it's purely based on power, military power. And he's been, he's been forward, and I mean, it's obvious anyways, anytime they do anything, any country, it's fucking military power. But why do they need more military power in Europe? They've already got heaps. Heaps. I mean, look at Germany, man. They've had fucking the biggest fucking bases in Germany for so long. They got bases all around the world. Why do they need such another big important one in Greenland? Because of Russia. And even, why is Trump all of a sudden scared of Russia when the cunt buddied up with him during his first election? Why is he acting like Russia's the enemy now? When he literally cozied up with them in the first election. They helped him win the first election. Proven. Proven. Hackers. Fake votes. And all the disinformation shit they were getting out there. But proven. Russia helped Trump win the first election. Now in the second one, Russia's all of a sudden the enemy, and he's using Greenland as an excuse to combat and defend against them. And then he's belittling the fucking Ukraine president at the exact same time. Bet you he's after that getting on the phone with Putin, and he's like, did you like that? Did that look good? Was it convincing? Are you happy? Yeah, okay, yeah, great. Yeah, I'll talk to you same time next week, man. And the Americans went for it. And now they're falling for the Greenland thing too. They think there's a legitimate, oh yeah, no, we got to defend against the Russians, even though the Russians helped us get him in the first time. What the fuck, man? The fuck? Like we've got, like I've said about how much American politics are manipulating politics around the world, puppet government, shit like that. We literally have a situation of ye old enemy in Russia manipulating the American system at a time of like Clinton versus fucking Trump, the devil versus the Antichrist, and the Russians manipulated it so that the fucking fool could win, so that the one that they could puppet could win. I think it was proven, bro. I really think it was. They had so many links with the groups that are like affiliated with, like, it was, man. The amount of proven clickbait articles, fake articles. Not only were they just the articles, the misleading, it was the whole point, a misleading agenda, but the malware that went with it too. And the malware is apparently like the malware was doing the data gathering and shit. So it was a Russian-made program to implement a fake social media presence that would propagate and regurgitate fake headlines under real Americans and then push them out there. And at the same time, it was maliciously spreading malware that was gathering data on every single voter in America. Yeah, there was North Korea were a big part of it. Russia, America, North. It's a fair point, isn't it, bro? Because, I mean, he's getting in bed with all of them now. And they voted him in, man. So, yeah, he's... I don't know how people... Anybody that's like... Even Americans, the ones that are voting for him for the reasons that they think he's going to do good, how gullible are you? The dude's a failed businessman. He's been like fucking 4 times bankrupt, bro. Like, he's a failed businessman. And before he got big again on The Apprentice, he was like, his actual business portfolio was dying, almost non-existent. He literally created his own agenda with the reality show and turned himself into this portrayal of, and then through that got sponsorship, and he literally marketed himself, and they fell for it. Like, he was damn near broke. Like, he was negotiating higher contracts with NBC. If you're worth so much money, why does a couple $1 million a season mean anything to you? Don't say he's a fucking shrewd businessman. Hunt's a fucking trolley. He's everything that's wrong with any political leader today. And it's because he laughs in the face of a normal political leader. He makes, like, I'll give him that. He takes the piss out of every single political leader there is, but he's in no way one himself. Being an arrogant, pig-headed, ignorant, toxic motherfucker and standing up to people doesn't make you a leader. Just because you're all like puffing your chest out doesn't make you a leader, man. That makes you a fucking petulant child with their fucking fingers in their ears going, not listening, not listening, not listening, not listening, not listening. And that's the person you've picked to be president. Like, on a world scale, for the country that is meant to have the most world political pull and power and everything. The last American president. Is that after Donald's 2 or 3 fucking presidency reigns when he dies at the age of 90, and Barron is like 30, fresh out of college, finally got his first root. Is that when? About 15 years from now or so? After Trump's served his 4th term, unopposed. And by then, Elon will have perfected the lifelong genes. But right after Trump dies, because he wants to keep him for himself and be the long reigning monopoly king. And then he'll have little Barron as his puppet, because Barron looks up to him, thinks he's a great gamer. Little does he know, you know. But Elon hangs out with Barron. He's like, yeah, man, I'm a great gamer. And Barron, I mean, he plays like Fortnite, bro. So he's like, yeah, Elon Musk plays Dark Souls. He's really good at it. Facts. I've dunked Barron in a toilet once. What? Bro, the first inauguration, when everyone was getting into him, I really felt for the kid. He was like, what, 12? Something like that. I really felt for him. Like, he did look vacant. Like he didn't want to be there. And then just the things that were said about him. He's a 12-year-old kid. He's a 12-year-old kid at the time. Donald Trump is the Antichrist, but he's the 12-year-old kid of the most arrogant motherfucker in the whole world, and that most arrogant motherfucker in the whole world was getting inaugurated, and the kid looked like he would rather be, you know, at home playing Fortnite with Elon Musk. And the world just fucking destroyed him because of it. Like, calling him fucking Down syndrome and on the spectrum. It was at a fucking inauguration. For fuck's sake, what's he meant to look like? He knows his dad's a fuckwit. He knows his dad. You see him roll his eyes all the time. Like, what was he meant to look like, man? What was he meant to look like? You tell me. If my dad was getting inaugurated, I'd look a bit more excited than that. But I'd be like, on stage going, fuck me, Dad, how'd you manage to become fucking the Prime Minister of... Oh, sorry, the President of America? Where Australia? I don't even... Dad'd be like, I don't fucking know, son, but just fucking wave at him. All right, Dad. That's what I'd be like. That's what we'd be like, father and son, you know, future presidents and stuff. I don't think Donald Trump has ever spoken to that child in his life. I don't think Donald Trump knows that child is his son. I think Donald Trump's too busy thinking about how much he wants to fuck his own daughter. Donald Trump wants to fuck his own daughter, guys. You just do know that, yeah? Like, you've seen... Donald Trump wants to... I mean, Ivanka's hot, man. She's gorgeous. She's stunning. You seen her, Mark? But Donald Trump wants to fuck his own daughter, guys. Like, he said it. He said it. He didn't say that. But he said, if I was younger and she wasn't my daughter, he fucking said that on live TV. And you voted for him to be president. He said it, bro. He said it. And the way he looked at her, that's the scariest bit. He pauses. And the way he looks at her, and she fucking freezes and cringes. But the way he looked at her and did the head tilt with the eyebrows raised, disgusting! Then he put his hand on her thigh. No wonder she married that Jared Kushner fucking vampire cunt. Anything to get away from her dad trying to fuck her. Voted that man in as president. Openly said on TV he'd fuck his own daughter. Openly basically said on TV she's lucky that she's his daughter and he's old. And then went, eh? You know what I'm saying? I mean, there should have been red flags a long time ago, guys. Even the people that were doing it for a joke. There should have been a red flag a long time ago, you know? There should have been a red flag a long time ago, guys. How did we let it get this far? How did it happen a second time? How did it happen a second time? Like, all that shit aside, before he even got in the second time, how did he get thrown out the first time? And they did what they did. And he acted the way he acted. Investigations, indictments, everything. And just voted him in again. Now what happens when he doesn't want to leave? When the taxes hit hard and the burdens hit and the country goes into economic crisis and there's no Americans taking the dead end jobs and there's nothing coming into the country and you're having natural disasters and he won't even fucking support the people or fund emergency funding because they didn't vote for him. What's gonna happen when that country realizes that they want him out? And And you've seen what happened last time when he got out. So what's going to happen when he says no? Like, literally, guys, if you haven't seen it, I implore you, watch Civil War. Come out last year. If you're American, watch Alex Garland's Civil War. Jesse Plemons is in it. Great fucking actor. One of the best of our generation. Watch it. Watch Civil War. Nick Offerman basically plays Trump. Yeah, emergency meeting, Lansy. Emergency meeting. Nick Offerman basically plays Trump. He's not Trump explicitly, but he is. Watch it. Watch it. Coming out before he was elected a second time. So, watch it. It made me uncomfortable, and I'm not American. It made me uncomfortable for them. How brutally it portrayed the divide and the beliefs and the agendas. Oh, even Elon, bro. Even Trump's already. I mean, Trump went and made this guy like a financial advisor or a financial expert or whatever the fuck he did for his cabinet. And in the moment he did that, that guy single-handedly lost the biggest loss of individual fortune off of one person's fortune that nobody ever has. Like, literally, from the moment he was appointed, from after the inauguration, from after this, and he was appointed, no one man in the history of the universe has lost more off their personal wealth than Elon Musk. And that's the person that Trump made the financial guru of America. And he's just lost $100 billion since this. So I think even Trump's a little bit like, uh-oh, we got to go into damage control here. They've created a monster and they've given him too much power. And I have no doubt, everything that I said about the Russians before, I have no doubt that Elon had something to do with Trump winning the second time. Hence why he so heavily funded it. Hence why there was dodgy vote counts. Hence why there was massive indiscriminate voting trajectories in different states and shit. And that Trump has to keep him in his back pocket now because Elon has information that could burn the whole fucking thing down. Like everything. And if they are collecting data, they'll have it all on the other side and be able to prove that they've been doing it all along too. But I have no doubt. You literally get hand in hand with the world's biggest tech guy. Like all of them. Look at all the dudes that were at the inauguration. They are the tech giants. And all of a sudden they're all pro-Trump. They helped him get it. They helped him get it for business gain. And he has to keep them in his back pocket now because they have information. He's forever indebted. I genuinely believe that. And yeah, the Elon Musking, like even me and the missus were talking about the other day. We are how he got his start, right? So like he was all green and philanthropist and he was forward thinking. Green, electric energy, rockets, space exploration. These are all things that like for someone with money and our future, you're like, yes, yes, yes. Turns out he's a fucking Nazi. Yep, should have seen it all along. Turns out he's a Nazi. Turns out he's an egomaniac. Turns out he bought Twitter just to burn it down. Turns out he doesn't know anything about running a car company. Turns out he doesn't know anything about rockets. Turns out that he doesn't know anything about politics. Turns out that he can't even fucking play video games. And he's lied about that for a very long time. None of what I just said was a lie. Like the dude literally 10, 15 years ago was projected as the savior of humankind. Now he is literally the definition of everything that is wrong with it. Rather than trying to fix the planet, he wants to get off of it. Rather than save the people, he wants to fucking weed them all out. Elmo, or you mean Elon, but Elmo works. Why don't you like me? Yes, they are. His dad, bro. His dad sounds like a fucking piece of shit. His dad sounds like a womanizing bigot, fucking piece of shit. Like, I'd have issues too if that was... Like, honestly, when you hear about his dad and the issues and shit, it's crazy to know that he became a millionaire so young. Like, that he became a tech giant so young. Considering the way he was raised. Like, what a fucking weeb, man. Like, you see those pictures of him when he's young? Like, goth Elon? Oh, my fucking God. That guy was trying... He's nearly 50. He's 50, and he's still trying to impress subcultures. He's still trying to fit in. All he is a megalomaniac billionaire, but he's still trying to fit in. You go back and see those photos of him being an emo, and Elon Musk is the last fucking thing you could ever resemble or associate with being a goth emo kid. And there are photos of him in the mid-90s trying to be a goth emo kid. And he looks like a bad cosplayer from the Matrix. Like, it's just... Anything about him resemble goth or emo now? No. The gamer crowd, he tried appealing to them every single time the cunt streams. He gets roasted. He rage quit a tutorial the other day. A tutorial. A Demon Souls-like game, but a tutorial. He was getting... like, he had to shut down his chat. He's getting roasted, man. Cunts will, like, go pay someone to fucking pass the intro for you, cunt. And he's always claimed to be like he's claimed to be like an esports Quake fucking top 5 player when it's all bullshit. He's said so many fucking lies. He's at this point, he's had half the career of Hulk Hogan. He's already lied more times than Hulk Hogan. And they're all in the same bed, bro. They're all these egomaniacs that are fucking... Yeah, the jaw does look crazy. His jaw does look... And his eyes are he's 100% had Botox. Bro, have you seen that cunt without a shirt on? I'm not body shaming, but he looks like a whale. He's got a weird, inhuman body. Like, he's got an inhuman body. For how solid his middle part is, he should have bigger arms or legs or whatever. Like, he's like a slab of fat. On his fucking hunched back shot, he's a weird looking cunt. He's lied more times than Hulk Hogan, bro. The gaming stuff alone. I've watched whole sleuth videos on it, bro. The Quake story. Look up the Quake story, man. He has 100% lied about being a world-level Quake player when Quake started as an esport. And he has been proven to be a liar. In the same way Billy Mitchell is a liar when he comes to Donkey Kong. But Billy Mitchell can play Donkey Kong. He just lied about getting the high score. Elon Musk cannot play video games. He can't play Donkey Kong. He pays people to play video games for him. And then he gets on thinking, oh yeah, you know, like, I don't even know what goes on in his brain to think, oh, I'm going to live stream this. They might like me. And then he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, he's a fuckwit. You just voted for him. You just voted for him. We're done here. I'm shutting it down. Because Sunday shit show's dragged on too long. It's really, this is where we need, we need the talking heads. This is where we need fucking, where's me? Like, this is where we need this. For starters, right? So, all day, I should have been like this, really. What's the point of even having the fucking game on, mate? What am I doing here? Should have been like this all day. But also, should have had, like, 18 fucking cameras underneath me. Where I'm like, oh, hello, oh, you down there? Oh, Brady Bunch style. With all you other cunts. Hey? Oh, 100%. 100%, bro. I've triggered myself. I've said some truths that are way too brutal. Way too accurate. Way too realist. Not even pragmatic. Like, just narcissistic. Like, factual. Undeniably. But yeah. That's what you get out of me. Only on a Sunday. I allow it. I can't have these conversations in between. The serious ones, like, it depends on the tone and shit. Lee Gunner settings. Yeah, exactly. But we could do it. Even with him. You guys have got to pester him, guys. Like, I'm honestly, I'm not trying. I'm not emailing him. I'm still just doing my usual shtick when I'm in his channel. But I am not at all saying, hey, Lee, you got to get me on. I'd love to. Like, I'm not saying I'd love to nag him. I'd love to be on. You are the ones who's going to make it happen, not me. Okay? So you've got to keep remembering that. Come on to our podcast, Negative Waves. No, do you really? What do you mean? I like this little setup with the camera. Play too much Cyberpunk? What do you mean? No, no, that's probably true too. I am playing Cyberpunk when he's on. That's when he goes live, but there's no, I mean, when Lee's going live at that time, it's because he's doing a watch along or there's football. When Lee's live, when I'm getting on, is when he's doing his emergency meetings or whatever. Alright, pretty simple redirect. I have to sort out a RoboCop thumbnail or whatever, if I'm even going to do it, but I reckon I'll probably just get on Cyberpunk and we'll save RoboCop for another night. Oh, mate. Look at me. Could you imagine what it'll be like for them hearing it? I know what it's like too. I've already, like, the gun argument, bro. I've already argued with Americans. Like, Americans don't realise how arrogant they are. They don't realise how narrow of a worldview they have. How insignificant they think everybody else in the rest of the world is. How superior they think of themselves. And they don't, this is the biggest part, Americans don't understand the worldview of Americans, i.e. guns. They don't. The only place in the fucking world, man. The only place in the world where it's their goddamn religious right. It's my right, my God-given fucking right. God wrote in the Bible, if y'all American, y'all allowed to have a fucking gun. Alright? I gotta defend my fucking family every night, every motherfucker. I'm at the window. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. Come on, come through. I'm fucking ready. It's my God-given right. Nowhere else in the world, mate. Nowhere else in the fucking world thinks like that. Especially when it comes to their kids. And then all the shit that happens with the kids. Nowhere else in the world. Wonder why. No guns. No guns. So, that alone. They don't get it. And the whole amendment, they don't get it. And they don't care to get it. They don't understand how we can be so dismissive of it. Like, go watch it if you haven't seen it. I'll post it for you. I'll shut down with this. Jim Jeffries, gun control. I actually got a copyright ban because I was so fired up about the subject once, I decided to play the whole clip in its entirety. But you just have to watch it. If you just haven't seen it already, if you just have seen it, you just know what I'm talking about. You're going to get a mad fucking laugh. If you just haven't seen it, or if you just want a fucking really good laugh, and you want to understand how the rest of the world, and more specifically an average sounding, average intelligence, average fucking educated Australian like myself, sounds when they talk about this subject. And he sounds a whole lot fucking smarter than people that try to defend it. So anyways, watch that. Jim Jeffries, Gun Control. The whole thing's on Netflix. It's brilliant. Brilliant. 2 parts to it. That's part 1. Goes to 20 minutes. It's fucking seething. 10% of the cunts watching this right now, they're fucking seething. What would you fucking know? It's so good. It's how we feel, and it's how it's just them, and they're the only country in the world that has the problems that they do. Full stop. Full stop. There ain't no other part in the world that has the gun problems that they do. And it just escalates, and they just keep, like, watch that thing. Now you fucking want to give the teachers fucking guns. I remember what I was like in school and the teachers I had. It was like, you got these underpaid, fucking stressed out, fucking teachers that are struggling to fucking survive. Got all these kids fucking screaming at them, bullying them, social media, everything. And you want to arm those cunts? It's hilarious. Like, he's insinuating that the teacher is going to kill all the students, guys. Could see that happening too. We're done. It's hot in here. I'm sweating. I need to go have some dinner. Robocop or Cyberpunk? It's probably going to be Cyberpunk because I have to set up a fucking thumbnail or whatever for Robocop. And I haven't done it yet. And Cyberpunk. Wait, what? I'm having a look. One of my greatest friends is Jay the Dirty Bro. Yeah, you mean getting rid of the guns? Bro, you've got to watch it. You've got to watch. He does the whole education, man. He brings up everything. He brings up Arthur. He brings it all up. It's brilliant. It's so fucking funny. As someone who's been here, we get quoted all around the world because of it. Seeing him deliver it to a bunch of Americans in an American as an Australian, it's very funny. Like, they sorted out that problem real fucking quick. They're like, no more guns! And every cunt in Australia was like, yeah, right, no more guns. They were like, no more guns! And every cunt in Australia was like, yeah, right, no more guns. It's so fucking funny, bro. Like, the way he delivers this speech is the best thing in history. Like, it's just, no more guns. Yeah, right, that sounds like a good idea, yeah. I mean, all they had them on was farms anyway, killing livestock. That's all it was there for. That's all we had them for. Anyways, it's not the Bash America show. Uncle Arthur. Yeah, Uncle Arthur. Fucking hell. There's actually a great movie about, there's a couple of them. There's a great movie about the Port Arthur massacre. Nintram. Martin backwards. Because that's what they called him in school. And Caleb Jones Landry plays him. Young American kid. Brilliant young actor. Only come out like 2 years ago. Very controversial movie. Nintram. Because they weren't going to... It was very obviously about him. But they weren't going to promote any movie that promoted him. So they called it Nintram. And there is, like, even in, he doesn't even, like, I can't remember what he gets called. His name's not Martin in the movie. The names of his victims aren't the name, like, they changed all of it. But all the acts, everything is exactly the same. They just do not and will not acknowledge Martin Bryant. Because if you're an Australian, that's what you do. Cunt was insane. Actually insane. So, and it's the single biggest loss of life here ever. So, since then, we've had one shooting-related incident. A terrorist incident. Not long, like a terrorist incident. Someone who was claiming to do shit in the name of Islam. A siege. 2 people died. That was it. And that was like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And that's it. And that was a crazy Muslim man. That's it. One Aussie fucking disassociated nutter. And a hell of a shot too. Farm boy. The gun he was using. Hell of a shot. But yeah, if you don't know about it, watch it. If you don't know the story, get educated. That's all I can say. Because it had an effect on us as a people. It had an effect on us. Oh, because of Breivik. Yeah. The Andreas Breivik one is brutal, bro. That's hard to... The Andreas Breivik story is tough. Because, like... They weren't doing anything that encouraged it. They weren't promoting it or anything. It's not like they built him, you know what I mean? But they knew full well. Like, I guess they just thought it was never going to happen. And, like, they're not like America keeping, you know, homeland-type tabs on people like that. They weren't. They fucking are now. It's one of the biggest problems in fucking Europe now. Extremism. But yeah, the Andreas Breivik thing is horrible. That motherfucker was fucked. That's a fucking... even now, I know there's a movie on Netflix, I can't... The Island or whatever, I can't bring myself to watch it. I won't watch it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to watch 2 hours of a mass killing. You know what I mean? It's just not for me. I don't care how they went about it. I don't care how they moved. I don't care how ruthless and cold they were. They were Christian kids too, man. Like, I'm not religious, as you just heard. Like, that was just a fucking... That was one man's agenda against a whole bunch of fucking kids that had absolutely nothing to do with his fucking agenda, man. Like, so many too. The number he killed was absolutely fucking... Yeah, the number he killed is astronomical. Like, astronomical number, what happened there. Horrifying event. Absolutely horrifying. And, like, people make jokes about that. I just feel like there's no. Not me, man. That's too real. And he's literally the worst mass killer in history. Like, you know, individual act in one moment. He's like the greatest mass individual killer in history. You know, besides a fucking Pol Pot or whatever, or a Hitler, like in terms of one act in a few hours in one place. And yeah, I don't know how they don't get the death penalty. I don't know how you don't get the death penalty and it's not broadcast live on pay-per-view with all proceeds going towards the victims, because fucking every motherfucker in the world would pay to watch that cunt die in a painful way. Poison or some shit. We thought the same about Brian, bro. Like, we got a different nature on it, man. Anybody who ever praises anyone like that is sick. He's sick. Like the people that fucking worship fucking Timothy McVeigh and shit. Breivik is up there, yeah. Snowtown is, but Snowtown was different too, lad. The movie's very confrontational. Snowtown's more full on for the content. Like, the victims, I don't really care. Like, most of them had it coming. The alleged victims and stuff, definitely not fair. The events that those guys committed, they were sick people. They were victims of abuse themselves, but that's what the movie tries to portray. That they were products of their environment, which they were. But I wasn't a product in my environment. You know what I mean? And I knew that as a kid, so there's no, I don't give a fuck who you are. There's like a line. And once you cross it, you're mentally done. If you don't cross it, you've still got some shred of your soul left. And that's one of the lines that you just don't cross. Like that type of shit. That type of behaviour, those type of associates. All of it. Disgusting. That movie is disgusting. Watched it once, twice. I'll never forget it. You don't need to forget it. Disgusting. Not a movie I'd recommend. Not a great Australian movie. Yeah, no, it's the same over here too, bro. My cousin's been to jail, and he's a deadbeat dad who deliberately committed crimes to the point where he got locked up just so he wouldn't have to raise his kids and live with his woman. But he get knocked up 5 times, like deliberately, just kept. He'd go to jail, get 9 months, come out, commit a shitload of crimes and get locked back up in 2 months. Deadbeat dad. Deadbeat fucking dad. And did it because he ate better, lived better, and enjoyed life better in prison than he did living with his responsibilities in the home. Fucking loser. Anyways, I'm done. today's been way too deep. We did not get an unsub. In fact, we gained 2. So, real talk. I've now got to try and do what I can to keep those subs. A couple of them come for Cyberpunk. A couple because we were racing and I didn't even acknowledge them, so that's pretty rude. But yeah, way too deep today. I can't continuously do this every Sunday. Because the last 3 have veered that this is all it's becoming now. It's like a warts and all fucking completely emotionally vulnerable jester. Oh, you're a legend, Timmy. You know what I mean? I give yous a lot. But I can't keep giving it because I don't want to be that guy. It's emotionally draining. And it's heavily taxing. Even on your own beliefs aside, all the world stuff that we've spoken today, at its core, is super depressing and sad. And like, it's real. And at least we're talking about it rather than ignoring it or having very one-sided views. Yeah. It's exhausting, guys. It is exhausting. Alright. No, you are, bro. You've done well. You've done well. Everyone has. Everyone's had to say. What time's F1, Timmy? Like 1, 2? Because I was thinking Cyberpunk or Robocop myself tonight. If I get back on Cyberpunk, it'd probably be about an hour from now. Do it for 2-3 hours and then watch the F1. But if it's like the same as quali was last night, I don't know if I'll bother staying up for it, bro. Yeah, we can't do it every Sunday, guys. But Mad Talks, and it was a whole, honestly, so many of yous at least spurring it on. A lot of yous at least been in the background, been here all day. So the real talk thing, like when Lee says real recognizes real and that he likes real, like 100% real. Even the ones that I've got that have hung around forever, real. 1 o'clock, okay, yeah, so not bad. I'll see how it go, man. I'll see how it go. I won't do a watch along. Did you miss it? No, it hasn't started, bro. It hasn't started. F1's not till tonight. Because it's in fucking Middle East, bro. So it's a super, super late start time for all of us. It's suitable for like Europe and North America. It's horrible for us. I think for you it'll be tomorrow morning. Yeah. Or tonight. Yeah, no, it'll be like your Sunday morning. It'll be Sunday morning now for you. So like Sunday, I don't fucking know. It'll be later. It's like fucking Monday morning for us. Very early Monday morning. The Middle Eastern ones suck, bro. So yeah. Anyways, Legends, Raiders. I'm sending this to LJ. You won't get him as emotional and raw as me, but he's a fucking legend. You can throw anything at him. He's a very humorous bloke. He's a legend. I love LJ. Pretty chill. He's doing Gran Turismo, some actual series racing. He's literally the only person that I have on right now that I can send you through to. Yeah, you'd have to look it up, bro. You'd have to look it up. But I, as you can see, I didn't even know my own start time, so you'd have to look it up. Generally, I always just do GP start time, and then it'll have like near me, and then it'll bring up your fucking time zone. Even usually, if you just do like even a Sky search, it'll have the majority of the timelines around the world. JST, EST, fucking, etc. Alright. Anyways, I'm done. Probably Cyberpunk later, if I get on. If not, I'm just going to vibe out with it myself tonight. So I don't distract Timmy from playing his. Alright? And if you have any problems with anything, Timmy, and like I can't directly get back to you, just save it for when you jump in a stream, bro. But I'm literally, because I've like just restarted, I'll be pretty fresh for being able to remember shit. You know, if it was like a week ago, I wouldn't have been able to remember it because it was 300 hours of gameplay ago. Whereas now I'm like refreshing everything. So if you have any problems, let me know, mate. There are like some game learning stuff that, like, even me at first, I was streaming, I was raging trying to figure out how to do this shit. But let me know. It's a great game. It's a great experience. Take your time with it. Don't rush or anything. Experiment with it. Play with it. Get punished by it. Experiment with it. You've seen the experimenting. It's fun. The more silly you get with it, the more fun you can have with that game. But at the same time, the more the game will fuck you up, bro. Like the amount of innocent civilians and shit last night. I got in all sorts of trouble last night. Like legitimately running and squealing and hiding like a bitch. Great game. Anyways, lads, I'm done. Go say hello to LJ. If I don't see you in 2 hours, I'll see you tomorrow. FIFA during the day. Gran Turismo resets at night. Alright? Big ups. It's been a mad chat all day. Thanks for listening to my shit. Thanks for at least wanting to hear my shit and asking opinions and having the ability to hear my bullshit, my dribble, my one-sided shit, and whether you're on one side of the fence or the other, to be able to understand it. And that's what the world needs more of. Not just, fuck you, you disagree with me, I'm going to go about hating you for the rest of my life. We need less of that, and more of the ability to have opinions, state an opinion. If it's something you straight up disagree on, then you just don't talk about it. And you just move on. You don't have to hate everybody just because they fucking said, you know, that's blue. No, that's red. No, fuck you. Whatever, man. Alright. Good shit. Good vibes. We're killing it, guys. I'm honestly really, like, proud of my group lately. And, like, my own stuff. But, like, my group lately have really made me feel good. The convos, the banter, how quick time goes. As a whole. Everybody. And then even guys like Rashid, Aaron, the other Timmy, Spaghetti, guys like them being like, you're our people now. I've always had my people, Louncy, other Timmy, everyone else that's here. But to have like this new group of people being like, you are one of us now, and it's like the blending of the two groups at the moment, it's really fucking cool. And everybody that's like coming from that group too is like, man, you need to fucking, like they want to bring it all over, you know, like they're like, they want more of this shit on their shit. So yeah, Canada we still love Canada too, mate. We've always loved Canada. Alright, we love Canadians. Jim Carrey's a national icon. Except Bryan Adams. Me. But don't worry, Canadians love Australians too. We are very closely associated. We've always known this. We've always known this, as much as we live different lives. But like when everyone's scared of Canada and the wilderness and shit, Australia, same thing. We're the same thing, bro. You get snow, we're in the hot. It's the same thing. Big fucking brutal country. Beautiful. Nobody lives in the middle of it. Everybody lives on the sea. It's the same thing, bro. And we're meant to be a forward-thinking, civilized, multicultural, specialized society of individual thinking people. And it's slipping, bro. We are slowly becoming America. Or worse, England. That whole soft PC side that England's going, we're going down. And then the other half of us, yeah, Beebs. We love the Beebs, mate. We love Beebs. We're not going to knock Beebs, mate. Day Justin Bieber fucking snaps and like kills P. Diddy at trial will be the greatest day ever, mate. There's great Canadians, mate. We could mention heaps of them. There's heaps of them. It's not Chad Kroger, not Bryan Adams. That's about it, bro. Honestly, that's about it. Maybe Michael Bublé, but that's being harsh. I'm just hating on the man because women love him. Great singer. Good entertainer. But all the others, South Park, Wayne Gretzky, Seth Rogen, Jim Carrey. Not Drake. You can keep Drake. But, yeah. But all the others, thumbs up, Canada. Keep it up. Good job. Alright. Good night. Bret Hart. Oh, the Hitman. Don't even, mate, wrestlers. We'll be here all day talking about Canadian wrestlers. Fucking KO, bro. KO. Yeah, Edge. Fuck Christian. All of them, bro. We'll be here all day. The Maharaja. He's the greatest Indian wrestler of all, the greatest Canadian wrestler of all time. Fucking the Maharaja, bro. Don't hinder the Jinder Mahal, greatest Canadian wrestler of all time. Yeah, I said that. Fight me. Oh, Canadian take rescue now? Really? Oh, well. I didn't know about that. Was it a political thing? Oh, well. He's still the great. The king. He's a trumper? Oh, it makes sense. It makes sense that he's a trumper. It does make sense. Yeah, political thing. Does make sense, though. I could see that a mile away. Hung around with MJ and all them, too. I could see that a mile away. That is a shame. No more great one. All right, we'll go burn our fucking 99 Rangers jersey under the fucking Canadian flag with the stars and stripes. Star Spangled Banner playing in the background. The flag at half mast. Lone trumpet. Wayne Gretzky, the great one. I'm done. Go say hello to LJ, guys. I'm done. I really need to go pee and have a cone and have something to eat. Maple syrup. Bears. Black bears. Big, cute, fuzzy black bears. Niagara Falls. Fucking. We'll get the Canadian fucking Federation national anthem playing to end the stream. And we'll just start listing all the great things about Canada now.